Production of food, grains, vegetables, fruits, etc. require agricultural land in the plain region. Right? So see, production of food grains, wheat, rice, like that, vegetables, fruits requires agricultural land in the plain region. So that is one type of goods. Food grains, vegetables and fruits.
Right.
Along with this, people also carry out animal husbandry. Animal husbandry means farms, cows, sheep, goat, poultry, chicken farming, right? Eggs, like that.
Right.
That's called animal husbandry. And then fisheries. Fisheries means they dig a pit in the ground. So they have a lot about, let's say, a quarter of an acre. They dig a hole in the ground. They line the hole with plastic sheet. They fill the hole with water, right? Then they introduce fish, okay?
Okay.
So these fish breed and so you can catch fish. They're called fisheries, okay?
Right. Okay.
Forestry. Forestry means all sorts of trees
Okay.
like teak, sal, oak, willow, so many types of trees,
Right.
which are called allied activities, right?
Right.
So these are called allied activities, which animal husbandry, fisheries and forestry are called allied. That is related activities. Okay?
Right. Okay.
In India, rural area is known for carrying out agricultural and allied activities, right?
Right.
Rural area, in the village side, they carry out agriculture and allied activities. Okay.
Okay.
Some amount of land in the plain region is specially developed to establish industries and urban areas such as towns and cities. So, uh, okay, some amount of land in the plain region is specially developed to establish industries. Okay,
Okay.
so if you go to, have you heard of this place called Pina?
Yes, I have heard of.
So Pina Industrial Estate. So nothing but factory sheds there.
Okay.
Large and small, medium scale industries, small scale industries. So, see, it's used to establish industries, right?
Right.
And urban areas such as towns and cities. So in the plain region, they establish towns and cities.
Right.
Okay, next, labor. In general, labor implies a human effort through physical and mental exertions in the production of goods and services. So labor means what? Human effort, people's effort, that's factory workers' effort, and they can put the effort physically as well as mentally. That is, they have to plan, they have to build like that. So that requires mental exertion. Okay?
Okay.
And they used to produce goods and services, right?
Right.
Okay. A person working on the agricultural field is said to provide his physical labor, right?
Right.
While a writer of a book is said to provide his mental labor, right?
Right.
People who provide labor are known as human resources, right?
Right.
Production activities require both skilled and unskilled labor. So production activities require both skilled. That is, you need to know something. Okay, you need to have a degree. That is,
Okay.
and unskilled labor. So that is digging in the ground. Okay.
Okay.
Uh, so masons are, skilled and unskilled labor, right?
Right.
Purely physical labor such as loading and unloading, plowing on the field, etc., do not require special skill.
Right.
So what do you mean by unskilled labor? See, loading and unloading lorries, trains, like that.
Right.
Growing on the field do not require special skill, right?
Right.
But to become an engineer, doctor, teacher, lawyer, mechanic, electrician, or tailor, one must acquire skill through education and training, right?
Right.
So now you know what skilled labor means, you know what unskilled labor means, right?
Yes. Right.
So both skilled and unskilled labor, the people, they're known as human resources, right?
Right.
And both skilled and unskilled, they are they're involved in the production of goods and services. Okay,
Okay.
so capital. By capital, we mean all man-made appliances and all types of wealth used in production. All
Okay.
man-made appliances, like it can be the machines in a factory,
Okay.
and all types of wealth used in production.
Okay.
Okay, capital consists of machinery, tools, buildings, materials, etc. Okay,
Okay.
whereas land is a natural resource, capital is a man-made resource.
Right.
Capital is used to increase the efficiency of other factors of production like land or labor. Okay, so capital
Okay.
is used to increase the efficiency. Efficiency means if you have a certain amount of land,
Right.
okay, and that certain amount of land produces a certain amount of goods, if you make it more efficient, the same land with better machinery can produce more goods.
Right.
Okay, so efficiency of like land or labor. Okay, okay.
Okay.
Now what does it say? The efficiency of land can be increased by the use of better irrigation facilities and machines. So, see, efficiency of land. Suppose you're growing rice.
Right.
If you irrigate it better, then what will happen? The efficiency will increase. The rice produced will be more. Okay?
Okay.
Then you have machines. On a certain amount of land, you have machines. Okay? How can the efficiency of that land be increased? By using better machines. Efficiency will be more, production of the factory will be more.
Okay.
Okay, okay. However, capital is a passive factor. So you have money, it's passive, it's just sitting there. It's not active, right?
Right.
It's the user that makes it active. So capital is a passive factor of production and cannot be used without employing labor. So you need a manager to manage the capital, and you need the factory worker also to produce the goods. So see, capital is a passive factor of production and cannot be used without employing labor. Labor means both skilled and unskilled.
Okay.
To work, okay, to work, to produce something, right?
Right.
Capital has a limited span of life and becomes obsolete after a certain period. So how is capital defined above? It's defined, it can be material, it can be machinery. See, look at the second sentence in this paragraph. Capital consists of machinery, tools, buildings, materials, etc. Okay.
Okay.
Now, machines have a limited span of life because always they're producing better quality of machines. Okay.
Okay.
Materials also change. So see, if you take a car factory in the 80s, 90s like that, all the car factories had a lot of factory workers. But now the car factories have robots. Okay.
Okay.
The whole production line is lined with robots. So
right,
see, machinery means it has a limited span of life. What was factory workers in the 80s and 90s become robots. It's a limited span of life. Okay?
okay,
And becomes obsolete after a certain period. So after a certain period, even the robots will become obsolete and something else will take their place. Okay?
okay,
AI. So AI will govern, it will make everything. Okay?
okay,
So it become machinery also becomes obsolete. So small tools like screwdrivers, calculators to heavy machines like engines, tractors are all examples of fixed capital,
right,
as they can be used in production for many years, right?
right,
Then fixed capital also includes the buildings and the heavy machines, right?
right,
The working capital includes raw materials like cotton, yarn, clay, seeds, fertilizers, which are used up in the process of production.
okay.
Okay. So I think you understood that.
Yes, I have understood.
Okay, next entrepreneurship, right?
Right,
Somebody must take the initiative to start the process of production of goods or services by bringing land, labor, and capital together in right proportion. So someone must get the idea to start the production of goods or services, okay?
okay,
And we must bring land, labor, and capital in the right proportion.
right,
Okay, so you must not have too much labor, too little land, too little. So you must bring these three into the right proportion.
okay,
He will be responsible for choosing the right type of land, labor, and capital,
right,
and take important decisions with respect to quantity to be produced, money to be spent to buy the raw factors and raw materials, marketing the output, etc. Okay?
okay,
So entrepreneurship is the art of organizing the production activity. Okay?
okay,
The person who makes the decision and controls the production process and bears the risks and uncertainties involved in production is called an entrepreneur. So an entrepreneur, he makes the decisions and controls the production process, but he also has to bear the risks and uncertainties. So, you know, there are risks involved uh, in production, right?
okay,
She should be knowledgeable, courageous, and should possess leadership qualities. Leadership qualities means he has to lead a large number of workers, managers, okay?
okay,
So the objective of an entrepreneur is to get maximum production by using the given resources
right,
and make arrangements for the sale of the finished products, right?
right,
She is also responsible to make payments to other factors of production. So there's a large amount of payments to be made, right?
right,
She pays wages to the laborers, rent to the landlords, and interest to the owner of capital in return for the productive services. So he pays rent to the landlord on which his factory is placed, right?
right,
He pays wages to the laborers and interest to the owner of capital. So whatever capital is borrowed, he has to pay interest, okay,
okay,
in return for the productive services. So similarly, they can profit for their productive activities. So they can earn profit, right?
right,
Since these payments, rent, wages, interest, and profit are received by the factors for their productive services, they are termed as factor incomes.
right,
Okay, so that is also highlighted. So you must remember that what are the factor incomes means? Payments of rent, wages, interest, and profits are received by the factors for their productive services.
Right.
And they are termed as factor incomes, right?
Right.
Okay, so next factor incomes. These factors of production are owned by people. Okay, what are the factors of production? Land is owned by the landlord. Okay,
Okay.
labor is owned by the laborer. Capital is owned by people who acquire capital goods. Entrepreneurship is owned by the entrepreneur.
Okay.
The owners of factors of production are paid in return for their productive services, right?
Right.
When you hire a piece of land, you pay rent to the landlord for using the services of land. Okay?
Okay.
Thus, the tenant pays rent for the services of land. Labor refers to the services rendered by the workers. Okay?
Okay.
It refers to all the types of workers, manual labor, technical workers, and so on. Okay?
Okay.
When an employer requires the services rendered by a worker, she is ready to pay for his services. While hiring a worker, actually his services are hired. When a loan is taken, okay, when a
Okay.
loan is taken from a bank to buy tractors, seeds, machinery, etc., interest is paid to bank. Okay?
Okay.
Thus, rent is paid to the landlords, wages to the laborers, interest to the owners of capital, resources, and profit to the entrepreneurs. Okay?
Okay.
Since they are paid in return to their productive services, they are called factor payments. Uh, their incomes are called factor incomes. Okay?
Okay.
Clear?
Clear.
Okay, next we'll go to consumption. Right?
Okay.
1 minute. Okay. Consumption, right?
Right.
Okay. The objective of production is to produce goods and services for consumption. The consumption activity consists of the use of goods and services for the direct satisfaction of individual or collective human wants and needs. So,
Okay.
consumption activity means it's the use of goods and services for the satisfaction of individual human wants or collective human wants. Wants, yesterday we talked about hunger, comfort, warmth.
Okay.
So to satisfy the wants, whatever wants we have, we need uh, goods and services. So when we consume the goods and services, it's known as consumption activity. Okay?
Okay.
To satisfy their wants, the households purchase a large variety of goods and services like cycles, furniture, television set, car, refrigerator, food grains, milk, oil, soap, etc. And services like barber, teacher, doctor, bank, and insurance companies, etc. Okay?
Okay.
So goods are like one set and services are the other set.
Right.
There is no time gap between the production and consumption of services. Yesterday we talked about how the doctor, when he examines a patient and writes a prescription, there's no time gap. Okay?
Okay.
Similarly, if you go to a bank, and you give the check, it's in cash. There's no time gap in the services.
Okay.
Hmm?
Yes.
In case of services, production and consumption take place simultaneously. In case of services, Take the example of doctor. Production and consumption take place simultaneously together.
Right.
They're consumed as soon as they're produced, such as the services of doctors, lawyers, teachers, etc. Okay?
Okay.
As you visit a doctor to take medical advice, you consume his service. Okay? And this is not the case with regard to goods. There is a time gap between the production and consumption of goods. So yesterday we talked about chairs. From the wood to the chair, it takes a certain amount of time to produce a chair. And then there's a certain amount of time gap before the chair is bought and used. So in the case of goods, there is a time gap. In the case of services, there's no time gap. Okay?
Okay.
However, certain durable goods like furniture cycle continue to provide services for many years. Durable goods, those which can be used again and again. Still, they're considered to be consumed as soon as they are purchased. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Capital formation. So this is the last part, I think. Yeah, it's the last part. Okay.
Okay.
So capital formation, the third important activity of an economy is capital formation. Okay. As you have read, factor owners get factor incomes. Okay. What are factor incomes? Like, oh, we have to pay rent to the landlord, wages to the worker, interest to the what? Interest to the lender of the money. Those are factor incomes, right?
Okay.
Uh, so you must keep all the previous information in mind when you come to the okay.
Okay.
So as you have read, factor owners get factor incomes in return for their productive services. So factor like worker gets wages for his productive service. Okay.
Okay.
And then lender gets interest for his money lent. Okay. So factor owners get factor incomes in return for their productive services. They spend a large part of their incomes on goods and services such as food articles, cloth, furniture, housing, bicycles, education, healthcare, etc. Right? All
Right.
the people who earn income from production activities use a large part of their income on goods and services such as food articles, cloth, furniture, housing, bicycles, education, healthcare, etc. Okay?
Okay.
However, they do not spend their entire income on these goods and services. Right?
Okay.
They also save some income and deposit it in bank for future. Right?
Right.
For example, if an individual has an income of 500 rupees, all of which she consumes, there is no saving. Instead, if she restricts her consumption to 300 and she saves 200 and may use this money to deposit in bank for future use. Right?
Right.
The bank in turn may use this money to lend an industrialist to invest in the expansion of business. So you have a large number of depositors who save money. So in a bank you literally have crores of rupees in savings.
Right.
Now, the bank can use this money to lend it to an industrialist, okay? And
Okay.
the industrialist in turn pays the bank interest on the money he has borrowed. So the
Right.
bank earns an income, okay?
Okay.
And the bank uses the money deposited by the people who save.
Okay.
Okay. So the bank in turn uses money to lend an industrialist to invest in the expansion of his business. Right?
Right.
Capital formation is done by refraining from present consumption. So how can you have a lot of capital if you refrain, if you stop, present consumption?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So if you save money, you have capital, right? Refraining means stopping. Okay.
Okay.
It should be noted that saving, if kept idle, cannot constitute capital formation. So you keep saving in your locker at home, it won't earn any interest.
Okay.
But if you put it in the bank, they'll give you a certain amount of interest.
Right.
So, see, it should be noted that saving, if kept idle means it's not earning anything, any interest. So if it's
Right.
kept idle, it cannot constitute capital formation. Okay?
Okay.
If a person saves money and locks it up in the house, no capital formation takes place. If
Right.
only the saved money is invested in capital goods, it leads to capital formation by facilitating production and consumption in future. See, if you save money and you invest it in capital goods, it can be something like precious metals,
Right.
okay, or it can be something like factory, right?
Mm.
So if it's invested in capital goods, it leads to capital formation by facilitating production and consumption in future.
Right.
Thus, current consumption is foregone and used towards adding to existing capital stock like plant, machinery, building, etc. every year in order to expand production potential in future. So, if you take the example of a factory,
Right.
if the current consumption is foregone means it's given up. If you stop spending money now, okay, it can be used towards adding to existing capital like plant, machinery, building, etc.
Right.
every year in order to expand production potential in future. Okay?
Okay.
You can build a bigger factory with the amount saved now, right?
Right.
This increase in the stock of capital goods in a year is called capital formation or investment. So when you use the money and you buy better machinery, bigger buildings, etc., that is called capital formation or investment.
Right.
Similarly, a part of a nation's output is devoted to immediate satisfaction of consumer wants. So on the national level, okay,
Okay.
that literally thousands of lakhs of crores of rupees.
Yes.
So on a part of a nation's output is devoted to immediate satisfaction of consumer wants. So they have to satisfy the needs of the people, food, etc.
Right.
But to the provision of plants and equipment by which production is sustained and is maintained and expanded. So it is also used, it's used for provision of plants and equipment by which production is maintained and expanded. So suppose you have rice factory, right?
Right.
So in the nation, rice factories, they spend on producing rice.
Yes.
And from the profits they make, they can expand the factories, right?
Right.
To sum up, whatever is produced is disposed of either for consumption or for capital formation or both. So whatever is produced, right?
Right.
It is disposed either for consumption or for capital formation or both.
Yes.
Can be invested the profits can be invested. Okay.
Okay.
So whatever is produced, if you produce rice, it can be consumed, or from the profits you can invest it, or both, right? You can
Right.
invest it to produce more rice. You follow?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
These three activities, production, consumption, and capital formation, are interrelated, right? So
Right.
production should follow, see, production means supply. If you're going to supply rice, there should be consumption, there should be demand for rice.
Right.
And the demand for how much amount of rice you produce depends on the amount of money, capital you put into the factory.
Right.
So production, consumption, and capital formation are interrelated. Okay?
Okay.
An increase in the production of goods and services increases the level of consumption. So if you produce more goods, consumption will increase and capital formation will also increase. Okay?
Okay.
Increase in consumption is an indicator of rising standard of living of people. So increase in consumption. See, if more rice is consumed, obviously the standard of living of people has gone up. If
Okay.
more TVs are sold, if more cars are sold, if more, buildings are built, that means there's an increase in standard of living. Okay?
Okay.
So, what does it say? Increase in consumption is an indicator of rising standard of living of people. An increase in capital formation is very important as the growth of the country depends on growth of the country. So if everyone in the country has to be comfortable, that means, okay,
Okay.
there should be bigger machines, there should be more efficient machines, there must be like that. So capital formation, increase in capital form, remember what capital means. It can be land, plants, machinery, like that. That
Yeah.
is capital. So increase in capital formation is very important to the growth of the country. And it depends on it. The growth of the country depends on the increase in capital formation.
Right.
More consumption is possible if there's more production. And more production is possible if there's more capital formation. Okay?
Okay.
Thus, the three economic activities have their impact on one another to take the economy forward to the path of development. Okay? Is it clear?
Yes, it is clear.
Okay, I think we reached the end of the lesson.
Yes.
I think you can study this picture. Goods and
O-
services go from factories to households, and from the households you have land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, right? So there's
Right.
circular.
Yes.
So that we'll continue tomorrow, right?
Right. You
Okay.
can continue.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Huh.
So I think we finished about half the lessons.
Economics.
No, she's economics.
Yeah.
But your mother said to do English today. So what
Yeah.
should I do? Will we do economics or English? Your choice.
Let's do economics only.
Okay, fine. Economics then. Uh, just 1 minute. Oh no. Minute. We finished chapter 10, right? Supply.
Right.
So we have to go on to chapter 11. I know, 11 or what? Some we told, you sent me the TMA, right? I have it here, right?
Right.
It's lesson 14, money and its role.
Yes.
Yeah, so lesson 14. Okay. And let me record this so I can send it to you, mother.
Okay.
Mm, it's recording. Okay. Lesson 14. Okay. There's some background noise. Hope it's okay.
It's okay.
Okay. Okay. So, see, we already have an idea of money and its role, right? So,
Right.
we buy and sell things when money is the medium. Okay.
Okay.
Uh, so, now what does it say? We'll read it, right? The word money generates a lot of interest. Yes?
Yes.
In today's busy life, money has occupied a very important role. Mm. We need money to buy various types of goods in order to satisfy our wants. Okay?
Okay.
Basically, it's that. Basically, fundamentally, is that we need money to buy various types of goods in order to satisfy our wants. So wants means like you have a need to eat, we have a need to drink and so many things, right? So
Right.
all the goods in the market are bought with the help of money. Similarly, we need money to avail various services such as transport. It can be a private vehicle or it can be public transport, right?
Right.
Communication, phones, internet, TV, everything. Communication, education, schools, colleges, health, that is doctors, clinics, medicines, entertainment, going to the films, malls, home deliveries even, and so on. So everything, right?
Right.
As a buyer, we pay money to buy goods and services, and as a seller, we receive money by selling them. Normally, we pay or receive money in the form of paper currency and coins. But do you know that in ancient days people used to exchange good for good? So now we're going to history, right? They used to
Right.
exchange goods for goods. This was called barter system. With passing of time, money replaced barter system. Why? To know all these, continue reading this lesson. So now going to the history of trade, barter system, 14.1. In the past, when people were living in small societies and there was not much development as you see today, they were helping each other through barter system as mutually benefit one another. So what is the meaning of barter system? So this you have to keep in mind for the exam. Barter system means exchange of one kind of goods and services for another kind of goods and services. There was no involvement of money in barter system. So I'll give the example. When one good is exchanged for another good without the use of money, we call it trade through barter system. This was happening in ancient civilization. So some examples of barter system are given below. In the past, traders from Europe used to trade goods such as fur and crafts in return for perfumes and silk from the eastern part of the world, right? So
Right.
one type of good exchanged for another. So people from Europe had fur from animals like bear, deer, and so on. And they also had various types of crafts like, wood furniture and utensils. and they used to exchange these for perfumes and silk from the east, that is Arabia and places like that, right?
Right.
In many tribal societies in India, families used to exchange labor services in return for food and other labor services. So, uh, for example, if a family needs laborers to harvest crop, then another family would come and provide the service with the promise they'll get the same type of help in return for harvesting crop or roofing house, etc. Right? So it was physical labor. One
Right.
family needed help on the farm, then another family would come, and the first family would offer physical labor in return, like harvesting crops on the farm of the other person, roofing a house, any physical labor, right?
Right.
This type of practice is still prevalent today in remote tribal areas of India. So it would be interesting to see where this is still prevalent, where it's still used. People in various occupations, namely farmers, artisans. Artisans are like carpenters, cobblers, all those who make steel utensils, all those are known as artisans.
Right.
Incidentally, artists are those who paint, draw, fine arts. They're artists. Even film, music, they're all artists, right?
Right.
Artisans are those, like, they use tools to make goods. So those are artisans. Then we had cobblers, carpenters, etc. They used to exchange the products and services among themselves. So the farmer would exchange crops with the cobblers would exchange footwear and things like that, and so on. Okay?
Okay.
So in text questions 14.1, define barter system. It's there on page 1. Page 1. Why is it page 1? Okay, anyway, it's on page 1, chapter 14, money and its role. It's in bold. Barter system means exchange of one kind of goods and services for another kind of goods and services. There is no involvement of money in barter system. That is the answer to question 1. Question 2, give 2 examples of barter system. So, traders from Europe used to trade goods such as fur and crafts in return for perfumes and silk from the eastern part. And people in various occupations, namely farmers, artisans, cobblers, carpenters, etc., used to exchange their products and services among themselves. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Next, 14.2, need for money. So why did money come in, right? They could have continued
Right.
like this. So why did this medium come in? Medium means it is the path to which trade is conducted nowadays. So why did money come in? The barter system as described above is not prevalent now. And in today's world, nobody pays any goods in exchange for another good. Everybody pays money to buy goods and services. So the following question arises: why is the barter system not prevalent now? Why did the need for money arise? And the answer to these questions lie in the fact that the barter system has many demerits as described below. So they ask you, what are the demerits of the barter system? So you have to keep these in mind, right?
Right.
So 14.2.1, demerits of barter system. The demerits of barter system are as follows. A common problem with the barter system is lack of the double coincidence of wants. So this is in technical terms, let's say, lack of double coincidence of wants. Hmm? What does this
Right.
mean? Double coincidence of wants means that if one wants to exchange some good with another person, then the latter must also be willing to exchange his good with the first person. Take, for example, a person who wants cloth and he has rice with him to offer in return.
Then we exchange rice for cloth with another person who has cloth and who also wants rice. In practical life, such situation may or may not arise, right? So the person who wants one good may live very far away, and when you go to him, he may not be willing to exchange. So that is called lack of double coincidence. So there must be a coincidence. Both must need the goods, two types of goods at the same time. And that is coincident by chance, right?
Right.
If the person who has cloth does not want rice, then exchange of rice for cloth will never take place and both the individuals cannot satisfy their wants. This is an example of double coincidence of wants. So barter system will work where there is double coincidence of wants. Otherwise, it will not work. A related problem of barter system was that one had to spend a lot of time in searching for the person who was ready to exchange. Right? So the person who has rice has to find the person who has cloth, and that person who has cloth must be ready to exchange. However, in the early period of human civilization, this was a very difficult task as there was no proper facility with regard to transport and communication. Transport means there were no roads, right?
Right.
And there was no communication also, no letters even, not even, there was no way of communicating. So you have to go and search, you may or may not find the person, right?
Right.
Lack of division of goods, certain goods are not physically divisible into small pieces. Suppose a person possesses a cow and he wants items such as cloth, food, grains, etc. Then how much of a cow can be traded for cloth? How much of a cow can be traded for food, grains? It was very difficult to determine because a cow cannot be divided into several pieces. So that is the second thing, demerit of the barter system, lack of division of goods. I have to give the example also, right?
Right.
Because of lack of divisibility of goods under barter system, it was difficult to equate the values of different goods which were traded because of lack of common unit of measurement. So how much of a cow is equivalent to a meter of cloth? There's no common unit of measurement, right?
Right.
Taking the example in the previous paragraph, it will be very difficult to determine the amount of cow required to trace to some specific amount of food grains. Suppose you want 10 kg of wheat, how much of the cow or some yards of cloth, right? Also, it sounds absurd. It sounds absurd. How much cow being exchanged for food grains or cloth? Okay. This happens because a cow can never become a common measure of value. This problem is same for all other goods, right?
Right.
So fourth one, another problem of barter system is that a person must store a large volume of his own good in order to exchange for his or her desired goods with others on day-to-day basis. So suppose a person grows wheat on the farm, he must store at least minimum of 50, 500 kg of wheat in order to keep exchanging wheat for other types of goods. That's what the example is given. Take the example of farmers produce wheat. Obviously, he will use some amount of wheat for his own consumption and keep some amount to get other necessary items by trading with others. If he wants furniture, then he will go to carpenters willing to trade furniture in return of wheat. Similarly, if he wants cloth, then he has to trade with the weaver who is ready to give cloth by receiving wheat and so on. So the farmer must construct a warehouse first to keep a stock of his wheat in order to carry out the transactions at the time of need for his desired good. But constructing and maintaining a warehouse was itself a very difficult task in the early days of civilization. So imagine storing 500 kg of wheat. You need to keep the rats away, you need to keep it aired, you need to keep it free from, influence of sunlight, water, you need a barn. So maintaining it, constructing it was also very difficult. Okay? So, just a minute, I'm going to the other room. Okay?
Okay.
So, okay. Next, it says, finally, a major problem of water system is that a good loses its original quality and value if it's stored for a long period. Many goods such as salt, vegetables, etc. are perishable. Perishable means they decompose with time, right?
Right.
Okay. Like, hence goods were never accepted for trading in future because they could not be stored, they could not be used as store of value. This also implies that no good could be used for the purpose of lending or borrowing. So lending, you can't lend, 10 kgs of wheat. You can't lend 10 kgs of salt. You can't borrow also. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Due to the above problem, the barter system could not continue for long. As human civilization progressed, people realized there has to be some common medium of exchange which can be easily carried, stored, and used to express value of a good. So that becomes money. What is money? Money is a common medium of exchange which can be easily carried, stored, and used to express value of a good. Right? Okay?
Okay, sir.
So, money came into being. Hence, the need for money arose due to the failure of barter system. Next question, 14.2. Define double coincidence of wants. Double coincidence of wants means that, uh, double coincidence of wants means that if one wants to exchange some good with another person, then the latter must also be willing to exchange his good with the first person. Okay?
Okay, sir.
I can give the example also. Suppose a person wants rice and he has cloth, and the person who has cloth must be willing to exchange his cloth for rice, which was not always possible. So there is double coincidence of wants. Second, you have two difficulties associated with barter system. Two difficulties, you can just name them. One is a double coincidence of wants. That's the first one. Second is lack of division of goods. You cannot divide a cow, for example, into parts to get uh, cloth or wheat. Second disadvantage is and there is no common unit of measurement. Right?
Right.
Okay. Then 14.3, definition and functions of money. So, see, whatever you study later in your higher classes, right, it's based on this.
Right.
You must get all this correctly. Okay? These are all the foundational facts for your higher studies, right?
Right.
So, money is defined as something which is generally accepted by society as a medium of exchange and which can act as unit of account, can store value, and be used for repayments of debts. So that is the definition of money. It is generally accepted by society as a medium. Medium is it comes between the buyer and the seller, okay, or between
Okay,
the
sir.
borrower and the lender, right? So it
Right.
can be used as a unit of account, can store value, so it has some value, okay, and
Okay.
be used for repayments of debt. The functions of money can be known from its definition. So the definition was given above. So what are the functions of money? They are given below. One is medium of exchange. The primary function of money is that it acts as a medium of exchange. This means that people can buy or sell goods and services with the help of money. So money is the medium. Medium means on one side you have the seller, on the other side you have the buyer, and money is in the middle. So the buyer pays, the seller receives, and the seller sells the goods, and the buyer receives the goods. That is what you mean by medium. It comes between two things. It can be a buyer and a seller, borrower and a debtor, and so on. Okay?
Okay.
Money is received by the seller who sells the goods. Money is paid by the buyer who buys the goods from the seller. Example, you pay rupees 10 to buy a pen. The seller receives 10 rupees from you by selling the pen. So the pen is exchanged for 10 rupees. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Measure of value. Another fundamental function of money is it serves as a unit of account or common measure of value. The value of good is determined by multiplying its price with the quantity, right? Common measure of value. So if you buy one pen for 10 rupees, for 100 rupees you can buy 10 pens. So the quantity sold depends on the value of the good, right? So it serves as a unit of account or common measure of value. Money serves as a common measure of value, right?
Right, sir.
Since the price is expressed in monetary units, the value of good is also expressed in monetary terms. So you can say the pen is worth 10 rupees, but what exactly is the value of the pen? The value of the pen is determined by the buyer. See, the buyer can use it to do anything. He can use it to write an essay, or he can use it to, write accounts. See, you cannot determine the value by the use of the pen. So, money saves all that effort of thinking. It says you can say buy the pen for 10 rupees. You can use it for what you want. So, what does it mean? The value of a good is also expressed in monetary terms, right?
Right, sir.
Okay. So that the price of rice be 20 rupees per kilogram. One bag full of rice weighs 25 kilograms. Then the value of the bag of rice is 20 into 25 is equal to 500 rupees. So store of value, money also acts as a store of value. How? As medium of exchange, you can pay money to buy goods. So you can store money. This means if you have money, you have the power to purchase a good or a service. So the more money you have, the more goods and services you can buy. So money has purchasing power. Okay?
Okay, sir.
The value of the good is contained in that purchasing power. Hence, value of good is indirectly stored in the money you hold. So you can buy a pen or you can buy anything, but the value of what you buy is stored in that money, right?
Right, sir.
Similarly, as a seller of good, you receive the money, which means value of good you sold comes back to you through money. So you're not just giving it away, like in the barter system. The value comes back to you in the form of money. So if the pen is sold for 10 rupees, the seller
Right.
gets 10 rupees, equivalent to the value of the pen. Right?
Right, sir.
Example, Sushila has got some mangoes which she sells to buyer for 250 rupees. This means the value of 250 rupees was exchanged. The buyer who purchased the mangoes has the purchasing power to give 250 rupees is value. Hence, a value of 2 rupees to 250 was stored in the money received by Sushila, the seller. Sushila could not have stored mangoes, but she can definitely store money which has stored the value of which has stored the value of 250 rupees. Right? Did you follow that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the fourth function of money is making payments in future. We all indulge in lending and borrowing activities. Suppose your friend requests you to give him 300 rupees to purchase a book because he does not have any money at present. He promises to pay back the money after a week. If you agree to this and actually give him the money, then you'll be called lender and your friend will be called a borrower. As a lender, you can also charge some interest on the money you have lent to your friend. If you charge no interest, then your friend will pay you 300 rupees after a week. If you charge 1 rupee as interest, then your friend will have to pay you 301 rupees after a week. Like your friend, there are many people who want to borrow money today to satisfy their present needs with the condition that they will settle the payment along with interest at some future date as agreed with the lender. So what does interest mean? Interest means the thing, the effort. It is the value of the effort the lender has made in letting you borrow the money. So if he lends you 300 rupees and you charge 1 rupee as interest, that 1 rupee, 301 rupees, 300 plus 1 rupee means, the value of
Right.
the effort he has made in, lending you the money, right?
Right.
This payment in future is acceptable in money only. We can also say the borrowers deferred the payment under certain condition. Deferred means he has put off the payment, postponed the payment under a certain condition that he'll pay you interest or he'll pay you back after a week. So money has acted as a standard of deferred payment. Right? Deferred payment means postponed payment. Let us
Right.
think for a while that your friend gives you the book which he has purchased instead of 300 or 301 rupees. Then will you accept it? Most probably not. So you don't need the book. You need, okay. Because after a week, the book may have lost some value as it has not remained the same new book. So if you buy a good from the shop, even after you buy it, one day after you buy it, the value will go down. Electronics is like that. Okay?
Right.
If you
Okay.
buy one radio, next day it will be worth less. But money will always be acceptable in a future date as it has stored the value. Okay?
Okay, sir.
So in text question 14.3, define medium of exchange. Medium of exchange. So medium of exchange means that people can buy or sell goods and services with the help of money. Money is received by the seller who sells the good. Money is paid by the buyer who buys the good from the seller. So that is medium of exchange. Give the meaning of value of a good. Now okay. Value of a good. Value of a good is determined by multiplying its price with the quantity sold in the market, right? So
Right.
1 kg of rice costs 20 rupees, then 10 kgs of rice will cost 200 rupees. So that is the value of the good. Value is 200 rupees. Is determined by
Yes,
multiplying
sir.
its price with the quantity. 1 kg is worth 20, 10 kg is worth 200. Okay, so that is the value for good. Okay,
Okay.
so 14.4 types of money. 14.4.1 paper currency and coins. What does money look like? What is the form of money? So we already know this paper currency. Nowadays you have plastic currency, that is digital payments, right?
Right.
Incidentally, do you know why the government has introduced digital payments, UPI, on such a large scale? Do you know one of the reasons? It is because, see, up to this time, these vegetable vendors who sell the vegetable, auto rickshaw drivers, they need not have to pay taxes, right? Nobody can tax
Right.
them because they earn so. But now, what has happened is, it came in the news recently that, vegetable seller, he sells vegetables only. But apparently, according to that news article, the value of the tax he has to pay, 1 lakh, 2 lakhs, 5 lakhs. Only the tax, annual tax, income tax. You know how they do that? Because they can track these transactions. It goes into central server. All the payments made to one account go to a central server. So they can find out whose bank account, where he lives, okay? Through the
Okay.
Aadhaar, KYC and all that. You know KYC?
No, sir.
So you have to link your bank account with your Aadhaar card. Aadhaar
Okay.
card gives you residential address, right?
Right.
And your age and who your parents are and where they lived and so on. So basically they can track you. They can find out how much money is going, you're exchanging. So eventually, after some time, everyone will be taxed. So the government becomes richer, right? That's one of the things. See, you're just not just making a payment. Once it becomes government, most of the time, much of the time it's taxed, right?
Right.
Okay. So anyway, that's incidentally. So here we're saying, reading that, over the years, the form of money has changed. You must have read in history that during the days of kings, people used to trade by using gold coins, silver coins, copper coins, etc. Before that, in ancient days, in some places, people used to hold money in the form of cattle, salt, etc. Right? And even in those days, there were taxes, land tax and so on. There were so many things going on in the kingdom. Right?
Right, sir.
So, in those days, wealth was measured, how many cattle you had, how many cows, goat, sheep, salt, etc. That is how wealth was
Okay.
measured. Nowadays, nobody holds cattle or salt to buy or sell goods and services. Keeping cattle is not feasible and requires huge space and special animal cowshed, right?
Right, sir.
Salt is perishable and cannot be stored for a long time for the purpose of exchange. Hence, after so many experiments over centuries, now people keep money in the form of paper, notes, and coins which are easy to carry. In India, we have paper notes in the denomination of. This is written in 2011, around 2011, because, in one of the lessons we saw the year 2011. So at
Right.
that time, the money in the denomination of 1 rupee was there. Paper notes in the denomination of 1 rupee, 2 rupees, 10 rupees, 20 rupees, 50 rupees, 100, 500 and 1000. Nowadays you don't have the 1000 rupees, right?
Right.
Yeah, 1 rupee coins, 2 rupee coins, 5 rupee, 10 rupee coins, 10 rupees your notes, 20 rupees notes, 50 rupee notes, 100 rupee notes and 500 rupee notes. Normally they're called currency notes and named as rupee singular or rupees plural. Symbol of rupee is this. Looks like an R with the horizontal line. So this, this symbol of the rupee, it was actually obtained through a competition. And there was a student at one of the design colleges, National Institute of Design, and some national unit, national, institution. Like you have many national institutions, like National Institute of Technology and National Institute, so IITs, IIMs. So like that, there was a National Institute of Design, and one student submitted this, and it was accepted. So now it's the accepted symbol for rupee, right? So if you look at the pound symbol, pound sterling, the UK currency, British currency, right? That is an L with a horizontal line. So this is like a Ra. Hindi script, this is Ra with a horizontal line, right? So that is rupee, right?
Right.
Money is paid by buyer or received by seller in the form of currency notes. For smaller denomination, we have coins called paisa, which is 50 paisa. 50 paisa is equal to 1/2 of a rupee. Now coins of 10 rupee denominations are in circulation in India. You should know that currency notes and coins which are in circulation are guaranteed by the government of India. Otherwise, anybody can make and misuse them. So only the government can issue currency notes. Otherwise, I can also print currency, right? And anybody can print currency or make coins, mint coins. So it can easily be misused. Okay, not that I'm doing it. So otherwise, anybody can make and misuse currency. So how does the government of India, what is the basis on which the government of India says the value of this currency is 1 rupee or 10 rupees? Partly it's because of the amount of metal in the coin, right? So the amount of metal in 10 rupees is actually worth 10 rupees, around 10 rupees, the brass and the stainless steel and all that. But the basis of that is the amount of gold in the, treasury. So gold, that has been superseded now. But in the past, they used to use gold as the amount of gold. It could be 10 tons, 20 tons, 50 tons, 100 tons. So depending on the amount of gold the central government has, that would determine the value of the, paise or the rupee or the dollar or the cent or the penny or the pound, like that, right?
Right, sir.
Now coins of 10 rupee denominations are in circulation in India. You should know that the currency notes and coins which are in circulation are guaranteed by government of India. Otherwise, anybody, okay, not just me, anybody can make and misuse them. Remember that currency notes and coins of India are valid only in India and not in other countries. So, even if you go to neighboring Pakistan, right, there you have the Pakistani rupee, right? And if you go to, so it's not valid in other countries. So every country has its own currency. If you visit other countries, then you have to exchange Indian currency with the currency of the country you are using, you're visiting. So you may think like that the rupee is very valuable if you visit a country like Japan because you see 1 rupee is something like 1,000 yen. Yen is the unit of currency in Japan. So 1 rupee is equal to 1,000 yen. So if you exchange 100 rupees, you will have lots of money in Japan. Well, that's not the case. If you visit Japan, everything costs. Like if you pay 10 rupees here, it
Yeah.
may cost a bit more in terms of rupees. So you're just exchanging, right?
Right.
Uh, so another thing I've heard, about visiting other countries, like if you live um, in a place like the UK, right? Now,
Right.
if you, uh, if you buy something for 100 rupees here, okay,
Yeah.
it's like earning 100 rupees and spending. But there, the same thing you get you have to earn 100 pounds.
Okay.
So, see now what happens, that's what they said, I'm not sure about this. Anyway, so, you see, like if 1 rupee is equal to 100 rupees, 120 rupees equal to 1 pound. So if you want to earn 100 pounds, it will be something like 12,000 rupees.
Right.
And that's a value. What you get for 100 rupees here, you will get for like 10 pounds there. So that is really, it also depends on amount of effort the person puts, right? So anyway,
Right.
there's all sorts of things associated with money. Anyway, we have to keep in mind what we're reading here. So see, you have to exchange the Indian currency with the currency of the country you're visiting. So if you go to UK and you have 12,000 rupees in India, it'll be worth 100 pounds there. So you can hardly
Okay.
buy anything for 100 pounds, right?
Right, sir.
So it's like that. But you can't buy anything here for 100 rupees. So there's disadvantage and advantage. And you can't get anything for 100 rupees. You can't even buy, you know. But actually, it is worth because I'll tell you a story. I
Yeah.
used to work in a college in Jayanagar, right?
Right.
So I, so I could go there and come back on 100 rupees worth of petrol. And what I
Yes.
did in the college, I used to take 3 or 4 classes every day.
Right.
So, see, that is serving society, 3 or 4 classes, like the classes on tenses, second PU lessons, first PU lessons. So you're doing a lot of work on
Yeah.
just 100 rupees.
Okay.
So it has some value. Can't say, 100 rupees is worthless because even today, I mentioned this to your mother. Madam, can you give me the price of my pass, monthly pass, 1,200. So 1,200 may not seem like a lot. See, but I
Yeah.
used it to come to your place. I took 1 or 2 offline classes. Then every day I go to, RT Nagar and I take classes there. All for 1 month.
Yeah.
See, it's not actually worthless. It is worth something. And if you can buy lots of things for 100 rupees actually. For example,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, right? Just saying. So they say, I read, one philosopher says, the fruits eaten temperately need not make us ashamed of our appetite. Means, if you go to a hotel, you buy,
Yeah.
let's say, a plate of idli and vada. It'll easily come to 60, 70 rupees.
Yes.
And if you buy something else like a cup of coffee, it'll come to around 100. right?
Right.
But for the same 100, if you buy 1 kg of banana, right? That is the
Right.
long banana, pachbad as they say. And a half kg of grapes, it will come to 100 rupees,
Yeah.
right? So
Right.
you can eat well on 100 rupees. You can
Yes.
live, I mean, the main thing is shelter, food, clothing, shelter.
Yeah.
Shelter is the main thing. That easily goes into crores and, but the other two, food and clothing, can easily be obtained. If you save 100 rupees, you can do a lot of things. Anyway, those are some of the points. You don't really have to, keep them in mind. You just, what experienced was money.
Right.
Not that 100 rupees is worthless or, like, so anyway, we'll read the next part. It says, the name of the currency of some of the countries of the world is given below. Currency in USA is called dollar with the symbol S with the vertical line. European currency is called euro having symbol E with the two horizontal lines. Currency in United Kingdom is called pound sterling having the symbol L with the horizontal line. In Japan, the currency is called the yen having symbol Y. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So in text question 14.1, give the meaning of currency note. So you don't really have to read this. Currency note means it's the paper currency printed by the government.
Yeah.
Its value is determined by the number printed on it, right?
Right.
And it's called the rupee. And you can also mention the currency of the US is dollar. The currency of Europe is called the euro and so on. Okay?
Okay, sir.
What you have learned, you can read that. Terminal questions. You said you'd answer the terminal questions of the previous two chapters, but you haven't. Okay, so you go over them, right? You keep on revising till the day of the exam. And as I said, these are all really valuable because, see, so many things associated with money which we're not learnt about in the lesson, like business. Business is so many types of, uh, you know, so many things go on in business, but all of them are based on money. So these are the facts you need to know about money. And the more you study in your higher classes, will build upon this, right?
Right.
Economics in first PU, economics in second PU, commerce, BCom, and so on. All the basis of all that is this, right?
Right.
So you revise till the day of the exam, so you
Yeah.
get a firm foundation. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay, so we'll stop there.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you, and we'll see you
Thank
tomorrow.
you, sir. Bye. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
So I can send it to your mother.
Okay.
Okay, please just open the PDF.
Yeah.
Quantify you have, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm,
So which chapter?
wait, let me see. Snake bites over the third one, Kondiba, a hero.
Hmm.
Yeah, open that. Okay. Okay, just read it from the beginning. Try and understand it and, relate to it. Okay. We come to the lesson. It's on page 30. Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. So can I start reading?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure you will get a very,
You
you
will
will
agree.
agree,
You will agree.
will agree that we all face difficulties and problems. How do you deal with them? Do you feel defeated and frustrated, or you consider various possibilities and try to find solution? There are some people who, in spite of their own difficulties, can I ask what the meaning of spite?
Spite means even though they have their own difficulties. No, spite also means
Yeah.
when you spite someone, you are envious, jealous, and you wish to. It's a negative thing, just spite.
Mm,
But when you have it in this phrase, in spite of, phrase is a group of words.
yeah.
So when you have it in this phrase, in spite of, it means something like even though. Even
Yeah.
though they have their own difficulties. You can read that sentence like that.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
So difficulties are able to understand others' problems and are ready to help them. Such people are real heroes. Yeah.
Then never mind objectives. Let's read the text. Before, don't even, just come straight to the text. Kondiba Gaikwad.
Okay. Kondiba. Uh, what is your first reaction on seeing
No,
differently?
don't read before you read thing. Just come straight to the lesson.
Okay, so been there. Sorry. So let us Kandiba Gaikwad hated begging, but the famine in Maharashtra in
Famine. You know what a famine is?
famine no.
Famine is when there's an absence of food in the country
Oh,
or the
okay.
state. Famine.
Okay.
Hmm.
Famine in Maharashtra in 1972 or 73 had driven him from his home in Aurangabad to Mumbai in search of bread. At first, he had tried selling brooms. Unfortunately, he had little luck selling his goods. He soon learned that Mumbai is generous,
Generous.
generous to
Generous means
begin.
they give, isn't it?
Yeah, generous means okay. Especially blind beggars. And 25 years old, Kundiba was blind. He had become blind with small pox at age of 8. It was a cloudy day in Goliabar, in the large slum colony in Ghattopar,
So,
northeast of Mumbai. Kundiba lived here with Tukaram and Tukaram's wife,
mm,
Yalan Bay. It was the end of the monsoon. In the middle of an open area in the colony, there was a well. It was full of blackish green water. Nothing could be seen more than a few centimeters below the surface. The well was highly useful to the people who lived in the surrounding huts. They had dug it 2 years before because the only water tap in the colony was not enough for the slums. Growing populations. Uh, there had never been any money for a wall around the well. The mouth of the well had gradually widened as the soil
gradually widened.
gradually um,
Widened.
widened, widened as the soil and rocks on the sides fell in. The bottom was narrow, muddy and filled with weeds. The well was dangerous, but it had been there for so long that no one worried about it. It seemed harmless. Kodiba had returned to the slum to eat a little food which Yalambai had prepared.
Who is
With their
Yalambai?
Yalambai, I think,
The wife
is
of
the wife of
Tukaram.
Kodiba.
No, wife of Tukaram.
Tukarao. Okay.
Who is Tukaram?
Tukarao is, I think, Tukarao.
Tukaram. Who is that? Refer back, go back.
Yeah. So,
It's in the second para.
second para. Golibar.
What is Golibar?
Okay, Tukaram and Tukaram's wife. Okay.
Then what is Golibar?
Golibar is a city.
City?
No, slum. It's a slum.
Which part of Mumbai?
Which is northeast of Mumbai.
No, northeast. What is the name of that place?
Golibar.
No, Ghatopar. Ghatkopar.
Golibar. So, Golibar.
You know what you read. You must read it once or twice. You must revise, okay?
Okay.
In case you have any doubts, you can ask.
Okay, sure.
Okay, then come back to that part. Where is that? It was gradually widened as the soil and rocks on the sides. The bottom was narrow, muddy, and filled with weeds, right?
Right.
Can you get a picture in your mind of what this well looks like? It is.
It's like mud.
It's mud.
It's like, no, in the mud there is a well that doesn't have walls.
Doesn't have walls. So then it's filled with weeds, and the water is green.
Yeah, it's
Greenish
still
brown.
black green water.
Black green water. Can you imagine black green water?
Yeah.
So this is this water source for the people in the slum. Okay.
Okay.
So then I just ask you questions. Okay.
Okay.
How did Kondipa become blind?
Pandeba, in the age of 8, he was having pox.
Smallpox, right?
That's why he lost his eyes in the age of 8.
Okay. Okay. Then continue with where we stopped. The well was dangerous.
The well was dangerous.
Last sentence of the page on the page.
The well was dangerous, but it had been there for so long that no one worried about it. It seemed harmless. Koriba had returned to the slum to eat little food, which Alimba had prepared. His days begging usually ended when he had collected 5 to 6 rupees in his small gunny bag. Suddenly,
what is a gunny bag?
Gunny bag means like bag.
It's a bag, yes, but what is it made of? What is gunny?
Gunny.
Have you heard of a material called jute?
Yeah.
It's a type of material, small, you've seen these sacks of rice, right? In the old days.
Yeah, I saw.
Those large sacks of rice, 100 kg sacks of rice.
Yeah.
That's a gunny bag.
Oh.
So he had a small gunny bag, and he kept whatever he got, okay, in that gunny bag. And when he got 5 to 6 rupees, he came back.
Yeah. 5 to 6 rupees.
Then
the gunny bag. Suddenly there were shouts and sounds of great confusion. Kodiba and Jalan Bai were started someone's fallen in the well. They heard a woman cry. Kodiba set aside his metal and said urgently,
No. Set aside his meal.
set aside his meal and suddenly,
Urgently. Said
urgently,
urgently.
and said urgently, quick, lead me there. Within a minute, the blind beggar and the woman reached the well and pushed their way through a small group at the mouth of the well.
Can you imagine? Can you see it? Can you see the picture of what is going on? Must be able to see a picture. He
Yeah,
set
in the
aside
first
his
page,
meal, and then they push through the crowd, and then they gather the mouth of. Oh, okay, then.
um, recently, so the mouth of well in seconds, Kondiba pulled off his shirt and slipped into the water. Two boys were already paddling around trying to
Paddling.
find.
Paddling. You know what paddling is in water?
No.
You don't swim,
Yeah.
You don't swim forward with, you have four types of swim strokes, freestyle, backstroke. You don't swim. You just, it's called treading water, searching,
Oh, from legs.
yeah, with legs and hands also go round and round, and the legs also go round, and so they're paddling.
Yeah, I know that. Paddling. So the
Paddling around,
paddling around, trying to find a young Arvind who had fallen off a tree trunk while drawing water. The boys could not dive. Kodimba had been a good swimmer as a young boy before he lost his sight, but years of poverty had made him weak. Once he had been able to dive deep into the wells around his village to pick up shining bits of broken pottery that he had his friends would throw in as part of a game. Since he had tried to hold his breath long enough to get to the
no,
bottom of the well.
no, but it had been many years.
But it had been many, hmm, but it had been many years since he had tried to hold his breath long enough to get to the bottom of a well. Kundiba floated on the surface for a moment, then took a deep breath and dived carefully, feeling his way along the rocks. On the side of well, he reached the bottom. His feet sank into the soft mud. He felt nothing but the mud and
Slippery weeds.
and
Slippery weeds. Weeds, plants growing in water.
so
Slippery. So they're all full of mud and water. So they slip on them.
final throw as a part of the game. But it had been many years since he had tried to hold his breath.
No. He felt nothing but the mud and the slippery weeds. Next paragraph.
Next paragraph. He he reached the bottom. His feet sank into the soft mud. He felt nothing but the mud and slippery weeds tied, and with his breath running out, he came to the surface. It was now 2 minutes since Arvind had fallen in. His aunt, with whom he lived, was the well. As Kodiba surfaced without the boy, he heard her waiting,
Wailing. Wailing means crying.
wailing.
Crying out. No, like that.
Yeah. So The blind man took another deep breath and vanished into the muddy depths. His dive had given him a good idea of
Wait. His first dive.
if, his first dive had given him a good idea of the shape of the well. So he went straight down and tried to search the bottom with his hands. They slipped in the mud and got caught in the weeds. There was still no sign of the body. His lungs were nearly bursting. He rose to the top once again. He had been down longer than the first time, so the women and children were getting more and more excited. When his head appeared above the water, the crowd gave a sign of disappointment. Never in all the years of his blindness had Kodiba missed his vision so much. If only he could see, he might be able to find a drowning boy. Drowning boy. So he had not known
What's the name of the drowning boy?
drowning boy was the name of the drowning boy was think his friend.
No.
Uh,
Read 3 paragraphs above. It was now 2 minutes.
okay.
The name of the boy?
Arvind.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So
Arvind. In never in all the years of his blindness had Kondipa missed his vision so much. If only he could see, he might be able to find the drowning boy. Then he did not know.
no, he did not know. He did not know. Which paragraph is this?
Come back to the one you were reading. Never in all the years of his blindness. Last sentence.
Okay, never in all the years of his blindness had Kodiba missed his vision so much. If only he could see, he might be able to find the drowning boy. He did not know the even normal eyes would never have been able to see the muddy water. Kondiba was very tired, but he knew he was Arvind. Arvind's only hope, he worked as fast as he could, feeling his way through the mud and the weeds. Arvind must be there. He thought he cannot have vanished. Kondiba's ribs were itching,
Aching means hurting.
aching. He could hold his breath much longer than just as he was about to twist his body upright and kick himself to the surface. His finger felt something soft among the weeds cloth. He moved his hand further and touched Arvind's legs. The boy's body was held in the mud
Mud and weeds.
weeds. Koniba's heart was beating painfully. He badly needed to breathe. He felt desperately for something to hold in order to pull Arvind up and out of the net he was in. Suddenly he felt Arvind's belt, holding it tightly with his right hand. He pulled the lead free, turned about, and pushed up his spine and the muscles. As this almost stopped.
Ache means hurt.
It means so. This almost stopped his movements. His weak, starved body fought against what his mind told him he must do.
What do you think his mind told him to do? Why? What did his weak, starved body fight
Mm,
against? What do you think his mind told him to do?
I think that his mind told him to pick Arvind up.
No, no, no.
Then,
His mind told him that he must leave Arvind and rise to the surface.
yeah,
But he fought against that with his half-starved body, against that inclination. He wants to breathe.
yeah,
So his body, he forces himself
forces himself.
to hold Arvind's belt and pull him up. His mind told him, his body fought against what his mind told him he must do. His mind told him he must rise to the surface.
Mm, yes. So, keeping a tight hold on the boy's belt, Kundiba struggled to push himself upwards with his free hand and feet. It seemed a long time before he rose 6 meters from the bottom and broke surface. While he gasped for breath, other hands quickly lifted Arvind up and out of the well. Pundiba held on the well's rocky side, his eyes closed, his body tired. He heard but paid little attention to the sounds of people trying to give Arvind artificial respiration. Finally, the boy began to vomit water, and cries to joy came to Kodiba, still holding tightly to the side of the wall. Then Arvind was hurried away to the hospital. A man helped Kodiba out of the well, and a woman patted him efficiently on the shoulder.
Affectionately.
Affectionately on the shoulder, Elimba led him back to the hut. The Kodiba put on his clothes, finished his half-eaten meal, and fell asleep. That evening, a police officer came to the blind beggar that the boy he had saved would be all right. Kodiba later learned that if the boy had been in the well longer, his brain would certainly have been damaged from lack of oxygen, and Kodiba had saved him in just in time. The next afternoon, Arvind arrived to Golibar. He went at once to Koliba, and while his aunt watched with tears,
While his
with
aunt watched,
his aunt watched with tears in her eyes, he touched Kodiba's feet in gratitude.
hmm,
In need, Kodiba had
indeed,
saved in need.
not in need, indeed.
Indeed, Kodiba had saved a life, but his own still, but he would still had to go on, and for him that meant begging. By afternoon, Kodiba was back on the streets of Mumbai with his gunny snack,
He's
gunny
back.
sack,
He's back. He's got a son.
gunny, gunny sack. However, word soon began to spread about the beggar's courage, his picture, and the story of his daring rescue were published in many national and local papers. Suddenly, Kodiba became a hero. He was prized by the government, the chief minister of Maharashtra, and other officials. Awards totaling rupees 12,970 were presented to him. For a few months, he was given a home in a home for the blind. Here he learned some skills such as bottling and the waving of chair seats.
You know what
To
bottling
date,
is? Capping is when you fill a bottle, with some liquid,
Yeah.
and then putting the cork or the cap like that.
Yeah. So today Kodiba lives in Jalna market town close to his native village. He has married a local girl and runs a small business. Kodiba Gaekward's bravery and dimensional
Determination.
determination to find the boy in the well had completely changed his own life. The beggar who hated begging never never beg again. Have you noticed boys and girls begging at traffic lights and markets?
Hey,
What do you feel?
this is over.
Yeah. So, what do you
Your
feel?
thoughts. Uh,
What do you feel when you see them? Most of them are young. Many of these young people have been forced to move away from their native places to earn a livelihood. They
livelihood.
earn a livelihood.
Livelihood. You know what a livelihood is?
Livelihood. No.
It means when you earn, enough money to maintain yourself with food, with whatever you need. Like everything you need money for, if you earn the money by yourself, you're earning your livelihood through a job like that, through business, things like that.
They may even have been kidnapped and forced to work or beg when they should have been in school preparing for a bright future. Have you ever wondered what kind of dreams these young people have? Do you think they are different from yours? Kodiba is a blind man who comes to Mumbai in search of work. He lives in a slum and begs for his living. In the slum where he lives, there is an open well. It has no walls and is very unsafe. One evening, Kodiba hears a woman cry out of someone has fallen into the well.
Okay, I think you got it right.
Yeah, I got it.
So why don't you write the answers? Send me the answers. You may write it on a sheet of paper,
Notebook.
a notebook or MS Word like that. You can check it. I'll check it and correct it and send it back. You know what correction
Which
means?
exercise? Yeah, I know correction.
No, not just sticking.
Yeah,
What, like, suppose you make a mistake in spelling, then it will
yeah,
be rounded off, right?
yeah, I know.
Suppose that you make a mistake in a verb tense.
Hmm.
It's the wrong verb tense. You use the future, simple future instead of the past continuous.
Hmm.
That will be rounded off. Then suppose you write the preposition in when you should have written on.
Hmm.
That will be rounded off. And if you miss an article or you include an article where it should not be,
Hmm.
rounded off. And if you make a mistake in the subject-verb agreement in the sentence, if there's a mismatch in the agreement between verbs and subjects, like you add an S for a plural subject,
Hmm.
then that will be rounded off. Suppose you use a capital when you shouldn't have. Suppose in this middle of a sentence the word off comes, OF. You capitalize the O, then that will be rounded off.
Hmm.
And suppose you type it in Microsoft Word and you leave two spaces instead of one after a punctuation mark. That will be rounded off. Okay.
Okay.
So there's a lot, I mean, not a lot, but if these are important because, see, each of these sentences you are reading, they have none of those errors. Okay. So when you write, you must try to get like a textbook English writing. Okay. Okay. Ayan.
Okay.
And suppose you read, suppose you speak, right? You should try to speak as far as possible in textbook, like what you just read.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
But you can do that. You can practice if you read the same lesson over and over again, just to practice your pronunciation. You can record it. Okay. Send it to me. I'll correct your pronunciation also. Hmm? Send the recording. I'll point out where you mistake. Like for example, some pronunciation mistake. Also, I will point out. Right.
Hmm.
So anyway, the way you can improve your spoken English is you read this lesson 2 or 3 times. Then you come to snakebite and read that lesson. Then you come to this how the squirrel got it. You read that. You keep on practicing with the written text. You'll be speaking and you'll unconsciously pick up the spelling, the grammar, the punctuation, okay?
Hmm.
Prepositions, everything you'll pick up.
Hmm.
But it needs a bit of practice. Since you've understood, right? Understood the lessons, okay?
Okay.
You can, improve your spoken English like this, okay?
Okay.
So you record it and you didn't send me the parsing actually.
Hmm.
Remember that?
That question, right?
Oh, no, no, no. You see this part where on the page we're on, let us do it, right? Let us do 3.1. You see that?
3.1.
That okay.
Yeah, I know.
Above that, there's a paragraph. Kondiba is a blind man who comes to Mumbai in search of work. Okay.
Okay.
Now, how will you parse it? Kondiba is a proper noun, masculine gender.
Hmm.
Is a primary auxiliary verb, present tense, singular.
Yes.
A is an indefinite article. Blind is an adjective.
Yes.
Okay. Describing common noun man. Who is a relative pronoun. Whose
Oh.
antecedent is man. Comes is a verb in the present tense, simple present tense. To is a preposition. Mumbai is a proper noun. Okay.
Hmm.
In is
Okay.
a preposition. Search is a verb in the simple present. Of is a preposition and work is a common noun in the objective case. Okay.
Hmm. Okay.
Following, right?
Yeah, yeah. Fine.
Yeah, like that. So you have to do that. That you can improve your grammar like that.
Okay.
Hmm?
So,
Okay, parse some questions, parse some sentences, answer some sentences, answer some questions. Okay?
okay.
Practice your reading. I mean, read softly or loudly to yourself so you can practice your spoken English.
Hmm.
Okay? So
Okay.
spoken and written should be good. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, we'll continue tomorrow. Okay? Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Ah, so come to Google.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Now type in articles, comma, rules. Articles, comma, space, rules. Okay?
Okay.
Now scroll down, you will get Purdue Owl. Purdue Owl. How to use an article. A N or B.
Okay.
Purdue Owl. Right?
Yeah. Right.
So read it.
Purdue Owl is using articles. What is an article? Basically, an article is an adjective, like adjectives, articles modify nouns.
Okay, 1 minute, 1 minute. So they're like adjectives. You know that adjectives modify noun, right?
Right.
If I say bag, I can modify bag by brown. So brown is an adjective, okay?
Okay.
And if I say table, dining table, dining is an adjective.
Okay.
Now, if I say boy and I say a boy, a is modifying boy. So a is like an adjective, okay?
Okay.
Hmm.
So English has two articles, the and a or an. The is used to refer to specific or particular nouns. A or an is used to modify non-specific or non-particular nouns. We call the definite article and a or an. The indefinite article, the definite article, an is equal to indefinite article. For example, if I say, let's read the book, I mean a specific book. If I say, let's read a book, I mean any book rather than a specific book. Here's another way to explain that the is used to refer to a specific or particular member of a group. For example, I just saw the most popular most popular most popular movie of the year. There are many movies, but only one particular movie is the most popular. Therefore, we use the a or an is used to refer to a non-specific or non-particular member of the group. For example, I would like to go see a movie. So we are not talking about a specific movie. We are talking about any movie. There are many movies, and I want to see any movie. I don't have to specific one in mind. Let's look at each kind of article a little more closely. Indefinite articles a and an. A and an single
Signal.
sig- signal that the noun modified is indefinite, referring to any member of the group. For example, my daughter really wants a dog for Christmas. This refers to any dog. We don't know which dog because we haven't found a dog yet. Somebody call a policeman. This refers to any policeman. We don't need a specific policeman. We need any policeman who is available. When was at the zoo, I saw an elephant. Here is where we're talking about single, non-specific thing. In this case, an elephant, an elephant. There are probably several elephants, but there is only one we're talking about here. Remember, using a or an depends on the sound that begins the next word. So, a plus singular noun beginning with a constant,
Consonant.
a boy, a car,
Consonant.
a consonant,
Hmm.
a boy, a car, a bike, a zoo, a dog, and plus singular noun beginning with a vowel, an elephant, an egg, an apple, an idiot, an orphan. A plus singular noun beginning with a consonant sound, a user sound like user, i.e. begins with the consist,
Consonant.
constant
Consonant.
consonant Y sound. So A is used university and cycle and
Unicycle.
plus sound starting with silent H and hour and plus noun starting with the pronoun pronounced H, a horse. In some cases where H is pronounced, such as historical, you can use and however is more commonly used and preferred. A historical event is worth recording. Remember that these rules also apply when you use acronyms.
Acronyms like TV, television.
Acronyms.
Okay.
Industry, no, sorry. Introductory, composition at
Purdue.
Purdue ICAP handles first year writing at the university. Therefore, an ICAP memo generally discuss issues concerning English 106 instructors. Another
One
case,
minute. One minute. So introductory composition is the name of a course at Purdue University. Okay.
okay,
Now, introductory composition Purdue, you take the first letters ICAP. That forms the acronym, right?
right,
Now, second time the acronym. Therefore, an ICAP memo. ICAP is the acronym. So, also when we also use acronyms, A or AN can be used. Okay.
okay. Another case where this rule applies is when acronyms or
Initialisms.
initialisms start with consonant letters but have vowel sounds. An MSDS material safety data sheet was used to record the data and spec plan, spill prevention, control, and countermeasures plan will help us prepare for the worst.
Now, one minute. So there you have what? Acronyms and initialisms. Initialisms are taking the first letter of the word and making it into, right? So here you have MSDS. What is the full form of MSDS? Material Safety Data Sheet, right?
Right.
M is a consonant, right?
Oh, yes, right.
But when you pronounce it, it has this like AEM. It's a vowel sound. AEM. M, right?
Yes, right.
So you have a vowel sound, so it is an. Similarly, SPCC plan, spill prevention, control and countermeasures plan. Okay.
Okay.
Now, SPCC, again that S is pronounced as AES. S. So it is an SPCC plan.
Yes.
Mm.
If the noun is modified by an adjective, the choice between A and N depends on the initial sound of the adjective,
Initial sound of the adjective.
initial sound of the adjective that immediately follows the article. A broken egg, an unusual problem. A European country sounds like
One minute. So, see, egg is the noun,
yes,
broken is the adjective. So, if you have an adjective before the noun, you can, depends on the adjective. Here it's a consonant sound, so it is A.
yes,
Problem is a noun, unusual is the adjective. It's a vowel sound, so it is an.
yes,
Then country, in the third example, country is a common noun, European. It begins with a vowel, but sounds like Yeoropin. So it begins with a consonant initial Y sound.
yes.
So you use A, okay?
Okay. A European country sounds like European. IE begins with the constant
Consonant.
consonant Y sound.
Mm.
Remember too that in English the indefinite articles are used to indicate membership in a group. I am a teacher. I am a member of a large group known as teachers. Brian. Brian is an Irishman. Brian is a member of the people known as Irish. Psycho is a practicing Buddhist. Psycho is a member of the group of people known as Buddhist. Define article. The
Definite.
It's an
Definite
answer.
article.
Definite article is used before the singular and plural nouns. When the noun is specific or particular, the signals that the noun is definite, and that it refers to a particular member of a group. For example, the dog that bit me ran away.
With me.
Bit me ran away. Here we're talking about a specific dog. The dog that bit me,
Bit
I
me.
was bit me. I was happy to see the policeman who saved my cat. Here we're talking about a particular policeman. Even if we don't know the policeman name, it's still a particular policeman because it is the one who saved the cat.
Hmm.
I saw the elephant at the zoo. Here we're talking about a specific noun. Probably there is only one elephant at the zoo. Count and non-count nouns. The cat be used with non-count nouns. Or the article can be omitted entirely. I love to sail over the water. Some specific body of water. Or I love to sail over water. Any water.
They
It's
can use the
different.
article before unaccountable nouns, but you can leave it out altogether. So I love to sail over the water. It means a specific body of water. I love to sail over water. It can mean any body of water.
Okay.
Hmm.
Spilled,
Filled?
spilled the milk all over the floor. Some specific milk, perhaps the milk you bought earlier that day, or spilled milk all over the floor. Any milk. A or an can be used only with coconut nouns.
Count.
A and an can be used only with coconut nouns.
Count
I
nouns, not coconut nouns. Count nouns.
count nouns. Okay. Okay. I need a bottle. I need a bottle of water. I need a new glass of milk.
One minute.
Most of the
One
time,
minute. 1 minute. So water is an uncountable noun, right?
right.
But if I say a bottle of water, bottle is a countable noun.
Yes.
So a or an can only be used with countable nouns. You can say a bottle of water, but you cannot say a water, right?
Right.
I can say a new glass of milk, but I can't say milk. So new glass is a countable noun.
Yes. So most of the time you can't say she wants a water unless you are implying say a bottle of water. Geographical use of the there are some specific rules for using the with geographical nouns. Do not use the before. Names the most
Name of most
names of most countries,
territories.
territories, Italy, Mexico, Bolivia. However, the Dominican Republic, the Philippines, the United States. Name of street, cities, towns, or states:
So,
Seoul,
so
Seoul, Manitoba, Miami. Names of streets: Washington, Bellwood, Main,
Boulevard, Main Street.
Boulevard,
So you don't
Main.
use the before many of these, except when the name of the country or place is made up of many states. So the United States is made up of 50 states. So if the name indicates it is made up of many states, then you use the.
Okay.
If you say the Philippines is a group of islands, the Dominican Republic, the Netherlands, right? But you don't say the America.
Right.
Hmm.
Names of lake and bays: Lake
Titicaca,
Titicaca, Lake
Erie,
Erie, except with a group of lakes like the Great Lakes. Names of mountains: Mount Everest, Mount Fuji,
Fuji.
except with ranges of mountains like the Andes or the Rockies, or unusual names like the Matterhorn. Names of continents: Asia, Europe, name of Iceland, East Island, New Key West,
Maui.
except with Iceland. Chains like the Aleutians,
Aleutians.
Aleutians, the
Hebrides.
Hebrides,
Hebrides.
Hebrides, or the
And
Canary Islands. Do you use the before? Names of rivers, oceans, and seas. The Nile, the specific points on the globe, the equator, the North Pole, geographical areas, the Middle East, the West, deserts, forests, gulfs, and peninsulas. The Sahara, the Persian Gulf, the Black Forest, the Iberian Peninsula.
last part.
Mm. Omission or of articles. Some common types of nouns that don't take an article are names of languages and nationalities: Chinese, English, Spanish, Russian. Unless you are referring to the pollution of the
Population.
population of the nation. The Spanish are known for their warm hospitality. Names of sports: volleyball, hockey, baseball. Names of academic subjects: mathematics, biology, history, computer science.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So that is the article. That is article on articles. Okay.
Okay.
So we'll continue, right?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, come to the textbook.
Okay.
One minute, I'm trying to find. Okay, which lesson should we do?
It is taking time to log in.
Okay.
Hello? I am not able to log in.
Click on the link. Shall I send you the link again?
Yes, can you please send?
Okay, send it. Click on the link. Okay. There are, I think, 3 lessons left.
Yes.
Hmm. Which one do you want to do?
I think we can do the parrot who wouldn't talk.
Okay, the parrot who wouldn't talk.
Last chapter.
Okay, read it.
It is taking time for loading.
Okay.
Yes, so can I start reading?
Yeah. Read the title first.
Okay. The parrot who wouldn't talk. Do you have a pet? At some point of time, we have all had a pet or wanted one. Having a pet is not just fun. A pet needs proper care and attention. If it has to be trained, there is a way of doing it in this story, which is written in the first person. The author's son decides to keep a parrot as a pet. He
Okay,
also
just one
decides.
minute, just 1 minute. What does it mean which is written in the first person? In this story which is written in the first person, can you tell me?
So the first person who written the story, I think.
Use I. I is the first person pronoun, right?
Yes,
Instead of using, say, Ram or Krishna or something like that, it will use I.
I.
Hmm.
Okay. Hmm. So to keep a parrot as a pet, she also decides to teach it how to talk. How successful is she in her efforts? Read this humorous, funny story by the well-known author Ruskin Bond,
Ruskin Bond.
Ruskin Bond to find out.
Okay.
So you are no beauty, can't talk, can't sing, can't dance. With these words, Aunt Rabi would taught the
Taunt.
unfortunate
Taunt means tease.
teach
Tease.
tease. Okay, the unfortunate uh, parakeet
Parakeet is
who
a parrot, sort of parrot.
okay the, who glared morosely
Glared means looked angrily. Morose
and
means, in a sort of angry mood. Who glared morosely.
okay morosely at everyone from his ornamental cage at one end of the long uh, veranda
Veranda.
of his
Veranda is one of the front rooms.
front room of Granny's bungalow in North India. In those distant days, almost everyone, Indian or European, kept a pet parrot or parakeet or lovebird, as some of the smaller ones were called. Sometimes these birds became great talkers or rather mimics and would learn how to recite entire mantras, religious chants, or admonitions to the
Wait,
children
wait, wait,
of
wait,
the
wait, 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 wait. Ornamental cage at one end of the long veranda of Granny's bungalow in North India, right?
right,
Veranda is like a front room of a house, right?
right,
And Granny had a bungalow in North India, right?
right.
Then read that second paragraph from the beginning again.
In those distant days, almost everyone, Indian or European, kept a pet parrot or a parakeet or lovebird, as some of the smaller ones were called. Sometimes these birds became great talkers or rather mimics and would
Mimics
learn,
means they imitate the human speech.
yes, mimics and would learn to recite entire mantras, religions, chants,
Chants,
or admonition,
admonitions. Admonition means scolding.
admonitions to the children of the house, such as uh, "Padho, beta, padho", "Study, child, study", or for the benefit of boys like me, "Don't be greedy, don't be greedy".
So
These,
that's what the parents would tell the children. Pado beta, pado, don't be greedy. And the parents would learn those words. Or if
yes,
someone in the house chanted a mantra, some religious chant, the parents would learn that too.
Yes.
Hmm.
I was having a parrot.
You had a parrot.
Yes.
Did it talk?
No, I was having African grey parrot.
Okay. So
Mm.
you should have made it talk. Just,
Yeah.
you just stand in front of it and say hello, hello, and it'll start saying
uh,
hello.
yeah. His name was Rolex.
Rolex, huh? Okay, okay.
Uh, he would say Rolex and he say my name and
Rolex,
hi,
Iron,
hello, he say.
Iron Rolex. Huh?
Yes. Uh,
Okay.
uh, so these expressions were, of course, picked by the parrot over a period of time after many repetition by some member of the household who had on the task
Taken on the
taken on the task of teaching the bird to talk. But her parrot refused to talk. He did been bought by a
he had been what?
he had been bought by Aunt Ravi from a bird catcher who who had visited all the houses on a road selling caged birds
Ranging from
ranging from colorful uh,
Bajrigas,
budgerias to
Bajrigas.
budgerigars to chippery little
Chirpy little. Chirpy means the sound the bird makes. Chirp, chirp.
chirpy, chirpy
Chirpy
little
little munias.
monias
Hmm.
and even common sparrows that had been
Dabbed.
dabbed
Dabbed means they'd been, they've taken a paintbrush and put some paint. Dabbed with paint.
with paint and passed off as some exotic species. Neither granny nor grandfather were keeping caged birds
Were keen on keeping.
keen on keeping caged birds as pets, but Aunt Ravi threatened to throw a tantrum if she did not get her away, and Aunt Ravi's tantrums were dreadful to behold.
Means she would
Any,
shout and she'd scream like they were dreadful to go, right?
but, anyway, she insisted on keeping the parrot and teaching it to talk, but the bird took an instant dislike to my aunt and resisted all her blandishments.
Blandishments are like scoldings.
Uh, kiss, kiss, Aunt Rabi would go
Coo
putting
means
her face.
say in a nice, like a tone of voice. Putting your face close. Okay, read that.
Putting her face close to the bars of the cage, but the parrot would back away, its beady little eyes getting even smaller with anger at the prospect of being caged by Aunt Abby, and on one occasion it
Lunged.
lunged forward without warning, and knocked by Aunt's spectacles
Spectacles. Specs.
spectacles specs of her nose. After that, Aunt Rabi gave up her endearments and became quite hostile toward the
Hostile.
people.
Hostile means like an enemy.
Okay. Towards the poor bird, making faces at it and calling out, can't talk, can't sing, can't dance, and other nasty comments. It fell upon me, then 10 years old, to feed the parrot, and it seemed quite happy to receive green chilies and ripe tomatoes from my hand. These
Delicacies. Delicacies are tasty bits of food.
delicacies being supplemented by slices of mango, for it was then the mango season. This also gave me an opportunity to consume a couple of mangoes while feeding the parrot.
See
One afternoon,
that word me. Me. First person, right?
right,
Mm. It was narrated in the first person.
One afternoon, while everyone was indoors enjoying siesta,
Siesta is an afternoon nap.
siesta, I gave the parrot its lunch and then deliberately left the cage door open. Seconds later, the bird was winging its way to the freedom of the mango orchard. At the same time, grandfather came to the veranda and remarked, "I see your aunt's parrot has escaped." The door was quite loose, I said with a shrug. "Well, I don't suppose we'll see it again." Auntie Rabi was upset at
Aunt
first.
Ruby
Aunt Ruby was upset at first and threatened
threatened.
to threatened to buy another bird. He put her off by promising to buy her a bowl of goldfish. "But goldfish don't talk," she protested. "Well, neither did your bird," said grandfather. "So we will get you a gramophone."
Gramophone is a record player. Like they had these discs, vinyl discs, plastic discs, on which you could listen to music. You must have seen one. Gramophone, record player.
Okay, gramophone. You can listen to Clara Clark all day.
Clara
They
Clark was
say
probably a singer in those days.
Clara Clark all day. They say she sings like a nightingale.
Nightingale. Nightingale is a bird,
Nightingale,
singing bird.
bird. Okay. I thought we had never seen the parrot again, but it
Probably.
probably probably missed its green chilies because a few days later I found a bird sitting on the veranda railing, looking expect expectantly at me with his head cocked once to one
Head cocked
side.
to one side, turned to one side. So he's looking at the author inquiringly.
Okay, on the side. Unselfishly, I gave the parrot half of my mango. While the bird was enjoying the mango, Aunt Ruby emerged from her room and, with a cry of surprise, called out, "Look, it's my parrot come back. He must have missed me." With a loud squawk,
Squawk
the
is
pa-
like a bird making a sound.
squawk, the
Squawk,
parrot
squawk.
flew squawk. The parrot flew out of her reach and
Perching,
pressing
perching. Perching means sitting. The bird sitting is called perching.
perching on the nearest rosebush, glared at her,
Looked angrily at her.
Bangalore, at her, and shrieked in my
Shriek means
aunt's
screamed. Screamed.
scream in my aunt's familiar tones. "You are no beauty, can't talk, can't sing, can't dance." Aunt Ruby went ruby red and dashed indoors,
So she
but
becomes embarrassed.
embarrassed. Okay. So, but that wasn't the end of the affair. The parrot became a frequent visitor to the garden and veranda, and whenever it saw Aunt Ruby, it would call out, "You are no beauty, you are no beauty, can't talk, can't sing, can't dance." The parrot had learned to talk after all.
Okay. I think you understood, right? Hello?
Hello, yes, I have understood.
Okay. Okay, you practice speaking now. Read the next page,
Hmm.
27.2. Let us understand the text.
Okay. Hmm. Where is one, two, two. Page 222.
No, 27.2. The part
27.
27.2.
Oh, okay. Listen.
206. Page 206.
Okay. So you are no beauty can't talk and other nasty comments. This story is set in the pre-independence era, probably 1944 to 1945. In those days, many people, Indian as well as European, kept parrots as pets, mostly parakeets and lovebirds. They were popular because they could mimic the human voice. In the story, the author's grandparents do not like to have birds as a pets because they have to be kept in cages. But Aunt Ruby, the author's aunt, buys a parakeet from a bird catcher and keeps it in a cage. From the beginning, the parrot does not like her. She tries very hard to teach it to talk, but it to do so,
Refuses.
refuses to do so. One day when she puts her face close to the cage, the parrot knocks off her spectacles.
Spectacles.
Spectacles. Aunt Ruby doesn't like that at all, and after that starts saying unkind things to her pet, and even makes faces at it. This section gives an idea about Aunt Ruby's nature. She has a strong will, gets angry quickly, and has no patience. When her pet doesn't respond to her, she is mean and unpleasant to it.
Mm. So you should answer the questions, okay?
Okay.
Mm. Okay, let us learn new words. Next page.
Okay.
27.1. Uh,
So,
page 207.
207. Okay, so read the text in unit carefully and find the word dislike in it. In this world, this is prefix. A prefix is a group of letters added before a word to change its meaning. And from a new word,
Form a new word.
from a new word, this means not or the opposite of this in the world. Dislike means to not like something or someone. This plus like dislike. Uh, in column A are given some words with the prefix "this", draw lines to connect them with their meaning in column B. One
Okay.
example has been done for you.
Dislike means not like. Disobey means
Disobey means refuse to carry out rules or commands.
yes. Dismount means
Dismount means uh, uh, prove to be false or wrong.
no.
Uh, Get off from something one is riding.
Discover
Discover means prove to be false or wrong.
no.
And find learn of.
Mm. Disjoin means
Disjoin means separate.
Disprove means
Disprove means refuse to sorry, prove to be false or wrong.
yes. Right. Okay. Even read the next part. Let us stop 27.1.
So a pet is defined as a domestic or tamed animal or bird kept for or a pleasure,
Companionship.
companionship or pleasure and treated with
Care.
care and affection. But is that the reason people keep pets? Aunt Ruby had kept a pet because she wanted to teach it to talk.
Mm.
Talk to three people you know you have pets and ask them for the following questions.
Ask them the following questions.
So which pet do you have? I think it's parrot, right?
How long have you had it?
All of have you had it? Like 10 years.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Okay.
Why
Why
have
have you
you
kept a
kept?
pet?
Uh, to teach him, to let him talk. All
Hmm.
the-
Okay.
Hmm.
Then, do you think human beings should share a special bond with their pets?
If yes, please describe a related experience and or your feeling towards your pet. Hmm. Uh,
Do you like the pet? Do you wanted to speak to it
yes, I like the pet and
as a companion?
there's a companion and so
And
many things.
yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. Uh, Next, okay. Do you know
So, what is the difference between parrots, parakeets, and lovebirds? Parrots are bright colored birds with short hooked bills,
bills? Bills means beaks.
beaks, and that curve downwards, grasping feet and
Grasping means holding. The feet can hold.
holding and
Grasping means holding. It can hold, for example, a carrot or a tomato in its feet with its
uh,
grasping feet. And
and raucous voice.
raucous means a rough voice.
Raucous voice. Some can mimic the human voice. There are more than 300 species of parrots. A parakeet is a small parrot with predominantly
Predominantly.
predominantly green,
Mostly. Predominantly means mostly.
mostly green plumage and a long tail. There are many species of parakeets as well. The one we usually see flying around our homes is the rose-ringed parakeet. In Hindi, it is called tota. A lovebird is a very small African and Madagascan parrot
Madagascar means it's from Madagascar Islands. From the Madagascar Islands.
from the Africa, right?
Yeah, somewhere near that. Near Africa is.
Oh, okay,
There
good,
was a
good.
film called Madagascar.
Eh,
A nice cartoon film.
Yeah, I watched that. All three parts I watched.
Um, so it's some lion, right?
Yeah,
Simba.
lion and giraffe, zebra.
Um, they go to America, I think.
Yeah, they was in America.
They were in America.
They born in Madagascar, but
Madagascar, Madagascar.
Madagascar. Then they went to America
Yeah, and I
from
think they
the
came back
hunters.
also to
Yeah,
Madagascar.
they came back and again went to America.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
That's a nice film actually.
Yes, it was nice.
Okay, Madagascar parrot with uh okay, mainly green plumage. Plumage is feathers. Okay,
Okay, and typically a red or black face. It is noted for its affectionate behavior towards its mate. In short, parakeets and lovebirds are types of parrots.
so this shows parrot includes parakeet and lovebird. Okay, okay. Last part. Let us do 27.2.
Okay, so
PETA.
the PETA stands for People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. Find out more about this organization. What are its objectives? In how many countries does it have supporters? It
PETA
fell
means
upon me.
it's like SPCA, Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. Like in England, it's called the RSPCA, Royal
Oh,
Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. So they prevent, they have chimpanzees like humans, so they test any new drug, on chimpanzees to see
Yes.
the effects, after effects, right? So these people, they are for kind treatment of animals, people for the ethical treatment of animals, PETA.
Yes.
Okay. Uh, so then next part two also you read.
So it fell upon me. Then 10 years old, the parrot had learned to talk after all. Children can be observant and sensitive after Aunt Ruby becomes hostile towards
After
her,
means like an enemy.
enemy towards her pet, her 10 years old nephew. The author feeds the parrot. A tender relationship develops between the parrot and the boy. He he feels the parrot,
Feeds,
not
feeds.
just he feeds the parrot, not just things that the parrot likes, but also things that he himself likes, such as
Slices of mango. Hello? Hello, Ian? Hello?
Hello, yes.
Ian, the current went, so the thing, okay?
Okay,
Now we'll start again, okay?
okay.
I'll explain all of them.
From 16 we are.
Okay, 16th one then.
Yeah.
Let it load. It's loading.
Are you both okay?
Okay. Are you both okay? Okay, look
Yeah.
at the choices. Okay, so now, are you both okay? Are becomes where, right?
Yeah, right.
You will either become third person, he, she, or they. Because it's
Yeah,
both, it's plural. So they, right?
right.
Now, let's look at the choices. Are you both okay? ID asked us that we were both okay. ID asked us if we were both okay. ID asked, ID asked us were we both okay. So it's a question, so it's probably the second one. If we were both okay. If is the connective.
Mm,
Okay?
okay.
Now, okay, now, did in the 17th one, did it rain on your holiday? Right?
So 16 one, what is the answer?
If we were both okay.
If we are both okay.
No,
First one,
where?
where? Okay.
Second one.
Second one. So 17th one.
1 minute, I have a call.
Okay.
Hello?
ಜಾಲಿದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ?
Huh?
ಜಾಲಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ.
It's utility ಇಲ್ಲ?
ಯುಟಿಲಿಟಿ ತೋರಿಸಲ್ಲ, ಅದೊಂದು ಜಾಲಿ ತೋರಿಸಲ್ಲ.
3,000.
ಹಾ
3,000.
ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀವು? ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಪಾಲಿಶ್ ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ.
ನೀವೆಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ?
ನನ್ಗೆ ಅದು ನನಗೇನು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರು ಕೇಳ್ದೆ, ಅವರು ನೋಡಿ ಆಯ್ತು ಕೇಳಿ ನೋಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರು.
ಎಷ್ಟು?
ಹಾ
ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಂತ?
ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ.
ಆಯ್ತು, ಒಂದ್ 2,000 ಕೊಡಿ.
ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದ್ ಬೆಲೆ ಬಾಳಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದ್ ಬಾರ, ಅದು ಯಾರು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ.
ಏನ್ 1,000 ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ?
ಒಂದು 400 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ನಾಳೆ ಬಂದು ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ.
ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅದು? ಆಯ್ತು.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
17th one.
Okay, now see. Okay. So Heidi asked us if we were both okay, right?
Right.
Now, 17th one, did it rain on your holiday? That's what it says, right?
Yes.
Now, did shows the past tense. I did my homework yesterday. Did shows the past tense,
Yes.
right? Rain
Right.
rain is not a noun there. It's a verb, right?
Yes.
So, past tense becomes past perfect. Had plus V3.
Hmm.
So, let's see the choices. Jenny asked us if it had rained on our holiday. That's the first one. Jenny asked us if did it rain on our holiday. It's not the second one. Jenny asked us had it rained on our holiday. So probably the first one because it's a question and the connective is if it had rained, right?
Right.
So as I said, if you have the past tense did, it should become the past perfect. Had plus V3, had rained.
Hmm.
So if you look at the 15th one, strictly speaking, when did Uncle Tom arrive? Okay.
Yeah.
Did should become when had Uncle Tom arrived.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. 18th one, have any letters arrived today? Right?
Hmm. Yes.
So have becomes had. Today becomes that day. Let's
Yes.
take the options. When he arrived, if so it's mom asked me if any letters had arrived that day. Third option.
Okay.
Right. Turn down the music, Sally. So turn down the music, Sally is an imperative statement. It's an order. Right?
Right.
It starts with a verb, turn. So it becomes to turn. Hmm? So let's check the option. Gary told Sally to turn down the music. That's the second one. Gary told Sally to turn. So eh, the first option doesn't have to. So it's the second option.
Okay.
Hmm. Don't play near the cars. That's the 20th one. Okay?
Yeah.
So here, don't play, do not play, to not play near the cars. To not play near the cars. Mom told not to play near the cars. Mom told us not to play near the cars. Mom told us to not play near the cars.
Okay.
So it's to not play. It's the third one.
Okay.
Or is it the first one? Mom told. So told requires an object. Told him, told her, told us, told them.
Okay.
So it is mom told us not to play near the cars. Okay?
Yeah.
So
Right.
don't be shy, Polly. So told Polly not to be shy. Grandma
Yes.
told Polly not to be shy. Grandma told Polly to don't be shy. Grandma told Polly not be shy. Not to be shy.
Yeah.
First option.
Okay.
Put your toys away. Told him to put his toys away or their toys away. I told Billy to put his toys away. Is the third option.
Okay.
Please close the door. He requested him to close the door.
Hmm.
Bella told Henry, please close. It's not the first one. Bella asked Henry to close the door. Bella asked Henry to close the door. Third option is a question because it has a question mark.
Yeah.
So it's the second option.
Yeah.
Please, can you make a chocolate cake? If I could make, or he could make, or they could make a chocolate cake.
Hmm.
Okay?
Okay.
Uh, Leo asked me to make a chocolate cake. So it's the third option.
Okay.
Are you hungry? Asked if I was hungry, if they were hungry, if we were hungry. Mom asked Max if he was hungry. Mom asked Max if he was hungry. Mom asked Max if was he hungry. So it's the first option.
Okay.
Okay. Check answers. She get around.
23 I have get.
I got 24. I wonder which one is wrong.
20 and 17.
Okay, I probably pressed the wrong one.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's try one more. Okay.
Okay.
Click on tests.
Test.
In the top,
Which test?
at the top, test 9 reported speech, it says, right? Before the first question. So click on test.
Yeah.
Now, it's taking some time to load. Okay.
Indirect speech.
Wait. It's taking some time to load on my side because of the current. Okay. Wait, where is it? Reported speech. Test 9, we just did that, right?
Yeah.
So let's take the passive, test 5.
Okay.
Okay? Test 5. Okay. Passive means it has a B form plus V3 form of the main verb. Okay?
Where is passive speech?
Test
I
5.
can't get it.
No, wait. Which page are you on?
Test English.
See, on that OUP, Oxford University Press,
Yeah.
reported speech, that is test 9. Click on
Yeah.
test, then come to test 5.
Test. Yeah.
Then come to test 5.
Test 5. Okay. The passive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, here,
This special day.
This special day, so it should have the B form plus a V3 form of the main verb, right?
Correct.
So, now, is celebrate. Celebrate is not the V3 form. Is celebrated, B plus V3 is there. Are celebrated. Now, is singular because it has the S, right?
Yes.
Are is plural. Special day is singular, so it is celebrated.
Yes.
Okay. The animals in the zoo. So, the real subject of this sentence is not the zoo, it is the animals. So, the B form should be plural.
Yes.
And the main verb should be in the V3 form. So, it is are fed. First option.
Okay.
Feeded is not a word. Are feed. Feed is the V1 form without the S. So, it's option 1.
Yes.
Okay. Then, this product isn't designed. So, design is not V3. Isn't designed. So, V3 plus B form is the second one. Third one doesn't have an auxiliary, right?
Yeah.
So, is agrees with the singular product. The product is singular, so is ends in S, so it is in design. Okay? Then oranges, lemon, and lemons don't are grown. Okay, so don't are, you can't have two primary auxiliaries next to each other.
Yes.
Second one, aren't grow. Grow is not V3, it is V1 without the S. Aren't grown, so it's the third option. Okay?
Okay.
Then fifth one, is your house built of stone? Your house is built of stone. So it's a question mark. So the second option is in the form of an assertive sentence. Because it has a subject, your house, and then it has the verb, but it has a question mark. So you can't put a question mark after an assertive sentence. Is built your house of stone? No. Because the verb phrase should be split. So is your house built of stone? First option. Okay?
Okay.
Are children given lunch at schools in this country? Yes, they are given. So it's a passive. It's a passive test, so it is are given. B plus V3. Right? Okay?
Okay.
But in normal circumstances, yes, they are is also. Okay, next one. After the accident, the man was taken. Not option 1, was taken. So it is option 2. Okay? B plus V3. Take, takes, take, took, taking, taken. V3 is taken.
Okay.
Next one, what is the answer?
The eighth one.
Eighth one.
Eighth one. Eighth one is weren't told.
Yes, you're right.
Weren't told.
Okay.
Ninth one. Paper was invented in China.
It's got a question mark. It's an assertive sentence with a question mark. So it's not correct.
Was paper invented in China?
That's the third option.
So, third option is the answer.
No. Was B plus V3 it should be. Was paper invented? It's the second option.
Third option is. Were those books written by the same author?
Actually, in normal circumstances, yes, they would be fine. But because it's in a test on the passive, they were written. Where B plus V3 of right.
Okay. So, yes, they were. Yes, they are. Yes, they were written. They are. Second option.
Okay, you choose that. No, wait. It's not are. It is where.
Yes.
Because in the question you have where.
Yes.
But it's a test on the passive, so you must have the V3 form of the main verb written. Yes, they were written. That's what I think. Okay, I'll choose they were written. You choose yes, they were. We'll see which one is correct, okay?
Okay.
Next.
Yes, they are. Next. This CD is recorded near her. This CD was recorded near her. Second option.
Second option, okay.
Yeah. Hockey doesn't play. Hockey doesn't play at our school before this year. Isn't played. Wasn't played. Wasn't played is the answer.
Okay.
So, was an omelette made with eggs? Was made an omelette with eggs? Is an omelette made with eggs? So, third one.
Okay.
Are stamps sold in news second?
News agents. That's one who sells the newspapers.
Yeah.
Okay.
News agents. So, yes, they are.
Okay.
And was the race won by a British man?
Hmm.
Was the race? No, it wasn't.
Hmm.
The wedding arrangements are being made at the moment. Second option.
Okay. At the moment shows the present, so are being made is the present continuous
Yes.
passive.
New technologies are invented all the time these days. New technologies were invented all the time these days. New technologies are being invented all the time these days. Third one.
Yeah, these days shows the present. Are being invented is the present continuous passive.
So it's only 11 o'clock. Uh, it's only 11 o'clock lunch. Isn't being served. Isn't serving. Wasn't serving. Isn't serving. Second.
No. At the moment is the present, isn't being served. It should be the passive. So it is option 1.
Okay. I can't hear anything. Is the man on stage being given a prize? Being given.
Okay.
Being given. Okay. Are we being asked for our tickets? Yes, we are.
Hmm.
Yes, we are being. Yes, we are being.
We are.
Yes, we are. First, okay. The model we made is planned very successfully. The model we made was planned very successfully. The model we made is being planned. Was planned. Is
So look at
planned.
the tense.
First,
Is planned is present. Was planned is past. Is being planned is present continuous. The model we made is past tense. So made
yeah,
was planned.
yeah.
Hmm?
Okay. We made was planned very carefully.
Hmm.
Okay, so let's go and watch the match. It was being played right now.
It is apostrophe S.
It is, yeah. We are waiting because the equipment checked again. Mm.
Is being
Equipment
what is
is being
no
checked again.
is which option do you think?
Is being.
No. Being is already there in the answer.
So was.
No. Right now
Is.
it's the present. Was is
Yes.
past. Yes. Apostrophe S.
So was the Earth hit by a huge asteroid? Is the Earth hit?
We okay. Right. Okay, 20. Was the Earth hit by a huge asteroid?
Is the Earth hit by a huge asteroid? Is the Earth being hit by a huge asteroid?
So third one is present continuous passive. Is being hit. Second one is present. Is hit. Was the Earth. This in the past, so it's probably the first one.
Okay. So are post boxes painted red in all countries? No, they weren't. No, they aren't being. They aren't.
Okay, how much you get?
Okay, they aren't. I have get 22 out of 25. 6th, 10th, 13th, 23rd, I was wrong. Yeah, is being. 23rd is being. It's correct. Um,
I got 22.
yeah, I also got 22.
Hmm. Is Yeah, it is actually the 23rd is actually is being.
Yeah, it's been.
Then yeah, I said yes they were right. So they were written is wrong. Yes they were the 10th one.
Yes.
And then yes they are. Uh, it's the third option for the sixth one.
Yeah.
Now it's 25 out of 25.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
You understood the tenses, use of the tenses here, right?
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll take 2 more tests tomorrow and start on the question textbook tomorrow, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Uh,
Okay.
thanks. See you.
Thank you. Okay, we can start.
Okay.
Okay.
Uh, I'll just go to the textbook. I think we have more than quite a few lessons to be done. I checked the contents
Okay.
and there are about 5 or 6 lessons to be done.
Okay.
Okay, I think we finished the top half of the book.
Yeah, we have finished.
The top half.
Yeah, we have finished half chapters of the book.
Yeah, half the chapters.
More than half, I think.
Yeah, shoe shine.
No, shoe shine. Okay.
The shoe shine.
So the shoe shine. There are many educated young people who very often have to wait for some time before they got jobs of their liking. Is
They
there
get
any
jobs. Not
they
got
get
jobs. They get jobs of their life.
they get jobs of their liking? Is there anything they could do in this period? Suppose you are one of such employed persons. What kind of job would prefer to take up? And imagine you are a college student and have come to a big city like Delhi. You cannot get a job and have got only about 5 rupees note in your hand. What would you like to do? Read what Sasti Brata, a well-known writer, did in similar situation. I was standing outside the tea house in Connaught,
Connaught Circus.
Connaught, Connaught Circus, Italy, idly watching the traffic. I wondered if I could afford a cup of coffee and a plate of potato chips when a shoe shine walked up and put down his box in front of me. Cream and polish, sir, he asked.
What is
Your
the shoe shine?
shoe shine, shoe shine is
See here, it is in Delhi, right? In Delhi, there's a famous place called Connaught Circus.
Connaught Circus, yes.
So he was standing outside the tea house there, and I was wondering if he could afford a cup of coffee and a plate of potato chips in the tea house.
Yes.
When suddenly a person who shined shoes, in those days, you had the shoe shine people. So you have to put your foot, with the shoe onto a box, and they would polish the shoes, and with a cloth and with the shoe polish and wax and everything.
Okay.
So that is a shoe shine. When a shoe shine walked up and put his box in front of me, cream and polish, sir. So he says, shall I put cream and It is for the leather shoes, leather cream and shoe polish, sir, we asked.
Okay.
Uh,
So Shushan walked up and put down his box in front of me. Cream and polish, sir. He asked. Your shoes do need a polish, sir. The boy precise.
means he insisted, like you need to get your shoe shine because he wants to earn some money.
Yes.
Uh,
So, yes. Yes, I know, I said, smiling, but I can't afford it. Can't afford it, the Shushan replied, joining me with a smile. Only 4 annas, sir. I haven't just
how much for and how much for an assist?
4 annas means a pie.
No, no, no. You have
Four.
1 rupee. 1 rupee divided into half is 50 paise.
Yes,
Nowadays, 50 paise is the minimum denomination of currency. Minimum is 50 paise. In those
yes,
days, when the story was written, it was 25 paise, half of 50 paise. Then you had 10 paise, then you had 20 paise, then you had 5 paise. And before, 1970s like that, you had 1 paise, 2 paise like that. So 4 annas is 25 paise.
okay. So 4 annas was 25 paise.
25 paise. That was a currency then.
Okay, correct. Okay. Mm. So I haven't got 4 annas for a shoe polish, I said, walking away, but there was a puzzled and hurt expression on his face, as if I was making fun of him. You see, I'm looking for a job. The the boy picked up his box and started walking with me. Can't get a job with dirty shoes like that, sir. The boss sahibs won't like it. The boss sahibs don't seem to like me in any case. I answered, beginning to get irritated. Polished shoes won't make things any better. I wanted to get
Yeah, he says, the shoe shine boss, he says, if you have polished shoes and a neat appearance, the boss is going for an interview, right?
yes,
So the bosses will like him if he has a neat appearance.
okay,
And he says the boss sahibs don't like me in any case. Whether I'm neat or untidy, it doesn't matter. They don't like me because bosses are like that, isn't it? They're angry, irritated, like that. And he says polished shoes won't make things any better.
okay. So I wanted to get her rid of the boy, but she precised,
Persisted means he came behind them nevertheless.
precised in,
Persisted.
persisted in walking with me. You don't live in Delhi, he said after a while. No, I replied my firmly. I come from Calcutta,
Calcutta.
Calcutta. Okay, and I don't want my shoes polished. I have an uncle who works in Calcutta. He went on, earns a lot of money in his house, in the house of a Bengal Babu. Instantly, the thought seized me. And how much money do you earn? I questioned. How it all depends on a bad day, about 3 rupees on a good day when there are lots of tourists, about 5, sometimes more. I did a spot of quick calculation in my mind. The answer sent a shiver. Thought me the Shushan earned more than Ram Singh, a clerk in a government office. Here at least was a solution. Do you think I could ask?
1 minute. So he asked the shoe shine boy how much he earns in a day. And the shoe shine boy says, on a bad day he earns only 3 rupees. On a good
Okay.
day, he earns 5, sometimes more when there are tourists. So he calculates, that is, if he earns around 4 rupees a day, that will make it 120 rupees in a month, right?
Okay. Right.
So a clerk in the government office, like Ram Singh, his friend, earns
Yes.
less than 120 rupees a month.
Okay.
So he thinks to himself, here at last was a solution. How to earn money.
Okay. So, do you think I could? I asked hesitantly, "What, sir? Polished shoes like you? I mean, polished shoes." The boy asked, stopping dead on the uh, pavement like me. I didn't expect the loud laugh that followed. It
So he
took me
says,
a
so he says to the boy, do you think I can polish shoes like you? Because he needs a bit of money at that time. And the boy asks, polish shoes, he's shocked. So he stops dead, means he doesn't move even an inch. He's so shocked, he stops there. And he wonders, on the pavement like me, you're going to live on the pavement like me, and he laughs out loud. And the narrator didn't expect that.
okay.
Huh.
So it took me a lot to
Lot of
persuading.
It took me a lot of persuading. Means it took a lot of persuading to, convince the boy he can shine shoes. Shawan Lal, for that was his name, refused to believe that I wasn't making fun of him. So Shawan Lal, that is the name of the boy, thinks the narrator is making fun of him. So it takes a lot of convincing to persuade him he's not making fun of him. He had to leave school 2 years before his matriculation. Matriculation is like the 10th standard exam. Okay?
Okay.
So he had to leave school when he was in 8th standard. So he had to leave school 2 years before his matriculation. Why should I want to do his job when I had been to university? So the narrator has got a degree and he can get a job, an office job. If he
Okay.
could speak English, he certainly wouldn't be polishing other people's shoes, right?
Right.
So English is the gateway to, you know, good status in life, right?
Right.
So he would sit in an office and be a sahib himself. Sahib means
Mm.
that, in those days, under the rule of the British and so on, the sahibs were those who served the British. So
Yes.
that is like a good status in society. He could be a sahib himself by sitting in an office, earning a regular monthly salary, right?
Right.
But he hadn't been born under a lucky star. Means fate had willed it otherwise. His fate, his destiny had, he wanted to get a regular office job, but his destiny had made him become a shoe shine boy, right?
Okay. I see.
His father died of smallpox about 3 years ago. So his father had contracted a deadly disease in those days, smallpox. And, okay, about 3 years
Okay.
ago, he had no shoe shining, no shoe shining was no job for an educated man like myself. That's what the boy thinks, right? What
Right.
would my friends say? He asks. Suppose your friends hear that you're shining shoes in Delhi. What would they say? I explained that I had no friends in Delhi, that I had left home without sitting through my exams. So he hasn't got the degree. He has left about halfway through the course. Okay?
Okay.
And most important, that even if I did apply for a clerk's job, I would be earning less than him. So, more important than not getting a degree, even if he applied for a clerk's job and got it, he would not be earning 120 rupees a month, right?
Right.
But think of the status of working in an office with an electric fan over your head, Shawan Lal argued. So think of the status it says. There is that, I suppose, I replied, smiling, but I have to get a job straight away. Well, my friend said, reluctantly giving in, if you really want to, I didn't know how the others will take it. There is a shoe shines union, and Connaught Circus is a profitable place. So he says, if you really want to, I can, I can introduce you to some people, but I don't know how the other people will take it. So there is a shoe shines union. A union is a group of workers, form a group because if they have any common demands, they can approach the management together. Okay,
Okay.
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 So you see, if in a factory, right,
Right.
you have a number of workers, say you have 100 workers, one or two of them want a salary increase. If one or two of them approach the management will not agree. But they form a union, a group, and if the whole set of workers approach the management may be persuaded to, raise the salary. So that is a union, the
Okay.
capital U. Okay?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Okay.
So there's a shoe shines union, and Connaught Circus is a profitable place. So Connaught Circus, there's a lot of people who want the shoe shine. If
Yes.
if there's an extra shoe shine, it means that everyone else earns a bit less. So if the narrator joins this union, everyone else will earn a bit less. Okay?
Okay.
So the narrator says, I hadn't thought of it like that, and Shawan Lal has opened up a whole new world for me. So if he joins, okay, will the others agree? Will he earn as much as he thought? Will he not give up sort of good status for becoming a shoe shine? Right? It
Right.
opened up a whole new world of questions for the narrator. Okay?
Okay.
For the moment, I lost the feeling of hopelessness and despair which had possessed me ever since I arrived in Delhi. However, now that he's got an option open to earn some money, that feeling of hopelessness and despair. Hopelessness means without any hope for the future, that feeling. And despair is a mixture of fear and discouragement. So that feeling, he lost that feeling of hopelessness and despair because now he has the chance of earning some money. Ever since he arrived in Delhi, he had that feeling. Okay?
Okay.
To work as a shoe shine became the most important goal in my life. But if I can persuade the others, Shawan said, breaking into my thoughts, you will need to get all the stuff from box like this one, brushes, cream and polish and some rags. So as to get all the equipment to shine shoes. Yes, of course, I replied, drawn back to reality once again. And how much will all that cost? About 10 or 12 rupees. Right, Shawan answered, shouldn't be much more than that. Really, I said and started laughing. Why, what's the matter? Don't you believe me? Of course I believe you, but the simple fact is I have only about 5 rupees and some loose change. So he has some coins and 5 rupees with him. This time Shawan was really shocked. His mouth fell open and his eyes shot up in surprise. You really mean? I'm afraid I do, I replied. You see, I could never have an electric fan over my head. So if he's got only 5 rupees, how will he, okay, make ends meet? You remember that one, idiom, right?
Right.
He closed his eyes and his face became thoughtful while he put his hand inside the pockets of his half pants several times. So he puts his hand into his pocket several times. Well, we shall have to find a way. It was nearly 6 o'clock and we walked a few yards in silence towards Rivoli Cinema, where a show had just ended. Shawan quickened his steps so as the cinema comes to an end, as the film comes to an end, Shawanlal quickened his steps because he knows some customers will want a shoe shine. He says, I must work now, but you come to see me at 11 o'clock after the last show. Then I shall talk with my friends and see what they say. So after the last show of that day in Rivali Cinema, he asked the narrator to meet him and he shall talk with his friends and see what they say. All right, I nodded as I watched him walk away. And don't worry, he shouted just before he turned the corner. If they let you work there, we'll find the money somehow. So he says, don't worry, if they let you work there, we'll find the money. That is the extra 7 rupees required for getting all the equipment. Box, shoe shine, polish and so on. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. I walked along the streets of Delhi. I wondered what the history of my country meant to me. So the history of his country doesn't mean anything to him. He wonders what it means because he is in the country and he doesn't have any, you know,
Yes.
any job or anything to do, right? Here
Right.
was a land where man had achieved greatness in every plane: astronomy, algebra, architecture, even poetry, music, and art. So in this land, in India, man had achieved greatness in every sphere of activity. If there were great people in astronomy, Indians in astronomy, Indians in algebra, Indians in architecture, even poetry, music, and art, right?
Right.
Yet in this very city where even empires had come and gone. In Delhi, the British Empire had come and gone. And
Yes.
before that, the Mughal Empire had come and gone. And before that, the empire of Ashoka had come and gone. Where Akbar and Ashoka ruled, I could not get a job, and a boy like Shawan Lal had not been able to finish his schooling. Right, in a country like India, where so much things had happened, so many things had happened, he is not able to get a job, and a boy like Shawan Lal had not been able to finish his schooling. By 11 o'clock, I had walked 8 miles. When I met Shawan Lal, Khan Circus was nearly deserted. So there was, by 11 o'clock, everybody's gone home, and there's no one there. It was nearly deserted. Right?
Right.
Hello, Shawan Lal said, greeting me in Hindi. Hello, I replied. A few men around him. As a few men around him moved aside to let me come to him. These are my friends, Shawan Lal added, waving his hand over the group. What do I have to say about my working with them here in Connaught Circus? Well, Shawan Lal replied, pulling a face. So he has an expression on his face. Pulling a face means he has an expression on his face. Just then one of the younger men started speaking very fast in a strange dialect I could not easily follow. So they speak in a strange dialect. It is a version of Hindi which the narrator couldn't follow. This was then taken up by an older man, and in a few minutes 4 others joined in. So about 5 or 6 of them were talking continuously in a dialect or a version of Hindi that the narrator couldn't understand. When they stopped talking, Shawan Lal, who had been quiet all this time, translated for me. The union was having trouble with the authorities. Authorities means the police. Police come and stop these, people on the footpath, right?
Right.
So you see, uh, the police were giving this shoe shine union trouble. They had refused to grant a license to the shoe shines. So if they have an official license from the government, they can practice their trade, but they don't have a license. Okay, although hawkers could apply for one. Although if he was a vegetable hawker, he could apply for a license. So in effect, polishing shoes on the pavement was illegal. So because he could not get a license, the trade of shoe shine would be illegal, like begging, and one had to depend on the goodwill of the policeman. So shoe shining was illegal like begging, and if a policeman caught you All you could depend on was his goodwill, if he allowed you to shine his shoes or not, shine the shoes or not, right?
Right.
Okay. The head of the shoe shines union knew some English, but obviously someone with better knowledge of the language would be of great help. So the head of the shoe shine union knew some English, but someone with a better knowledge of English would be of great help to the shoe shine union. So though most of the group was against letting me in, they reluctantly agreed to give me a chance provided I helped out with the correspondence. So they're going to write letters to the government, the Shoeshine Union, right?
Right.
They're going to correspond with the government. And so the Shoeshine Union allowed the narrator to come into the union, provided he helps with the correspondence. I literally jumped for joy and gave Shawanlal a close hug. They also say, he added, that we take a collection for you to buy the box and the rest of the materials. So all of them are going to put in 1 or 2 rupees. They're going to take a collection and they're going to get the materials, the equipment for the narrator. So you can keep the 5 rupees to buy food and other things till you begin to earn a little, right?
Right.
And after a few weeks, you can pay back the money for the box, okay?
Okay.
A toffee tin was passed around and a little over 7 rupees was collected that evening. We'll get more tomorrow. So that's the box in which they get 7 rupees. Each of them puts 1 or 2 rupees. They make 7 rupees. We'll get more tomorrow, Shamanlal said. And the rest are here. When the rest of the Shoeshine Union are there, they will get the rest of the money. Okay?
Okay.
You know, there are 30 of us who work in Connaught Circus. So if 30 Shoeshine people are going to work in Connaught Circus, they can easily raise 10 or 12 rupees to buy the materials. And so he's inducted into the Shoeshine Union. The group dispersed and I went home with Shaman Lal that night. So he goes home with Shaman Lal to take a break for the night. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So, okay. This is just 7.2 is there at the bottom of that page. Page
Okay.
7.2. Have you got it?
Yes.
Read it. Paras 1 to 3.
Point two. Paras 1 to 3 of the story deal with the narrators meeting Shovan Lal, the shoeshine boy, and realizing that he makes more money than a government clerk by polishing shoes. Both exchange details of their lives, and the narrator too wants to take up this job. Shovan Lal promises to help him.
Okay. So below that, let us learn new words.
Okay.
Okay, see, there you have Rani's sister lost her husband. She what? She makes fun of by giving music lessons. She pulls a long face by giving music lessons. She makes a living by giving music lessons. She gave another chance by giving music lessons. She pulled out. Which one do you think it can be?
I don't know.
She makes a living. Living means you have to get your, whatever necessaries, clothes, food, place. everything you have to get. So that is making a living. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, we should not people who stammer. Stammer means
Mhm.
they speak a bit like this. See, what I'm saying is, see, they hesitate, right? There's
Right.
gaps in their speech. That is stammering. We should
Okay.
not make fun of people who stammer. We should not pull a lot. Which one is it, they think?
Make fun of.
Yes. Ahmad, um, Ahmad had broken a glass vase when his mother scolded him. He,
He pu- pulled down,
no, pulled a long face.
pulled a
He
long
had a
face.
pulled a long face.
Yes.
He had a sad expression on his face, right?
Right.
Okay. Amit was strong and healthy. Last month he had influenza. He looks,
He looks, uh, gave another chance.
no, pulled down now. Pulled down
Pulled
means
down.
discouraged. Because he
Okay.
was strong and healthy. Last month he had under influenza. He looks pulled down now, right?
Right. Pulled down.
Okay, will you answer the questions?
Okay.
Just send me the answers. Okay?
Okay.
You send me some PDF. I'll check it and get back to you. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, and we'll miss you tomorrow. Tomorrow because we missed yesterday.
Okay.
Tomorrow morning, are you free? 11?
11. Actually, I'm not free. I will be outside.
Okay, around again 3 o'clock?
Yeah, 3 o'clock I'm free.
Okay, I'll call you around 3 sometime.
Oh, okay.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay, go to the textbook.
Yes.
Did you answer the question paper?
Which question paper, sir?
So,
Sample paper.
I think we answered a part of it, right?
Yeah.
We'll just go on to the next lesson. Come to the textbook.
Yes.
Come to a birthday letter.
A birthday letter. Okay. So, how do you feel when you receive a gift? You all feel happy and loved when you receive a gift from your parents on your birthday. But what if the parents are in another city and send a letter instead? A letter of blessing is more valuable than a gift. My dear Indra, oh, your birthday you have been.
This letter is written by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru to, he was the first Prime Minister of India, to his daughter Indira Gandhi. Okay?
Okay.
So Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was involved in the freedom struggle and therefore he was imprisoned. Okay?
Okay.
So from central prison in Nainital, he wrote this letter on October 26, 1930.
Okay.
Read it.
Uh, So, receiving parents and good wishes. Good wishes you will still have in full measure, but what present can I send you from Naini prison?
My presence cannot be very material or solid. They can be of the mind and spirit things that even the high walls of prison cannot stop. You know, sweetheart, how I dislike uh, someone
Sermonizing. Sermonizing means preaching.
sermonizing and doing out
Doling out means
good advices.
doling out means giving out good advice.
Okay. I have always through that the
Or that,
best way to
or that.
always through that the best way to find out what is right and what is not right, what should be done and what should not be done is not by giving a sermon but by talking and discussing. Out of discussion, sometimes a little bit of truth comes out. I have liked my talks with you and we have discussed many things, but the world is wide and beyond our world lie other wonderful and mysterious worlds. None of us need ever be bored or imagine that we have learned everything worth learning and become very wise. But what am I to do then? Her letter can hardly take the place of a talk or the best teacher. Uncertain affair. Imagine that I have made a suggestion to you for you to think over as if we really were having a talk.
Following what he's saying. See, what he's saying is, what Pandit Nehru is saying is, right? He dislikes sermonizing. Sermonizing means like in the church, thou shalt not do this, you shall do that, right? Giving out
Right,
sermons, instructions, and doling out, giving out good advice. He doesn't like that. He dislikes it, right? So he has a method of finding out what is right and what is not right. Okay? What should be done and what should not be done is not by giving a sermon. It's not by instructing people. For example, here he is instructing his child, that is Indira Gandhi, right? So the way of
right,
finding out what is right and what is not right, what should be done and what should not be done is not by giving a sermon, but by talking and discussing, right? And
right,
out of that discussion comes a little bit of truth, right? Uh,
right,
so they have talked about many things. Pandit Nehru and his daughter Indira Gandhi have talked about many things. But
mm,
there are more things in the world than any amount of discussion will ever cover, right?
right,
The world is wide. Beyond our world lie other mysterious and wonderful worlds. That's what he's saying, right? So one of the conclusions he comes to is none of us need ever be bored, right? Because there are so many things to find out, so many things to do, right?
mm, right,
So what we have learned, everything worth learning. So we should not think that we have learned everything worth learning and become very wise. There's always more to find out, right?
right,
So now we ask, what is he to do? A letter can hardly take the place of a talk because a letter is one-sided. He's written it and now she's reading it, right? A letter can hardly take the place of a talk. At best, it is a one-sided affair. So one writes and the other reads. One-sided affair, right? Okay?
right.
So
Good.
imagine that I made a suggestion for you to think over as if we were really having a talk. So now he's going to make a suggestion. She has to think over about that, right?
Right.
Next in history,
Yes. In history, we read of great periods in the life of nations of great men and women. Do you you remember how fascinated you were when you first read the story of Jane D.R. and how
In English, she's called Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc was a martyr. She gave up her life for the sake of some religious idea, right? So they
right,
tied her to a stake. Stake is a piece of wood which is driven into the ground. They tied her to a stake and burnt her. So Joan of Arc. So when Indira Gandhi read the story of Joan of Arc, she was fascinated, right?
right,
Her ambitions, how your ambition was to be something like that. So Indira Gandhi's ambition was to be like Joan of Arc, right?
right. So, and how your ambition was to be something like her ordinary men and women are not usually heroic. They think of their bread and butter of the children of their household worries and the like. But a time comes when whole people become interested in a great cause. Then history helps even simple, ordinary men and women to become heroes. Great leaders have something in them which inspires a whole people and makes them do great. Leaders have something in them. Deeds in India, a great leader full of love for all who suffer and eager to help them. She inspired her people to great action and noble sacrifice.
So in India, who is the great leader who has done this? It's Mahatma Gandhi.
Okay. He has helped to make starving the poor and oppressed free and happy. Bapuji is in
That
prison.
was the name for Mahatma Gandhi.
Yes. Uh, but the magic of his message has stolen the hearts of India's millions. Men and women, even little children come out of the little shells and become India's soldiers of freedom. Men day to day are making history, and you and I are fortunate to see this happening before our eyes and to take some part of it in this great drama. What part shall we play in it? A border letter. If we are to be India's soldiers, we have to respect India's father. Its fathers, which were scared us. It's not easily matter to decide what is right and what is not. One little test I shall ask you to apply wherever you are in doubt. Never do anything in secret or anything that I would wish to hide. For the desire to hide anything means that you are afraid, and fear is a bad thing and unworthy of you. Be brave and all the rest follows. Room, your secrecy or hiding, they have nothing to hide.
In our great.
You know that in our great freedom movement, under Babuji's leader, there is no room of secrecy or hiding. You have nothing to hide. You are not afraid of what we do or what we say. We work in the sun and the light, even so private lives. Let's make friends with the sun and work in the light. Do nothing secretly. And if you do so, my dear, you will grow up and a child for the light, unafraid and serene and unruffled. Whatever may happen, I have written a very long letter to you, and yet there is so much I would like to tell you. How can a letter contain it? Goodbye, little one. and may you grow up to a graceful in gas service. To all my love and good wishes. Do you have friends and family who live far away from where you do? How do you stay in touch with them? How does it feel when you receive letters from them? In this section, P.T. Nehru is imprisoned. P.T. Nehru, who is imprisoned in Naini jail by the British, sent a letter as a gift to his daughter Indra on her birthday. Let's read on to find out what he writes. That's all.
Okay, come to the next page. There is page 132. There you have let us learn new words, right?
Right.
Homophone. Homophone, the phone means sound. Homo means same sound, right?
Right.
Word with the same sound. No, no, right? N-O-K, N-O-W. Okay? So the same sound, different spelling, different meanings. Okay?
Okay.
So now, break, break, check, check, dear, dear, fair, fair, heel, heel, right, right, right? So they pronounce the same yet spelled differently and have different meaning, right?
Right.
So write words to complete the similar sounding phrase. Lose, lose, L-O-O-S-E. L-O-S-E, L-O-S-T. Lost is, when you can't find something. Lose, L-O-O-S-E is when it's something is not tight, right? Okay? Then peace, peace. P-A-C-E, P-I-E-C. Weak, weak. W-E-E-K, W-E-A-K. Waste, waste. W-A-I-S-T. Cast, cast. C-A-S-T. Right?
Right.
Okay? This pair of next, choose the correct word from each pair in exercise 1 and complete the following sentences.
Which page?
Let's see, I just clicked on something. Okay, just 1 minute. My battery is running low. Yeah. Okay. So here, page number 132. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Page number 132.
Yes.
So page number 132, exercise 2.
Exercise 2. Choose the correct word from each pair in exercise 1 and complete the following sentences. Do not waste your time. And
Then this pair of jeans is tight
as the waste. The people were eager to weak their vote.
No, cast their vote. C-A-S-T.
Cast their vote. Okay. We should not discriminate on the basis of
Cast. C-A-S-T.
caste. Okay. So Gandhiji believed in caste and non-violence.
No. Peace and non-violence.
Peace and non-violence. Give me a piece of cake. Please don't waste my book.
Lose my book. LOSC. LOSC.
Lose
LOSC.
lost
Lost.
my books.
Samir always wears a
That's
LOOSC.
waist shirt.
No. LOOSC. Lose.
Loose shirt.
Not tight.
Okay. So,
Last one.
week has 7 days. Rani is week in English. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Rani is weak in English.
Okay. Next, you're practicing your spoken English also, right? Right. When you're doing this, you're practicing your spoken English.
Yes.
Okay, come to page 134.
Page 134. In-text questions, right?
No. Captain Saurabh Kalia.
Captain Saurabh Kalia. Okay. Captain Saurabh Kalia, 4-jet regiment of the India Army, sacrificed his life for the nation. He was the first officer to detect and inform about Pakistani intrusion in Kargil area while patrolling in early May 1999. Captain Kalia and his patrol were captured alive on 15th May 1999 from the Indian side of line of control. His parents, army and nation are proud of his patriotism.
Patriotism is the love for the country.
Okay. So, determination and valor.
Next, come to this one. Next page, Muralidhar Devra Sampe.
There's something popular known as Baba Amte. December 26, 1914, February 9th, 2008. Was a guardian and social worker and social activist, and served as a defense lawyer for leaders of the Indian freedom movement, worker for the rehabilitation and empowerment of people suffering from having devoted his life to many other social causes, such as generating public awareness of the importance of logical imbalance, wildlife, ecological causes, wildlife preservation, and Narmada Shaw Andolan award Padma Shri in 1997. Padma Bhushan
Padma Bhushan in 1997, Padma Vibhushan in 1986, and Gandhi Peace Prize.
Gandhi Peace Prize in 1999 was awarded the Dr. Ambedkar International Award for Social Change 1999 in recognition of outstanding work done in pursuing the cause of exploited and underprivileged, recognizing difference among conflict social groups and contributing significantly to social change. Okay.
Next, let us learn grammar. Next page.
Well, actually, I have to go to eye doctor.
Oh, okay. We'll stop there, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
Okay. So, can you tell me how many lessons are left?
How many lessons of revision?
Hmm.
Hmm. There are 22 lessons left.
22.
Yes,
When is your exam, Ayan?
it's in April.
April.
Yes,
Okay, okay. Oh, 1 year course, huh?
yes,
Are you simultaneously going to a normal, regular school?
yes. After that, no. For now, I am going online.
Oh, Nios. So you're only this online school.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now I had a student, who was going to a regular school and he was also in the online school.
Okay,
Last year, so he was also in the same 10th
okay.
and he got 86%.
86%.
Yeah, yeah. So he got 86. Uh,
In English.
yeah, in
Okay.
English. So if you revise, go over the lessons we've done
Yes.
and the grammar also, you should get a similar percentage.
Okay.
Hmm.
I will try my best.
Yeah, if you have any doubts, you can message me anytime.
Okay.
I'll
Sure.
reply. I'll reply as soon as I see the message.
Okay.
Hmm. Now, I think we finished the Tiger Comes to Town, right?
Yes. We have to start with part 2 now.
Part 2. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, so, okay, read it.
So sometimes a small problem becomes complicated because of lack of proper information and communication. This can also happen due to an incorrect understanding of a situation. Why does it happen? It could be because we analyze a situation according to our fixed ideas about it. In part 1 of A Tiger Comes to Town, the people on the street run helter-skelter to save themselves from the tiger. Even though the tiger does not want to harm anyone. The teachers in the school do not allow the circus master to go into the room to fetch the tiger. This is because they do not understand or know the true nature and habits of tigers. People believe that tigers are ferocious animals to be feared. Likewise, in the lesson, Snakebite, Raja's complaint about being stung gets complicated because of certain fixed ideas. In part 2 of the story, you will read about what the teacher did next to solve the problem. Remember, in part 1 of the story, a tiger comes to town. The tiger reached the school, entered the headmaster's room, and spread himself on the floor to sleep. The teachers locked the room from outside and would not let the circus master go inside to bring the tiger out, despite his repeated requests. Why do you think no one allowed him to go into the room? What happened next? The story continues in this lesson. Meanwhile, I woke up after a very good stretch of sleep and heard voices outside. I looked up and saw the headmasters covering in the attic. I stretched myself and roared for no particular reason, except that I felt alive. The poor human beings in the loft must have trembled.
Trembled means shivered, like shivered, so shivered in fear, shaking.
Okay, shivered. Okay. So trembled at the moment. I wished to assure him that I was not going to hurt him. I raised myself, put up my forelegs on the wall, scratched it,
Scratched it with his claws.
scratched it with softly and glowed
Growled
softly.
softly. Growled means made sound.
Okay, growled softly, which made him more nervous. I knew my master was outside. I could hear him say, "No one is going to school. You will see the tiger come out and walk off with me. One of you take a ladder in and help the headmaster come us down from the attic." "Do you mean to say you are going in as you are without arms or protection?" they asked him. "Yes, that's what I am going to do. We have no time to waste." The chairman of the Tiger
Committee.
Committee said, "By the powers I have been the second honorary magistrate, I give you notice that you shall not open nor enter that room." My master asked, "Why do you prevent me from going near the tiger?" They were at a loss to answer. "It's unlawful to commit suicide," they said. "Maybe," said my master, "but which section of the law says that a man should not approach a tiger? Are not circus people doing it all the time?" "Yes," replied the chairman weakly, "but that's different. I can tame a tiger. It's after all my life that I'm risking." The chairman was visibly confused and bewildered.
You understand, because the chairman, he doesn't want to open the door.
Okay,
And if the ringmaster enters, the master enters the room, the tiger may attack him, right?
right.
So it's like committing suicide.
Okay,
So the magistrate is the Tiger Committee. Tiger Committee has been set up just then. Tiger Committee is a group of people which has been set up um, to look into examine the matter of the tiger.
okay,
So the master says it's unlawful to commit suicide, and the master asks, which section of the law prevents me from going to see the tiger? Are not circus people doing it all the time? Circus people go near the tigers, right?
right.
So the chairman becomes weak because he doesn't have an argument, because that's different.
Okay,
So then the master offers another argument. I can tame a tiger. It's after all, he says, that his life that he's risking.
okay,
Hmm. So the chairman becomes visibly confused and bewildered. So if he opens the door and the tiger attacks and the master is killed and the tiger comes out, the whole town will be in
yes,
danger. So the chairman of that tiger committee was confused, right?
right.
Hmm. Continue.
So in that case, you will have to sign an
Affidavit.
affidavit,
Affidavit is a legal document.
legal document.
Hmm.
Okay. So absolving us from all responsibilities for your life or death. All right, give me a piece of paper and tell me what to write. The magistrate took out a sheet of paper
Took out.
a sheet of paper from his briefcase and gave it to my master. My master wrote the chairman's dictation, absolving everyone there from all responsibility.
You know how this is. You know, if you join a regular, you've been in a regular school, I think. So, what they do in case of sports, they ask the parents to sign a form saying that, school is not responsible for any injuries.
Okay.
Like that. No, that's the affidavit, yeah. It's like an affidavit. Only thing, this will be like nobody is to blame if the tiger attacks the master.
Okay.
So the chairman dictates, all the terms. So everyone there from all responsibility, they're absolved. Absolved means they have nothing to do with. That's what the master says, right? So that's what the chairman says. So the master will sign it. So in case anything happens, no one's to blame.
Okay.
Okay then.
I have signed.
No, he signed the document.
Okay. I have signed it just to respect your magistracy, although I am convinced it's uncalled for, irrelevant.
Uncalled for and irrelevant. So the master is convinced. All this is not required. Okay, so all this writing down affidavit like that.
So you are exercising unnecessary authority. The chairman looked at the document and said, "Stop, wait. Tell me what is that you have written here. Only what you have dedicated. In a language we don't know. I can't accept it. It's in Sanskrit, in which our scriptures are written in the language of the gods. I write only Sanskrit, although I know 10 other languages, including Japanese." Without further ado, he put the key into the lock of the headmaster's room. "Let us go now," said my master. "You must realize that human beings, for all their bluster, are timid creatures.
Timid
Creatures. They are likely to panic when they see you. Don't look at them. That's the only way to maintain one peace of mind."
Okay. So the master writes everything down in Sanskrit, right?
Yes.
So Sanskrit is a language of the scriptures, Vedas, Upanishads, and all that. This is a language of the gods, right? So the master says he knows only Sanskrit, though he knows other languages like Japanese also, right?
Right.
So he signs it and gives the paper to the chairman and takes the key, puts it into the lock and enters the headmaster's room. And he speaks to the tiger. "Let's go," he says, right?
Right.
And then he says, human beings, for all their bluster, like they speak big, right?
Right.
And this and that, for all their bluster. In reality, they are timid creatures.
Yes.
Can you guess the meaning of timid?
Oh.
Weak.
Okay.
Cowardly, like that.
Okay.
So they're likely to panic when they see you. So when they're going to scream and shout and all that. Right?
Right.
So the master advises the tiger, don't look at them.
That's the only way to maintain one's peace of mind. So
Okay.
that's the way to avoid any panic in the human beings. They can just walk out silently, quietly, peacefully. Don't look at them. If the tiger looks at them, they'll run away, screaming. So don't look at them,
Okay.
it says, and that's the only way to maintain your peace of mind.
Okay.
So practice your speaking, part 1, next part, let us understand the text, read that.
Okay. So in this part of the story, the tiger wakes up and stretches himself. The headmaster has been sitting in the loft all this time in fresh and fresh
Frightened,
fridge,
frightened.
frightened to see the tiger awake.
Oh,
The
okay.
tiger wants to tell Tiger wants to tell him that he is not going to harm him, but he cannot communicate this to him. The tiger hears his master begging the teachers to allow him to enter the headmaster's room to fetch the tiger. Fetch the tiger. Teachers, the tiger. The teachers do not want him to go in without arms or some sort of protection. The teachers call the magistrate to stop the circus master from going into the headmaster's room. The magistrate forbids the circus master from entering the room. When the circus master argues with him and insists on going in, the magistrate tells him to sign a document. This says that no one should be held responsible for the circus master's death in case the tiger attacks him.
Okay, so in-text question 6.1, next page, right?
Okay.
Do you mean to say you're going in as you are without arms or protection? Arms means weapons, like a gun or any other form of weapon, right?
Right.
Do you mean to say you're going in as you are without arms or protection? They asked him. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. We have no time to waste. Where did the above conversation take place? It took place in front of the headmaster's room, outside the locked door.
Okay.
Who were they being referred to? They refers to the people, the magistrate, and who want to stop the master from going into the room. Alright?
Right.
Who were they talking to? They were talking to the master.
Okay.
And the master should be written with a capital M. Okay, when you write the answer in the exam. Right?
Right.
Why did they want to know if he was going alarmed? So naturally, if you're going to go near a tiger, you need some sort of protection, like a gun or a knife, or the chances that it may attack you, right?
Right.
So why did they want to know if he was going alarmed? Because they wanted him to be safe
Okay.
from a possible attack of the tiger, right?
Right.
Why do you think he said we have no time to waste? Because the tiger right now is peaceful. It's been sleeping. But in case it gets hungry again, it will look for food. So there's no time to waste, right?
Right.
Remember, the tiger has had a meal of some cattle in a pasture, in a field. And that's what we read in the previous part of the lesson.
Okay.
Okay, so we have no time to waste. That's what the master says. Where was the tiger all this time? The tiger was in the headmaster's office.
right?
Right.
The headmaster was already nervous. Which actions of the tiger further added to his fear? The tiger leaned two paws against the wall, scratched it, and growled softly. It made a sound in its throat. So those actions of the tiger further added to the headmaster's fear. Okay?
Okay.
What did the tiger want to tell the headmaster? He wanted to tell him that there's no need to fear. Right?
Right.
Give two reasons why the people outside did not allow the master to go in. Two reasons. One is he did not have any protection, like arms or other weapons. Second is they did not want him to, it was unlawful to commit suicide. Right?
Right.
Hmm. Uh, then the master's attempts to go in are compared to life, suicide, death, what? It's B, suicide, right?
Right.
Okay. Which statement made by the master confused the chairman of the Tiger Committee? So the statement that uh, circus people are going near tigers all the time, and there is no law which prevents people from going near tigers, confused the chairman of the Tiger Committee.
Yes.
Okay. When the chairman asked the master to sign an affidavit before he was allowed to enter the room, he is trying to put a condition on his entry. Which of the following statements correctly interprets the condition? The master shall not take the tiger away, that he must pay an entry fee, that everybody outside would share the responsibility of his actions. So it's not A, B, or C, so it has to be D. D says that he would not hold anybody responsible for whatever happened to him. Okay?
Okay.
And so I told you about how, you can eliminate choices to narrow down the choices for the right answer. Okay?
Right. Okay.
Let us learn new words. In the table below, you can see three columns, A, B, and C. Okay?
Okay.
Column A, okay, you read it.
Okay.
Column A. Hello?
Hello. Yes.
No, read it. I am one.
One. Okay. Do you mean to say you are
No,
going?
no, no, no. It's
Let
on.
us learn new words.
Yes.
Okay. One column. One column consists of words
No,
from the
no.
text.
One. Column A consists of words.
Column consists of words from the text, but there are some letters missing in each word. Column B consists of meaning of the words in column A refers to the text to guess each other from its meaning. Then insert the missing letters to complete each word. Column C contains a list of words that are opposite in meaning of the words in column A. In column A, they are in mixed order. Guess the uh, antonym opposite of each word in column A. Draw a line to join each word meaning with its antonym. One example has been done for you.
To cover means to crouch in fear. So the antonym is to act bravely.
Okay.
Come to 4. Timid. Timid means easily frightened.
Okay.
Wait. 2 is assure. 3 is panic. PANICASSURE, right?
Yes.
Then 5 is determined.
Okay.
6 is visible. Can you guess the 7th one?
Uh,
I'll give you.
Elegant.
No. Second letter is R.
Or
Third letter is also R.
irrelevant.
Right. Now guess the antonyms. To crouch in fear, antonym is to act bravely. Okay, what is the opposite of to make sure? Convince. Antonym means opposite.
Okay.
What is the antonym?
Means to make sure, convince. To be undecided,
And third one?
sudden and unreasonable fear. To be unsure.
No. Antonym.
Antonym means opposite.
Opposite, yes.
Brave.
Yes, correct.
Easily frightened. Frightened. Invisible or hidden.
No. Easily frightened to remain calm.
To remain calm. Okay. To be firm in one's decision. To be undecided.
No, opposite.
Opposite. Okay. To be relevant.
No, to be unsure.
Unsure. Okay. To be unsure. Capable of being seen. Invisible or hidden.
Correct. Last one.
To be important.
No. Not important. No, not
Sorry.
be important.
Not important. Okay. Not important. Relevant.
Okay, good. Okay, now read this last part.
Okay. How are tigers counted? Just as the government conducts a population census.
Census. You know what census means?
Census.
Not
No.
HENSES. Census means eyesight, hearing, taste,
Okay.
touch. Not those 5 senses.
Oh, okay.
CENSUS means we know the population of the country is 136 crores, right?
Yes. Right.
But an exact figure can be given. Though what they do is they go to each house in the country, each house. Okay?
Okay.
Then they ask how many family members are there living in this house, and what does the father do, what does the mother do, how old are the children, are they studying, are they married, right? We gather data, and usually the task is given to school teachers, and other such government officials.
Okay.
So that's called the census.
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 CNSS.
So the government conducts a population census every 10 years or 5 years or something like that.
Okay.
So read it just as the government.
It also carries out an animal census every 4 years. In India, we call it an All India Wild Animal Census. A separate tiger census is conducted every 2 years. Some organizational details and methods used for counting tigers are given below. The area to be covered is divided into smaller zones. These zones are further subdivided into a number of compartments. The normal period of any census in 8 to 10 days. Earlier, the census authorities used the method of monitoring, watching carefully rivers or water bodies in the forests.
You know why?
Why?
Because all the animals come there to drink.
Okay.
Hmm.
So they believe that since animals generally visit these places for drinking water, counting at these places would be easier and reliable. They also believe that a tiger visits only one water hole once in 24 hours. So the counting would be accurate. But this method was very
Not
reliable.
was not very reliable.
It's not very reliable, as this belief was incorrect. The preferred method today is to do a pug mark, an animal's footprint count.
You know what a pug mark
Pug
is?
mark,
Pug mark
pug,
means like the tiger walks on sand.
okay,
The actually the tiger has got claws, nails, claws.
yes,
But the bottom part of the foot is soft,
okay,
so that will leave an imprint on the sand, or like it's going on wet mud. It will
okay,
leave a mark. That's called a pug mark.
okay.
Mm.
So, they believe, sorry,
No, pug mark.
pug marks are commonly found near river beds, water bodies, or other less traveled paths. Once a clear pug mark is found, its impression, the shape of the pug mark, is taken on liquid plaster of Paris. Infrared,
You know what that means? No, what they do
what?
is, no,
Yes.
see, you have a pug mark, right?
Yes.
It's the shape of the animal's foot. So what they do is they pour some liquid, like it's like plaster, like what you find on the walls.
Okay.
The plaster, so the shape of the foot is, when the plaster dries, it becomes hard. So the shape of the foot is cast.
Okay.
So they take and they compare it with they compare different pug marks. So they get, different tigers.
Okay.
Hmm. So read that.
So once a clear pug mark is found, its impression, the shape of the pug mark is taken out on liquid plaster of Paris. Infrared
Hmm.
cameras.
Infrared. Infrared
Infrared.
means
Yes.
you have the visible, what we can see,
Okay.
white light, red, brown, all those colors.
Okay.
That is called the spectrum, right?
Right.
But on either side of the spectrum, visible spectrum, from Vibgyor, you can think of it as Vibgyor, violet, indigo, blue, green, orange, red. Vibgyor, the colors
Okay.
of the rainbow. On
Yes.
either side of the spectrum, you have another set of light band. One is called infrared. It's towards
Okay.
the red end of the spectrum. Infrared means, you cannot see infrared. On the other side, you have ultraviolet. Ultraviolet is also above violet. Violet comes at one end, red comes at the other. So ultraviolet and infrared. Okay?
Okay.
With infrared cameras, you can see in the night.
Okay.
So what they do is you can read that infrared cameras.
Are also used for counting tigers. These cameras are set up on tigers' trails every evening and checked every morning to see if there is any fresh information. People doing the census also note things like the length of stride, speed of the walk, the surface of the soil, scratched marks, usual sightings, fresh droppings. the road or a nearby kill.
No, what they do is they collect different types of information. Length of the stride. When you walk,
Yes.
usually the distance between the front foot and the back foot is almost same or every time you walk. So when they compare two pug marks, one of the front leg and one on the left leg and one of the right leg,
Okay.
they can get an idea of the length of the stride, the distance between how long the length is.
Okay.
From that they can reason, see depth of the sand which is sunk because of the weight. They can calculate the weight of the tiger.
Okay.
And from the distance between the front paws and the back paws, front pug marks and back pug marks, they can calculate the length.
Okay.
So the length, weight, everything can be understood from, these pug marks. And they can
Okay.
also calculate the speed of the walk. See, like if you run, on sand,
Yes.
more sand will be displaced, right?
Okay.
So they can, depending on how deep, how much sand has been displaced, they can calculate the speed of the walk.
Right.
Then surface of the soil, scratch marks on any trees nearby. They can see how, whether it's, where it's been.
Okay.
And then they'll also look for information like visual sighting from any nearby villages, right?
Right.
And fresh droppings, whatever, washroom thing the tigers do, right?
Okay.
Fresh droppings, the roar. So if they hear the roar of the tiger growl, loud growl, or a nearby kill. So if they see a nearby buffalo or something that has been eaten by the tiger, they tabulate all that information to carry
Okay.
out the census.
Okay.
So that's how tigers are counted.
Right.
Okay, so we'll continue tomorrow.
Yeah. Yes, you can continue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay.
Have you seen the sample paper?
Yeah, I saw it just now. I saw it yesterday actually. Now we'll go over the paper today, okay? So, see, come to the top of the paper. It has 4 sections, right?
Right.
One is the reading section. The second is the writing section. Reading, writing, okay? And the third is the grammar section, okay? Grammar, and then you have literature, okay?
Okay.
So, what you can do is, see, for example, you have the reading section, right? Come to the top
Right.
of the PDF, subject English 202, secondary course, maximum marks 100, time 3 hours, okay? Part A. I will come to that sample question paper subject, okay?
Okay. So which page?
First page.
First page.
Yeah, first page of the PDF you sent me yesterday.
Okay.
Now, reading means you read a passage, okay?
Okay.
You'll be given unseen passage. You won't have seen it before, so you'll be given a passage, and you have to answer. You have to answer 3 questions on it, okay?
Okay.
So now 3 questions and one is true or false. Okay? So
Okay.
if you read the above passage, you have to write true or false. Okay, next to the choices. Then answer the following in one word, not more than one word. Okay?
Okay.
And the third is the synonym, right? Synonyms, antonyms, that's vocabulary. Synonym means same meaning, antonym means opposite meaning. Okay?
Okay.
Now, I'll give an example, right? I'll read it, you follow, okay?
Okay.
So it says, in a city, never mind what it was called, there lived a small girl of about 5, okay?
Okay.
The little girl had a mother and no one else. So we understand the girl has only a mother for her family and she's only 5, okay?
Okay.
They lived together, the two of them, and well, not badly, but life of some hardship. So the mother and the daughter live together. The two of them, it's not a bad life, but what is it? Uh, it's some hardship is there, right?
Right.
So some, something like manual labor, something like that. Okay?
Okay.
Then it says the mother was a charwoman. Okay?
Okay.
Next to charwoman, you're given a punctuation mark. That is the asterisk. Okay?
Okay.
So if you come to the bottom of the passage, you see charwoman, a woman who is employed to clean an office.
Okay.
So the difficult words are explained, right?
Right.
The mother was a charwoman. The income was meager. Meager means, do you think it's high or low?
It's I think high.
No, no, no. For a woman employed to clean an office, will it be high or low?
Low.
So meager means low, right?
Right.
Every kopeck. Again, kopeck is explained. Name of currency, money used in Russia at that time, right?
Right.
So it says every kopeck had to be saved. But the girl was fed, dressed, and had shoes on her feet. Okay?
Okay.
And the mother bought a lot of different goodies from the hospital. Sometimes candy, sometimes apples. Right?
Right.
Goodies are some, delicious treats or some presents. Right?
Right.
The patients often gave her treats, especially when they were being discharged. So when the patients are leaving the hospital after getting treatment, they gave the mother some treats. Okay?
Okay.
They were too happy to bother about carrying things back and so gave them away to the little girl's mother. So because the patients are, relieved that they've been discharged from the hospital, right? Because they're happy that they're not ill anymore, right?
Right.
They gave the girl's mother treats, right?
Right.
And they could not bother about carrying things back. So they gave them to the little girl's mother.
Ow. Okay.
They even gave away oranges, but patients who had oranges to give away were few and far between. Right? So oranges are something special at that time, right?
Right.
Perhaps they went to other hospitals or perhaps they were discharged less frequently. So patients who had oranges perhaps went to other hospitals or perhaps they were discharged less frequent. They had to stay there for longer. Patients who had oranges.
Okay.
Anyhow, this has nothing to do with oranges, right?
Yes.
Will
Right.
still live, the mother joked. So with the mother speaking with the daughter, so she says will still live, right?
Right.
Means they're not going to starve or anything like that. Okay?
Okay.
Will still live, the girl agreed. So the mother's joking, right?
Right.
Frankly speaking, the girl needed a wonderful blue ball which she and her mother had seen in a toy shop. So the girl had one wish, that is to have a blue ball in a toy shop, which she had seen in a toy shop. Okay?
Okay.
She felt she simply must acquire it for a truly happy life. So if she had that blue ball, she'd have a truly happy life. Children like toys, right?
Right.
If you remember what it was like when you were 5, you will understand what the girl felt when the blue ball finally turned up in the girl's hand. So if you remember what it was like when you were 5, you'll remember how you felt when you got a toy which you wanted, right?
Right.
When the ball bounced, the little girl bounced, and even mother gave a little bounce. So they play with the ball, they play like the ball. When the ball bounces, they also jump up and down, they also bounce, right?
Right.
Because happiness makes everyone bounce a bit. So if we're happy, we bounce a bit, right?
Right.
So now, see, based on your understanding of the above passage, write true or false. So what you should do is you have these small Roman numerals. You write the main question number 1, right?
Right.
Then you write like 1 in small Roman numerals. It looks like the I, right?
Right.
I, and then you write true or false.
Okay.
So the passage highlights the concern of a mother for her child. So you'll write true, right?
Right.
Then second, 2 eyes. You'll write 2 eyes. Then you will write the mother and the daughter were not generally satisfied with what they had. That is false. You'll write FALSE. Okay.
Okay.
Then the third one, with the 3 eyes. You'll write 3 eyes. And patients who gave oranges were less in number because they were discharged less frequently. Now this uh, requires some thought, because if you look at the passage, right? Look
Right.
at the first paragraph, last 2 sentences. But patients who had oranges to give away were few and far between, right?
Right.
Perhaps they went to other hospitals. Perhaps. Or perhaps they were discharged less frequent. So perhaps means maybe, right?
Right.
But here it says patients who gave oranges were less in number because they were discharged less frequent. So this is a statement that is perhaps. So this third one will be false.
Okay.
Okay, it's not true. It looks same, but it's not the same, right?
Right.
You have to pay attention to that, right?
Right.
Then you second question, to second main, you'll write 2. Answer the following questions in 1 word. So try to make it not more than 1 word, right?
Right.
Who bounced with the ball? Both mother and child. Mother and daughter, you can write, right?
Right.
Then how many members are there in the family? 2, right?
Right.
What did the word mother do? Charwoman, right?
Right.
So then, pick out the correct word as instructed from the above passage. Opposite of plentiful.
Mm.
Meager, badly, Wonderful topic. So it's meager, right? So
Right.
what's the word meager? So see, this tests your vocabulary. See, the mother was a charwoman. It says in the passage, the mother was a charwoman. The income was meager. Meager means small. Opposite of small is plentiful. So now pick out the correct word as instructed from the above passage. Opposite of plentiful, right? Is
Right.
meager. Anyway, in this choice, MEARG, that is spelling is wrong. If you check the spelling in the passage, the mother was a charwoman, the income was meager, MEAGRE. Here it says MEARG. So anyway, you will write 3 and you will write A.
Okay.
Okay, so that is for the reading section. Okay.
Okay.
Then writing we'll do in the WhatsApp call later. Okay, next time. Okay. Then we'll do this grammar now. Okay.
Okay.
Uh, come to uh, section C, grammar, 7th question. Okay.
Section C.
Fill in the blanks.
Okay.
Okay. Fill in the
Okay.
blanks to complete the note about the Wangala festival of Meghalaya. Right?
Right.
So here it gives the choices. See, in the Wangala, so A is important, B are an important, was the important, is an important. So which one will you choose?
Mm, mm, think I will choose.
So you can read it like this.
Okay, I will choose D.
B is an important. Okay. For the Garo, okay. So we'll check it, right? See, here, see, what I would choose is, I choose A because the Wangala, right? Wangala festival, it is singular. It is one festival, right?
Right.
So, is. Is ends in S, so it is singular. Okay?
Okay.
Now choose that, but you see, these choices don't make sense. See, the Wangala is important, an important festival. That's how it would read. So I would just choose the choice with ease.
Okay.
We'll check. Wait. It's an important festival for the Garo in Meghalaya, Assam, and Nagaland. It is a post-harvest festival. Huh? Then you are
Mm,
given being celebrated. Look at the next page. Being celebrated for making, choice A. It is a post-harvest festival celebrated to mark. So B is possible. C is was the important, the end of the agreement. So that is not, that doesn't make sense. If you insert choice C into blank 2, it will not make sense.
okay.
If you insert choice D into blank 2, it will not make sense. So choice B. It is a first harvest festival celebrated to mark the end of the agricultural year. Okay?
Okay.
It is popularly known as the 100 Drums Festival. During the signature dance, the okay, 1 minute. Du- okay. What does it say? I'll continue. Wait. Uh, wait. Where is it? Okay. During the signature dance, the leading warrior. So look at choice 3. Leads the youngsters. Okay. Leads the youngsters with synchronized dance steps. So A is possible. Is lead the youngsters. How will it read? During the signature dance, the leading warrior is lead the youngsters. No. Was leading. So that is past. Was is past. So you should choose had led. Had is also past tense, right?
Right.
So I'll choose E. Even though if you were to insert choice A, it will read, the leading warrior leads the youngsters with synchronized dance steps. So A is the most probable choice, right?
Right.
So the three answers are A, then B, then A, right?
Right.
Next, question 8. Fill in the blanks to complete the note, right?
Right.
If you look at this question, you'll see that you're given 3 blanks and 3 words in brackets, okay?
Okay.
So all these words are verbs. They are all verbs, okay?
Okay.
Now, verbs, if you're going to insert the correct form of the verb, you must remember V1 form, V2 form, ing form, and V3 form. Okay?
Okay.
So, realize, realizes. For the first blank, realize, realizes. Realized, V2. Realizing, ing. Realized, V3. Okay?
Okay.
And then you also have the 12 tenses. Realize, realizes, is realizing, am realizing, are realizing. Present continuous, has realized, have realized, present perfect, has been realizing, have been realizing, present perfect continuous. Then you have the 4 forms of the past and the 4 forms of the future, right?
Right.
So which one will you choose here? I realize, okay?
Okay.
That I know, right? No. You'll just write no because it's a V1 form.
Okay.
And no will agree with I, right? I know
Right.
one of the 2 men by sight, and I spent a few seconds thinking why he sought me out on a Sunday afternoon, right?
Right.
So question 8 will be verb forms, okay?
Okay.
Then question 9. Choose the correct options to fill in the blanks to complete the passage. So you're given the options. How many options are you given? 1, 2, 3. 3 options, right?
Right.
So upset with baby's addiction to TV, her father decided to wean her away from it. Wean her away means somehow persuaded her to take up something else, right?
Right.
So in upset with baby's addiction to TV, so they put the baby in front of the TV, right?
Right.
So she can't easily be removed from front of the TV. She'll start crying or doing something else, right?
Right.
So father decided to wean her away from it. He promised that, okay, he would give her, he will give her, she would give him, I would give her. So you can straight away rule out choice C. She would give him. What does it say? He promised she would give him. She won't give him because she's a baby, right?
Right.
Also, this one is, she's not exactly a baby because baby is spelled with a capital B. That is its
Mm.
proper noun. It's a name,
Mm.
nickname for a girl.
Mm.
So she won't give him 500 rupees and I would give her. So it's not the writer. He wouldn't give her. So you can leave out choice C and D.
Mm.
So he will give her, he would give her. So most probable choice is A. He would give her 500 rupees. He promised, right?
Right.
The prospect of making 500 rupees had no effect on baby, for she immediately replied that she will be stopping, she has stopped, she would be stopping, she would stop. She would stop watching TV if she got the money, right?
Mm.
So she
Right.
immediately replied that she will be stopping, not she will be, not the continuous. She has stopped. She hasn't stopped yet. She would be stopping or she would stop. So to make it a fact, she would stop watching TV if she got the money, right? So
Right.
second one is D, right?
Right.
Then quite happy that the trick had worked, the father appreciated her, saying that she was a good girl. But the very next moment, he was shocked to hear baby said that with your 500 rupees, she can, with your 500 rupees, she can watch. With his 500 rupees, she could watch. With his 500 rupees, she could be watching. With his 500 rupees, she will watch several movies. And so here you
Oh,
see, with his 500 rupees, she could watch several movies. That is the most probable. Or with this 500 rupees, she will watch. Will shows a certainty, right?
right.
So that is possible. Could shows a possibility. She could watch. So
Mm.
she can watch. Okay. But here we're talking about, some like, see, her father decided to wean her away. So it's past tense, right? Decided
Right.
is past tense.
Mm.
So you should try to keep the same tense throughout, right?
Right.
For example, so in the first one, he would give her. Will, would. Would is past tense. It's
Mm.
taken as past tense, right?
Right.
The prospect of making 500 rupees had is also past tense. Replied that she would stop. She will be stopping, she would be stopping, she would stop, right?
Right.
Then, but the very next moment, he was shocked. Was shocked. So the most probable one would be with this 500 rupees, she could watch, right?
Right.
So we'll check the answers in a minute, right?
Right.
Then 10th one, fill in the blanks with the correct preposition. Prepositions are words like in, on, at, by, for, from, to, near, around, along, across, into, by, under, below, over. Do you remember them, right?
Right.
So his success was due. Tell me what the answer is. Success was due preposition. The support he got from the team. Due, due what? Due to, right?
Due to
Okay. My house is the end of the street.
at
Correct. He hinted.
me.
No, no, no. Preposition. Me is a pronoun. Remember the pronouns. Remember the prepositions. See, he hinted about or at some lost treasure. About.
About
Suffering prostate cancer. Which one is it?
from.
Yeah, the correct one. Right? Conjunctions are
Right.
words which join, like and, but, yet, so, either or, neither nor. Right?
Right.
So RPAD left when his brother came. When is also like, okay, I was ill, I didn't go to work. So what happens? I was ill.
Uh, that's why.
No, no, no. One word. One or two words.
One.
That's why, and I was ill,
So I didn't go to work.
so okay.
That's why it's three words. That is why. There's not a conjunction. So I didn't go to. You fill in with conjunctions.
Okay. So can we do D section in next class?
Okay, we'll do the D section next class. Okay? Now you
Okay.
can check the answers at the bottom.
Okay.
See, marking scheme part A. True, false, false.
True, false, false. Okay.
Then both the mother and daughter bounce with the ball. There are two members in the family. The mother is a charwoman. Right?
Right.
Then writing section. Then come to question 8. No, question 7. He is an important, celebrated to mark, leads the youngsters. Okay?
Okay.
Realized you spent, he would give her, she would stop with this 500 rupees she could watch. Okay?
Okay.
To at from. When so. Right?
Right.
So don't check it before you answer. Okay?
Okay.
I'll send a list of propositions and conjunctions now. Okay?
Okay.
We'll continue next class. Okay?
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So, yesterday I sent you a message. I think your mother should have talked with you about it.
Yes.
Okay. So just try, okay?
Okay.
See for see. When you have a core subject, right?
Right.
I told you about the structure of how the core subject textbook is arranged, right?
Okay. Right.
So, if for example, if you have something in maths,
Okay.
first they'll give the introduction. First there'll be the title of the chapter, like polynomials.
Okay.
Then there'll be an introductory paragraph about what a polynomial is.
Right.
And then second paragraph, they'll have something about, the first theorem or the first rule.
Okay.
So, the first theorem or the first rule will have an example or two examples.
Okay.
So you can understand the rule or the theorem with the help of the examples.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
I went over your PDF of economics and business studies.
Okay.
So I just we'll just go over this. First, we'll go over a part of one chapter in economics.
Okay.
So, see, for example, if you come to the PDF on economics, which I sent you yesterday,
Okay.
you come to the tutor marked assignment.
Tutor mark assignment. I can't find it, sir.
Wait.
Yeah. I found it. Okay.
Yeah, not tutor marked assignment. Wait. I sent you another link yesterday below the economics textbook.
Okay.
Share Google. See, in that link, if you open it,
Yes.
it tells you tutor marked assignment 40% of syllabus, public examination 60% of syllabus.
Okay.
So total lessons in the public examination is 14.
14.
Yeah. So we have lesson 3, goods and services, right?
Right.
For a public examination.
Yes.
So we'll see what that is. Come to the PDF on economics.
Okay.
Okay. Then, okay, come to lesson 3, goods and services.
Okay.
Click on that. Okay.
Okay.
So before you start, you must understand what goods and services are. Or rather what understanding you have. Goods, like whatever goods you get in shops, like rice, wheat, sugar, oil, okay?
Right.
Or you
Okay.
can also think of more expensive things like cars, okay?
Okay.
Accessories, leather accessories,
Right.
jeans, t-shirts, all these are goods,
Right.
okay?
Okay.
And then services. What are services? For example, who serves society? A policeman is known as a public servant, right?
Right.
So services means one who serves. It can be society or one who offers services.
Right.
Right? A doctor offers services, right?
Right.
So with this understanding, we'll read the chapter, okay?
Okay.
Now, see, what they say, you have learned that human wants are unlimited and insatiable. Insatiable means they cannot be satisfied.
Okay.
Now, that part comes in lesson 1, human wants.
Right.
Okay, so human wants, what are wants? Whatever you want. It can be something like sweets, or it can be something like clothes, or it can be something like, anything, cars.
Right.
So these wants are unlimited, if you get one sweet, you want another, more expensive.
Right.
So whatever wants we have, no doubt they're correct, because we can't say that we should not have wants, right?
Right.
But the more you satisfy the wants, the more wants come up, right?
Right.
So human wants are unlimited and insatiable. They cannot be satisfied, okay?
Okay.
Now, how did you understand that statement? You went to lesson 1 where they speak about want. Wants is something that you need, right? Really desire, like.
Right.
So you understood the meaning of wants, you understood the meaning of insatiable. You can look it up in a dictionary.
Right.
So these two are the content words in the sentence. Content words means if you know the meaning of these two, and the remaining words uh, are are ordinary, right? You have learnt that human are unlimited, and those words are you can understand them easily.
Right.
So if you understand wants and insatiable, you understood the meaning of the sentence, right?
Right.
Now, next sentence. Now the question is, how many of our wants can be satisfied and how can they be satisfied? How many of our wants can be satisfied and how can they be satisfied? How many and how they can be satisfied,
Right.
right? So now this is the opening paragraph. It's a paragraph of 2 sentences, right?
Right.
Now the next paragraph will expand upon this. See, human wants are satisfied by goods and services. See, look at the second sentence. Now the question is, how many of our wants can be satisfied, right?
Right.
So in this second paragraph per sentence, it tells us human wants are satisfied by goods and services. Okay?
Okay.
Which are carried through various economic activities. Now, economic, money. You pay money for goods or services and you receive the goods or services.
Right.
So how are these goods and services carried? Through economic activities, exchange of money. Okay?
Okay.
In this lesson, you will learn about the terms of goods and services. Terms means what conditions, right?
Right.
And also next, types of goods and services. Types. So there may be one or two or more types of goods and services. Okay?
Okay.
And significance of goods and services in relation to production, consumption and investment and human wants. Okay?
Okay.
So, terms of goods and services, types of goods and services, and significance. Significance means what importance they have, isn't it?
Yes.
So in relation to production. Production of what? Production of goods, like you produce rice, packaged rice, packaged wheat, packaged sugar, packaged milk. Okay?
Okay.
How do you produce them? What about the consumption? Who consumes them? Who consumes the rice? Who consumes the wheat? Right?
Right.
Investment. So to produce the goods, you need investment because you need machinery.
Right.
Right? And you need a network of dealers, all that, all over the country you need, to send your goods, which you produced in your factory, all over the country. So that requires investment. Right?
Okay. Right.
And human wants. Right? So what is the relation of why are goods and services provided? Because of human wants. Right?
Right.
So you understood how the introduction is framed, right?
Right.
Okay. So next, after completing this lesson, objectives we'll read. Objectives means what are the goals. After completing this lesson, you'll be able to explain the terms goods and services. Now, this is important because they may ask you what are goods and services in the exam. So you must be able to explain the terms goods and services. Okay? Then identify various types of goods and services. Okay, so you understand there are two or more types of goods and services. We'll be able to identify that.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
And distinguish between goods and services. Distinguishes means goods is not the same as services. Right?
Right.
So you must be able to tell the difference. Distinguish between goods and services. Okay?
Okay.
Then understand the basis for different types of goods and services. So what is the basis? Right? So that's what we'll understand, right?
Right.
So in case you don't understand this, we can read the next part. So whatever follows in 3.1, look below that, 3.1 goods and services. Whatever follows in 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3, okay?
Okay.
They will all expand upon this, right?
Right.
Okay, so that is how the lesson is structured, okay?
Okay.
Next, know about the free and economic goods and services. Free goods, free services, and economic goods and economic services, okay?
Okay.
Next, make out the difference between consumer and producer goods and services. Right? So we have consumer goods, consumer services, and producer goods and producer services. So we'll be able to make out the difference between consumer and producer goods and services. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Explain how goods can be single use or durable use. So what do you mean by single-use goods? You can only use for one time, right?
Right.
And durable use means you can repeatedly use them, right?
Right.
Okay. Next, differentiate between public goods and private goods. So what are public? So public means everyone can use them. Private goods means they're owned by privately, right?
Right.
So next, goods and services. So we start with the definition, right?
Right.
So in our daily life, we come across a variety of goods and services, right?
Right.
So what are these? When we are hungry, we take food, okay?
Okay.
Now that's understood. When we're thirsty, we take water, right?
Right.
In a similar way, we need many goods such as pen and paper to write, house to live in, chairs to sit on, a washing machine to wash the clothes, a television to watch the program, etc. Right?
Right.
All these are the examples of goods that satisfy our wants. Right?
Right.
Okay, so all these, want a pen and paper to write, house to live in, chairs to sit, a washing machine, television, all these are examples of goods that satisfy our wants. So what are the wants? Wants is paper and pen means to want to communicate. House means primarily to live in, right?
Right.
Chairs to be comfortable. All those are wants,
Right.
right? But goods alone are not sufficient to fulfill our wants. So only goods alone are not sufficient to fulfill our wants. Okay?
Okay.
So what else do we need? We need the services of different people for different jobs. See, if you say you want a house, okay,
Okay.
who are the people who build the house? You need a mason, you need a carpenter, you need a plumber, you need so many different types of occupations, right? People
Right.
who practice different occupations. So, goods alone are not sufficient to fulfill our wants. See, for example, even if you take something like washing machine, right?
Right.
Or house, as I said. The house, like washing machine means we need someone to come and install it. We need someone to come and repair it. We need someone to come and instruct us on how to use it, right?
Right.
Goods alone are not sufficient to fulfill our wants. We need the services of different people for different jobs, right?
Right.
So what are these different people? For example, we require a hairdresser to cut our hair. If we cut our hair, it'll look awkward, right?
Right.
So we need, these are the different types of people. We're talking about people now, services of different people, right?
Right.
A doctor to cure us, a tailor to stitch our clothes, a cobbler for mending our shoes, etc. Right?
Right.
So these are the different types of services. These are a few examples of services that satisfy our wants. Both goods and services satisfy human wants, right?
Right.
So finally, what does it say? Goods and services satisfy human wants. These goods and services are as diverse as our wants. Diverse means different.
Right.
Okay? We need to be comfortable. We need to be warm. We need to eat. Okay? All these are wants. So all the goods and services are as different as our wants. Okay?
Okay.
Now you understood what the goods and services are, right?
Right.
Now, 3.2, distinction between goods and services. Right?
Right.
So look at the objectives, the third point. Okay?
Okay.
So third point is distinguish between goods and services. So that's where we are now, right?
Right.
Now that we know that both goods and services are important to satisfy human wants, right?
Right.
Let us understand how both are different from each other. How are they different from each other? Okay?
Okay.
The main point of distinction are, so what are the main points about goods? What are the main points about services? So goods, what are goods? Goods are tangible in nature. Tangible means they can be seen and touched. See,
Yes.
if you say chair, you can see a chair and you can touch it. Right?
Okay. Right.
If you say pen and paper, you can see paper and you can touch. Pen also you can see and touch. House, all those things. Right? Television, okay?
Okay.
All those can be seen and touched. So they're tangible in nature. Now you understood what tangible means. Right? Tangible means they can be seen and touched. Okay?
Okay.
There is a time gap between production and consumption of goods as they are produced first and consumed later. Now, you take one example, chair, right?
Right.
Chair is a goods, example of goods, right?
Right.
Now, how do you apply this second part? There is a time gap between production and consumption of goods. When you produce a chair, right?
Right.
It takes time to put all the parts of the chair together, armrest, back, wheels maybe, cushions, right?
Right.
Consumption means whoever uses the chair. It will go into a showroom maybe, right?
Right.
And then customers have to come in to buy it, right?
Right.
So there's a time gap between production and consumption of goods. Even if you take fast moving consumer goods, that is FMCGs as they're known, right? Like soap.
Right.
Soap, it's very fast. One soap, one bar of soap, two bars of soap, they keep moving, right?
Right.
As opposed to furniture, which is slow moving, right? So FMCGs, fast moving consumer goods, also they have a time gap between production and consumption, right?
Right.
As they're produced first and consumed later. Consumed means not necessarily eaten, right? They can also be used. For example, soap. Use of soap to bathe, right?
Right.
Right. So they can be stored and utilized when required, right? Obvious. You apply to one chair, soap, television. They can be stored and utilized when required, right?
Right.
They can be transferred from one place to another, right? So you can pick them up and move them. Chair, soap, television, okay? So let us take an example of any one good, say chair, right?
Right.
You can see a chair and you can also touch it. So that's the first one. Goods are tangible in nature. They can be seen and touched, right?
Right.
The carpenter first makes it in his workshop. You use it after purchasing it from the market. So there is a time gap between production and consumption of goods as they are produced first and consumed later. Right?
Right.
So there is a time gap between production of chair and its consumption. Consumption again doesn't necessarily mean that it's eaten. When you consume something, you consume food, for example, right? Here it's not only eating, it is also using, right?
Right.
So if suppose you do not require the chair immediately, you can keep it in your store and can use it when you require it. So that's the third point. They can be stored and utilized when required, right?
Right.
You can give it to yourself, you can give it or sell it to another person. So they can be transferred from one place to another, from one person to another. Right?
Right.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
Right.
With example. So they given the rule, then they given the example. Okay?
Okay.
So services. What are services? Services are non-tangible in nature. Right?
Right.
That is, they can be neither seen nor be touched. Right?
Right.
So there is no time gap between the production and consumption of services. That is why they're produced and consumed simultaneously. Now suppose you didn't understand this. Right?
Right.
Let's look at the example. look at the next paragraph. Let us consider the example of services of a doctor. Right?
Right.
It says the doctor examines a patient and writes the medicine. Okay?
Okay.
Now he has delivered a service for the treatment of the patient, which we cannot see or touch. Right?
Right.
So services are non-tangible in nature. They can be neither seen nor touched. Okay?
Okay.
Next, there is no time gap between the production and consumption of service. Point 2. That is why they produce and consume simultaneously. What does it say about that in the next paragraph? The moment he examines the patient, right?
Right.
He has delivered his services which is consumed by the patient. So there's no time gap. He examines and delivers the prescription. Right?
Right.
So there is no time gap between production and consumption of services. Okay?
Okay.
Now what's the third? Services cannot be stored. Transfer of service is not possible. Now this service cannot be stored or transferred. That's the last point of the next paragraph, right?
Right.
So next in-text question will come back to that, right?
Right.
So 3.3, classification of goods and services. Okay?
Okay.
So we know that different types of enterprises produce different types of goods. Enterprises means factories, okay? Shops,
Okay.
right?
Right.
We know that different types of enterprises produce different types of goods and services, right? Okay.
Right.
It is not possible to study them individually because there are so many types of enterprises. Factories for making all sorts of goods, steel, automotive products, oil, so many types of enterprises, so many types of shops. It's not possible to study them individually, right?
Right.
Therefore, to understand them properly, we have to classify them in a number of broad groups, right?
Right.
This classification can be done in many ways, okay?
Okay.
So, what are the ways? We'll see. This classification helps us to understand the relative economic significance of different goods. Relative economic significance of different goods. Economic means mainly money, right?
Right.
Relative economic significance means difference in prices of different goods.
Right.
So when we classify them, we'll see how the price plays a part. Okay?
Okay.
So we're talking about classification, so it says we'll study the following classifications, right?
Right.
So free goods and economic goods. That's one type of classification. What they are, we'll see in the next paragraph, right?
Right.
Free services and economic services, right?
Right.
Goods free, goods economic, services free, services economic.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
Third type is consumer goods and producer goods. Okay? Consumer services and producer services. Okay?
Okay.
Single-use goods and durable-use goods, private goods and public goods. Okay?
Okay.
Now, next paragraph, next page, you see free goods and economic goods. So what are free goods and economic goods? Okay?
Okay.
So it says, let us assume you're in a desert. So we'll imagine we're in a desert, right?
Right.
If you fill a bag with sand, you need not pay any price, right?
Right.
Desert is so full of sand, you don't have to pay a price for a bag of sand, right?
Okay. Right.
But otherwise in the city, you have to pay for it because there's no sand in the city, right?
Right.
So this example helps us to differentiate a free good from an economic good. So how can we differentiate a free good from an economic good? See, free goods are free gifts of nature. right?
Okay. Right.
Like sand. Or you can take the example of stone, okay, in a mountain,
Okay.
in a quarry, air, like that, right?
Right.
They are available in abundance, that is in unlimited quantity, and the supply is much more than the demand. So demand means, suppose someone comes up with a new type of sweet, right?
Okay. Right.
So there may be a great demand for the sweet. Means the supply of the sweet has to match the demand.
Okay.
Okay. So these free goods, they're unlimited in quality and the supply is much more than the demand. So think of the sand, okay? Or you can think of air, right?
Okay. Right.
You don't have to pay anything to get them. That's why they're free, right?
Right.
So we understand that when the supply is much more than the demand, it's almost free, right?
Right.
That is why they're called free goods. In short, we can define free goods as goods which possess utility. Utility means use, right?
Right.
But which are not scarce. Not scarce means they're not limited. They're unlimited, right? To
Right.
take one example, air, water, right?
Right.
If you go to a stream, a river, okay,
Okay.
it's unlimited, right? Freshwater
Right.
stream. Anyway, next, in our daily life, we use toothpaste, soap, shaving cream, footwear, bread, etc. Right?
Right.
These goods are man-made and the supply is not unlimited. So there's no unlimited supply of toothpaste. There's a lot of it, but it's not unlimited.
Okay.
Okay, soap also, there's a lot of it, but not unlimited. Similarly, next sentence, similarly, we use machines, buses, tables, chair, books, fans, television, etc.
Okay.
Right? They too are man-made and their supply is not unlimited. Right?
Right.
We use water for various purposes at home. Right?
Right.
Sand for construction and different minerals in different forms. Minerals means like salt, right?
Right.
Now these are not man-made but free gifts of nature. See, water is a free gift of nature. We use it for different purposes at home. Sand
Okay.
is also not man-made. It's available freely from nature. And minerals, right?
Right.
They're free gifts of nature, okay?
Okay.
But because they're scarce, that is, the demand is much more than the supply. So what does it say? The demand is much more than the supply. See,
Right.
sand for construction, right?
Right.
You cannot find it in the city where
Okay.
there's a great deal of demand for construction.
Okay.
Water also is not available in the city.
Right.
It is, okay, so because the demand is much more than the supply in the city, okay,
Okay.
they command a price and are not freely available. They are the economic goods.
Okay.
Okay, so you understood the difference between free goods and economic goods, right?
Right.
Economic goods are those goods man-made or free gifts of nature, right?
Right.
Goods which are man-made or free gifts of nature, whose demand is more than the supply. Okay?
Okay.
They command a price and they can be bought in the market. Okay?
Okay.
So we finish free goods and economic goods. Now we'll come to free services and economic services.
Okay.
In case of services too, there are free services and economic services. So what are free services? Free services are those which cannot be bought in the market and which are rendered due to love, affection, etc. So what are the services rendered given due to love, affection, etc.? Example, services of parents for their children, right?
Right.
All those services which can be bought in the market are economic services, such as services of doctors, right?
Right.
Doctors, engineers, etc. Okay?
Okay.
The rest of the classification of goods and services deal only with economic goods and services.
Okay.
So next, consumer goods and producer goods, right?
Right.
Is a third classification. Okay?
Okay.
This classification is based on the purpose for which a particular good is used. So here we're talking about the purpose. Okay?
Okay.
Consumer goods are those goods which satisfy the wants of the consumer directly. Okay?
Right.
Now that is the definition. What are the examples? They're goods which are used for consumption. For example, bread, fruits, milk, clothes, etc. Now you see, bread. They're used for consumption, right? Bread is used for consumption. Okay?
Okay.
Fruits are also used for consumption. Milk, clothes are used for consumption. Okay?
Okay.
So, I'll read it again from the second sentence. Consumer goods are those goods which satisfy the want of the consumer directly. So, bread satisfies the want of the consumer, it satisfies his hunger directly. Right? Fruits also satisfy the wants of the consumer directly. Okay? Milk, clothes, they satisfy the wants of the consumer directly. Okay?
Okay.
Now, what are producer goods? Producer goods are those goods which satisfy the want of consumers indirectly. Right? Now, what is example? As they help in producing other goods, they're known as producer goods. What is example? For example, machinery. See, machinery, okay, no doubt you can buy it in the market. Okay? You can buy grinder, for example. Right?
Right.
But they help in producing other goods. For example, grinder helps in producing chutney. Pressure cooker helps in cooking rice. Right? So, for example, machinery, tools. Okay, all these tools, spanner, screwdriver. Okay?
Okay.
So all these are known as producer goods. They used to produce other goods.
Okay.
From the name, producer goods, they used to produce other goods.
Right.
Seeds are used to produce plants. For example, paddy seeds, wheat seeds, right?
Right.
Sugarcane seeds, manure to, fertilize the soil, right?
Right.
And tractor, etc. are all examples of producer goods. They all produce other types of goods, right?
Right.
Now 3A, intermediate goods. Raw materials, power, fuels, etc. used by producer for further production of final goods and services are also called intermediate goods. See, if you have a machine like a scooter, right? You need fuel for that.
Okay.
So, a scooter is used to move us around. We use it. But to use a scooter, we need fuel.
Okay.
So, in between the use and the producer good, there is intermediate. Intermediate. What is the meaning of intermediate? In between, right?
Right.
Right. Example, wheat flour is an intermediate good in the production of bread in the bakery, right?
Right.
Okay. Next, consumer services and producer services. Okay?
Okay.
Here too, the basis of classification is the same as that of goods. So what is the basis of classification? We had consumer goods and producer goods. Now we're
Right.
talking about consumer services and producer services.
Okay.
So it's the same basis of classification as goods, right?
Right.
When the consumers or the households directly use services, directly they use the services, they're known as consumer services. Okay? What is example? For example, services of a tailor stitching your shirt, or services of a doctor giving treatment, or services of a plumber repairing your leaking tap, etc. Okay, those are the
Right.
examples. Now see, so services of a tailor stitching your shirt. Okay?
Okay.
So consumers directly use the services. That is a consumer service.
Okay.
Plumber repairing your leaking tap, the households directly use the services. Right?
Right.
I'm tying the examples to the definition of the previous sentences.
Okay.
Okay. Next, producer services. Next paragraph. Producer services, on the other hand, are used to produce other goods and services, which are in turn demanded by the consumers. In other words, producer services satisfy the human wants indirectly. For example, a tailor stitches a shirt for a ready-made garment shop. Ready-made garment shop. See. So, see, the tailor produces a good like a shirt, right?
Right.
The shirt goes into the garment shop.
Okay.
So, the service is indirectly used.
Right.
Okay. Okay, an electrician repairs a fault in the electric supply in a production unit, or even a truck transporting raw materials to a factory. See, so the truck driver is giving a producer service, but they used to produce other goods and services. The truck carries goods, like raw materials,
Right.
and they used to produce something in the factory, which is in turn demanded by the consumers.
Okay.
Okay, so that is what producer services are, right?
Right.
Next, 5 single-use and durable-use goods. Okay, so what are the? I think you can understand from the name itself.
Yes.
Single-use and durable-use. Durable-use means you can give example of clothes, right? You
Right.
can repeatedly use them. Shoes, repeatedly use them. Single-use means something like something you burn, like candle, right?
Okay. Right.
Or matchstick, right?
Right.
So all types of goods, whether consumer goods or the producer goods, are further classified into single-use and durable-use goods, right?
Right.
Single-use goods are those goods which can be used only once, right? From the name itself, you can understand.
Right.
They are finished only in one use, right?
Right.
For example, bread, you use it only once, right?
Okay.
Butter, egg, milk, etc. are all single-use consumer goods, as are consumed immediately and once and for all, right?
Right.
Similarly, single-use producer goods are exhausted in one production process. For example, coal. Coal is used to produce electricity, right?
Okay. Right.
It used to produce electricity, it used to produce heating, right?
Right.
So single-use producer goods. Raw materials, seeds. Seeds, once a plant is grown, that seed is used. Seed
Right.
is used to produce a plant, manure, etc. Right?
Right.
To elaborate, to detail it further, let us take the example of production of sugar. Right?
Right.
Here the raw material is sugarcane, which is used only once. Right? Once they crush the sugarcane, it's a single-use, single-use goods. Right?
Right.
Next, durable use goods are those goods which can be used again and again for a long period of time. Okay?
Okay.
There is durable use consumer goods as well as durable use producer goods. Durable use consumer goods are cloth. So consumers, we use cloth,
Right.
furniture, televisions,
Right.
scooter, etc.
Right.
that can be used by the consumer again and again. Right?
Right.
Durable use producer goods are used in production again and again. For example, machines. Machines are obviously used to, produce so many things again and again. In factories, even a grinder, pressure cooker are all example of durable use producer goods. Right?
Right.
Tools, tractors, and implements or instruments. This does not mean that repeated use of these goods does not make any difference to them. So if you keep using a scooter repeatedly, it makes a difference because it will wear out. Right?
Right.
So it does make a difference to them. In fact, the value of these goods gets depreciated. Depreciated means it gets lowered after continuous use. So if you use a scooter continuously, the second-hand price will come down. Right?
Right.
So private goods and public goods. So these are last type, I think. Right?
Right.
Okay. So what are producer goods, private goods, and public goods? Goods can be classified on the basis of their ownership. Okay?
Yes. Okay.
All goods that are privately owned are exclusively enjoyed by individuals or called private goods.
Right.
For individuals, they're called private goods. For example, all the goods owned by you are private goods. So whatever you own, they are your private goods. This includes your watch, pen, scooter, books, table, chair, bed, clothes, etc. If you own a factory, then it's building, machinery, tools, etc. are your private goods. Okay?
Okay.
Public goods are those goods which are enjoyed by the society as a whole. Right?
Right.
For example, roads, bridges, park, town hall. Park is used by everyone. Bridges are used by everyone. Right?
Right.
Roads are used by everyone. Are all collectively owned. Right? We all own them together. Right?
Right.
They are available to all people in the society without any discrimination. That is, no one is denied from consumption of public goods. Okay?
Okay.
So anybody can use any road. Anybody can use any park. Right?
Right.
Both government and private entrepreneurs may produce public goods. So both government and private entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are those who start industries. Right?
Right.
Factories. Government entrepreneurs and private entrepreneurs may produce public goods. So, a road can be produced by a private firm or it can be produced by a government firm. Right?
Right.
Okay. Next. Role. Next on page 20. Right?
Right.
Role and significance of goods and services in an economy. Okay?
Okay.
Goods and services have a multi-dimensional role to play in an economy. Multi-dimensional means there are many roles to play. Okay? Their role can be stated in relation to human wants. Right?
Right.
So what does it mean? You study that human wants are unlimited. Right? And they are also ever increasing, right? So the more you satisfy, the more the wants increase, right?
Right.
It means if the availability of different goods and services like clothes, shoes, furniture, utensils or vessels in the house, television, scooter, fruits, vegetables, food grains and services of a doctor, plumber, electrician increases, it will satisfy more human wants. Right? If this
Right.
production increases, more humans will be satisfied. Right?
Right.
Production. We require consumer goods and services to satisfy increasing human wants. Right?
Right.
But this increase in availability of consumer goods and services depends on the increased availability of producer goods and services. So if you want rice, you need a machine to produce rice, right?
Right.
So producer goods and services should be available increasingly. That is when consumer goods and services will be increased,
Right.
will be used increasingly, right?
Right.
We can produce more if we have more better machinery, raw material, tractors, seeds, manure, etc. Similarly, we require more transportation services, banking and insurance services. Right?
Right.
Thus, it is the quantity and quality of producer goods and services that will determine the availability of consumer goods and services in the market. So see, producer goods. What are producer goods? Machines, better machinery, it says. So the more machines there are, the more, for example, rice will be produced, packaged rice.
Right.
So consumer goods are determined by the availability of producer goods and services in the market. Okay?
Okay.
Next, third one, investment. Increase in the production of goods and services will also determine the level of investment. So if you want to produce more goods, you need more investment, right? If you want to produce more packaged rice, you need more machines. So that means more investment, right?
Right.
Given the quantity of goods and services, a part of it is consumed which satisfies the human wants. Okay, so goods and services, a part of it is consumed. Whatever is not consumed is used for further production and it results in capital formation in the economy. If the production of goods and services is more, it is likely the consumption will be more and the investment will also be more. Okay?
Okay.
The larger is the surplus, the larger is the productive capacity of the economy. So, surplus means extra. Okay?
Okay.
So, the more machines we have for producing packaged rice, larger will be the productive capacity of the economy. So, we'll try to give an example for some sentence from some rule you don't understand, right?
Right.
Okay, so, what is it, right?
Right.
You understood?
Yeah, understood.
So, we'll continue with this, right?
Yeah, we can continue.
So, we did one part, that is for the syllabus, one chapter. We'll take up the next chapter tomorrow. I'll call you tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Good night.
you. Bye.
Good night.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just come to the first lesson.
Snake bites.
Snake bite, yes. Okay.
Okay.
uh, so first I'll read it and go over it.
Yeah. Have you ever teased an animal? What did your elders have to say to you? How did the animal react? Did you think about how the animal felt? In the story, the narrator Raja is an innocent young boy. He is adventurous and likes to meddle with creatures like snakes and bees. His grandparents are concerned about his well-being and safety. Once, when a bee stings him, they think he has been bitten by a snake. His grandfather takes him to a man whom he believes can cure snakebite. Let us read the story and see what happens.
Come to the story. Let us read the text. Next page.
So one day I saw a small snake in the compound. It was crawling along slowly, but when it saw me, it moved away quickly and hid itself in a coconut shell. I quietly went near and closed the mouth of the coconut shell with a stone. Then I looked the shell and ran to grandmother. Look, grandmother, I cried. I have caught a snake.
Ask any
Snake,
doubts you have. If you have any.
yeah.
Uh,
Snake asked grandmother in alarm. She was shocked. She cried for help. Grandfather came running when he learned that I had a snake in the shell. He snatched the shell and threw it away. The snake crawled away and disappeared behind some bushes. Grandfather warned me never go near a snake because snakes were very dangerous. Later in the evening, I tried to catch a bee and it stung me on my finger. I felt sharp pain. I ran to grandmother and told her that I have been bitten and wanted her to do something to stop the pain. Grandmother thought that I have been bitten by a snake. She called out to grandfather, come and see what happened to Raja. Grandfather came at once. He looked at my finger and there was a blue mark. Without a word, he took me in his arms and started running. He ran across the garden and thought the
through,
paddy fields. He ran
it's
and
not
ran.
thought, it's through the paddy fields.
It's through the paddy fields. He ran and did not stop until he reached a small house quite some distance away from our home. Then he shouted for the one who lives there. An old grey-haired man came out of the house. He knew the cure snake for snakebite. Grandfather asked him to cure me. The old man took me inside. He looked at my finger and then asked me to sit down and not to move. I sat on grandfather's lap. The old man then took some water and small brass vessel sat in front of us and started reciting some mantras. I wanted to tell him that it was a bee and not snake that bitten me, but grandfather held me tight and did not allow me to talk. Grandmother too had arrived by then and some other people with her. They took
They looked.
they looked sad and silently watched me. But this time the pain in my finger had stopped, but still I had to sit there and get cured of snake bite. After a few minutes, the old man got up, washed my finger, and gave me some water to drink. He asked me to keep quiet for some more time. Then he turned to grandfather and asked, thank God you brought Raja in time. He is out of danger now. It was indeed a poisonous snake
See,
that bite him.
see,
Uh, poisonous snake that bit him. Grandfather, grandmother, and all others thanked the old man for the magic cure. On returning home, grandfather sent him gifts. One day I saw very dangerous. Have you ever seen snakes in your neighbor? One day Raja so One day Raja sees a snake in his compound. He carries it home in a coconut shell. His grandmother is shocked to know that there is a snake inside the shell. His grandfather throws the shell away and tells Raja, the creature like snakes are dangerous. His grandparents worry about his safety. His grandfather tells him never to go near snake again.
Okay, 1 minute. So you will answer the questions and send me the PDF, right? Of the answers.
Okay,
Why do you think the snake hits itself, right? Like
right.
now, before we continue to the next lesson, I'll teach you one thing, right?
Yes.
It's to do with grammar, okay?
Okay.
Now, see, uh, like for example, look at the story, look at the first sentence. One day I saw a small snake in the compound, right?
Right.
Now, here we'll do what is called parsing, right? Okay.
Right.
Parsing means that you label each word according to its part of speech. For example, I see the sentence says, one day I saw a small snake in the compound, right?
Right.
So, one is a number, it's a numeral, right?
Right.
Day is a common noun, okay?
Okay.
And it's in the subjective case. Subjective case means it comes in the beginning, okay?
Okay.
I is called a first person singular pronoun, right?
Right.
And it's in the subjective case, okay?
Okay.
Saw is a verb in the past tense, right?
Right.
A is an indefinite article, right? Meaning one.
Right.
Now, small is an adjective which describes the common noun snake, okay?
Okay.
Snake is in the objective case, okay?
Okay.
In is a preposition, huh?
Yes.
There is a definite article and compound is a common noun in the objective case and it's singular, okay?
Okay.
Similarly, second sentence, it was crawling along slowly, but when it saw me, it moved away quickly and hid itself in a coconut shell. Now, I'll just describe this sentence and then you write down the parsing for the next sentence. I quietly went near and closed the mouth of the coconut shell with a stone. You parse that one. I'll parse this one. For example, it was crawling along, right?
Right.
It is in the subjective case. It's the third person. Okay.
Mm.
Third person singular, personal. Okay. Pronoun.
Okay.
Was crawling is the past continuous tense, out of which was is the singular past tense form of be. Okay.
Okay.
Crawling is the present participle of the verb crawl. Okay.
Okay.
So was crawling forms a past continuous tense, right?
Right.
Along is a preposition, okay?
Okay.
Slowly is an adverb, huh?
Okay.
Which modifies was crawling. But
Mm.
is a conjunction, okay?
Okay.
When is an adverb? It is third person singular subjective case, okay?
Okay.
Saw is a verb in the past tense, okay?
Okay.
Me is the objective case first person singular, personal pronoun.
Okay.
Then it again, it is a third person singular pronoun, personal pronoun. Moved is the past tense of move. Okay, V2 form of move.
Okay.
Away is away is an adverb. Quickly is also an adverb. And is a conjunction. Hid is the V2 form of hide. Itself is the emphatic reflexive pronoun, right?
Yeah. Right.
Referring to it in the subjective case. And that is, it moved away quickly or something. It moved away quickly. So itself refers to it, refers to the snake, right?
Okay.
In is a preposition. Okay, and then A is an indefinite article. Coconut is a common noun, but it's acting as an adjective here. For
Mm.
the common noun shell, which is in the objective case, singular. Okay,
Okay.
so you parse the next one and send it to me, right? I
Right.
quietly went near and closed the mouth of the coconut shell with the stone. So you can find the parts of speech if you refer to an online dictionary, right?
Mm. Right.
So if you, for example, if you don't know what part of speech near is, then you just type near into Google and the first result you'll get is a dictionary entry. Okay.
Okay.
So this will help you with your grammar. Okay.
Okay.
Now come back to the contents.
Yeah.
Then, so we'll go on to, we'll do a poem if it's there. We'll try tall trees. Try tall trees.
Tall trees.
Third lesson. Third or fourth.
Tall trees.
Third or fourth lesson. Fourth.
Okay.
Uh,
Think of some tall trees you have seen. You find them in villages, in gardens, on the roadside, in towns, in forests, and on mountain slopes. And maybe you even have one such tree in your courtyard.
courtyard.
Have you ever observed?
Courtyard.
Yeah, courtyard. Have you ever observed tree carefully? Have you noticed how trees silently offer care and protection to all? Read the poem to find out what the poem thinks of. Even he looks at tall trees, he imagines them to be watching, sheltering, and being like
Peeping.
human beings.
Peeping. Peeping means looking careful.
Peeping, yeah,
Peeping like human being.
like human beings.
Okay. So read
And
the poem. Read the poem next page.
so when their feet in the earth,
No, with their feet in the earth.
with their feet in the earth and their heads in the sky, the tall trees watch the clouds go by. When the dust sends quickly the birds to rest, the tall trees shelter them safe in a nest. And then in the night, with the tall trees peeping, the moon shines down on a world that's sleeping.
Eileen Matthias.
Yeah,
Right, that's the poem. Right?
okay.
So read the next part, 4.2.1.
By saying that the trees have their feet in the earth and their heads in the sky, the poet conveys to the reader that the trees are very, very tall. The poet looks at the tall trees and feels that they are standing and watching the clouds as they pass. Do you notice that she also describes the trees as if they were human beings with heads and feet and even eyes to see things around them? Why does the poet compare the tall trees to human beings? Does the poet see some other similarity between human beings and the tall trees? Maybe she feels that some human beings are like the tall trees that are strong tall and powerful like the tall trees that have their feet in the ground. These empowered human beings are humble, kind, and caring towards those who need their help.
Okay. So you answer
O-
the following questions for the questions for this also. Okay. And now read the part in the yellow box. That's interesting.
Okay. Some tall trees in the rainforest can be more than 100 feet tall, but most of the tall trees around us in India grows to a height about 40 feet. The following accepted the top three tall species of trees. First, coast redwood, 379 feet, 379.1 feet, California, USA. Second, Australian mountain ash, 326.8 feet,
Tasmania.
Tasmania, Australia. Third, coast Douglas fir,
Douglas is pronounced as Douglas.
Douglas fir,
Douglas.
Douglas,
No. Doug.
Douglas,
That O is silent. Douglas.
Douglas fir,
It's not lat.
three
Don't elongate the R. Douglas. Douglas.
Douglas,
Uh,
Douglas, okay. Fir,
Oregon.
Oregon, USA.
Oregon. Then
Oregon,
USA.
okay. The oldest human planted tree with a known planting date is the Sri Mahamudhi sacred tree in
Sacred tree. It's not scared. It's sacred.
sacred uh, tree in Anuradhapur, Sri Lanka.
Anuradhapura.
Anuradhapura, Sri Lanka. It is 2,293 years old. This tree was planted from cutting the original Bodhi tree in Gaya.
No.
The
Wait. Not Buddhi. It's Bodhi.
Bodhi tree in Gaya. The cutting was carried by Emperor Ashoka's daughter Sangratrima to Sri
No.
Lanka.
Sangamitra.
Sangamitra. It takes 100 years to 3,000 years for Bodhi tree to grow fully.
You know what the Bodhi tree means?
No.
It's the tree under which Buddha got his enlightenment.
Oh,
So this tree, the sacred Mahabodhi tree in Anuradhapura in Sri Lanka,
yeah,
it was taken from the original Bodhi tree under which Buddha got his enlightenment.
yeah,
It was planted 2,293 years ago.
yeah,
There's a record of it being planted. Okay, so Emperor Ashoka, who he massacred thousands and thousands and thousands of soldiers.
yeah,
When he saw all these dead soldiers, he thought, "What's the use of fighting so much?"
yeah.
So he turned to Buddhism. Okay,
Okay,
and throughout the length and breadth of India, you find Buddhist inscriptions of Emperor Ashoka.
yeah,
Okay, so
oh,
stone, they're etched in stone. So Emperor Ashoka's daughter Sangamitra carried this sapling, the branch,
branch,
the original Bodhi tree,
yeah,
and planted it in Anuradhapura in Sri Lanka 2293 years ago.
yeah,
And the record of it being planted by her. So this is the tree, the Bodhi tree at the Sri Mahabodhi temple.
yeah,
Okay. So
oh,
that is the oldest human planted tree. Okay.
okay,
Okay. So you'll pass it, right?
yeah, it was,
1 minute. There's another yellow box on next page. Do
okay.
you know?
So trees are an
Integral.
integral
Integral means a very close part. Integral.
part, integral part of our world. There are a number of poems about trees. One such poem is given below. A tree stood so strong on top of a hill It was majestic and handsome, gracious, if you will. It was shelter to some, to others. A toy, just to be with people, but tree, greed, joy.
Lawrence Sari.
Lawrence Parry.
Uh, Okay. So read the appreciation below that.
When we speak to a thing
Of a
as
when we speak of a thing.
of a thing as if it were a living being, it is called personification of
Personification. Say it.
per-
Say it. Personification.
personification of that object. For example, when we say walls have ears, we speak of walls as if they were living beings with ears. When we say fortune smiles on those who work hard, we give a human form and smile to good luck. We apply human qualities and feelings to something that is not human in order to create a clear and vivid picture of that object or idea. Personification express the qualities of the English secondary course
No, no, no. Of the personified object.
or personified object
As human qualities.
as human qualities and relates it to the world of humans. This adds intensity and clarity to an expression. Poets often make us use of this literacy form. You will notice that the second and the fourth lines of each stanza in the poem end with words that end with similar sound. The similar sounds lend a flow
Okay.
and, and a rhythm to the lines and make them catchy and easy to remember. And those similar sound at the end of lines is called rhythm,
Rhyme, rhyme.
rhyme, rhyme. The pattern of rhyme varies from poem to poem. Poem create rhyme.
Poets.
Poets create rhyme seams of their
Speech.
own voice, of their own choice for the desired rhythm.
So just one more. You read what you have learned.
In the poem Tall Trees, the poet presents an intergranted picture of nature. It is harmonious wood where various elements and objects of nature like the clouds, birds, day, night, and moon work in close association and without any disagreement. It is a pleasant picture of selfless care and perfection. The trees provide shelter to birds and guard the world as it sleeps. They do not ask for anything in return. The trees are tall, but they are not proud of their height and stature.
Stature.
Stature. Even the small birds are dear to them. They love them and protect them at night. Human beings who are tall and powerful like tall trees should be humble and caring like them.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So, we'll continue, right? Tomorrow.
Okay.
Parse one and answer as many questions as possible and send the writing to me. I'll correct it. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
तो पंडित को लेके जाओ।
Okay.
चैट में कुछ पूछे तो कुछ भी नहीं बोलना हमारे बारे में, हम किधर रहते हैं वो सब नहीं बोलना। ठीक है? यस सर।
Go to Ginger Software.
Ginger software. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So pronouns. What is pronoun?
What is a pronoun? A pronoun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Read it.
A pronoun is defined as a word or phrase that is used as a substitution for a noun or noun phrase, which is known as the pronouns Antecedent.
No, no, antecedent. I'll tell you what antecedent means. See, we have that sentence. I have a chain which is made of gold, right?
Right.
So the word chain is the antecedent. It comes before the pronoun.
Yeah.
Okay, so the noun which comes before. For example, in Rama, the captain himself went into bat. Rama is the noun which is the antecedent of the pronoun himself.
Yeah.
You understood what antecedent means?
Yeah.
Okay. Next.
Yeah. So pronouns are short words and can do everything that nouns can do and are one of the building blocks of a sentence. Common pronouns are he, she, you, me, I, we, you, us, this, them, that. A pronoun act as a subject, direct object, indirect object, object of the preposition, and more and takes the place of any person, place, animal, or thing.
Okay,
So
now
copy
one
becomes
minute. So if I say the teacher gave me a book, right?
yeah,
The teacher gave a book. So a book completes a sentence, right?
right,
So it's called the direct object, right?
right,
But if I say the teacher gave me, it is incomplete. So
yes,
me is an indirect object, okay?
okay,
So a pronoun can act as an indirect object, right?
right,
And it can also act as object of a preposition. We'll see what that means, right? And so a
right,
pronoun can take the place of any person, place, animal, or thing. So a word which names a person, place, animal, or thing is called a noun, right?
right,
So any word used instead of a noun is a pronoun, okay?
okay.
Next.
So coffee becomes it. Barbara becomes she. Germany becomes he.
Jeremy.
Jeremy becomes he. The team becomes they, and in a sentence, Barbara drinks a cup of coffee every afternoon could become she drinks a cup of every afternoon, or
It.
even she drinks it every afternoon, where it would substitute the cup of coffee, not just the coffee.
So here, see, it would substitute the cup of coffee. So here you have the cup of coffee. That is a noun phrase. Coffee is the noun, okay?
Yeah.
And the
Okay.
cup of modifies the noun, so it's a noun phrase. Phrase is a group of words, okay?
Okay.
So the word it, the pronoun it would substitute the noun phrase and not just the noun coffee, okay?
Okay.
Then,
Then start eating with ginger.
no. Without pronouns.
Without pronouns, we did consistently have to repeat nouns, and that would make our speech and writing repetitive, not to mention cumbersome.
Cumbersome means difficult because we shouldn't repeat nouns all the time.
Yeah. So without pronouns, Barbara drinks a cup of coffee every day afternoon. She likes to have it before dinner. Would be Barbara drinks a cup of coffee every afternoon. Barbara likes to have a cup of coffee before dinner. Using pronouns.
Wait. So without pronouns, the sentence Barbara drinks a cup of coffee every afternoon. She likes to have it before dinner. Without pronouns, what would the sentence read? Barbara drinks a cup of coffee every afternoon. Barbara likes to have the cup of coffee before dinner. So there you're repeating the nouns. So without pronouns, it would become, repetitive and cumbersome.
Right.
Next.
Using pronouns helps the flow of sentences and makes them more interesting.
Read the pronouns.
he, it, you, I, they, we, who, him, them, whoever, anyone, something, nobody.
Hmm.
Pronouns examples in the following sentences are in bold or for easy in definition. Identification.
Wait. So in the following examples, the pronouns are in bold letters. That will help you identify them easily. Okay?
Okay. So Billy, Karen, and I were playing poker with friends. We were playing poker with friends.
So we stands for Billy, Karen, and I.
Yeah. Ellie loves watching movies. She loves watching movies, especially if they are comedies.
So if they stands for movies, she stands for Ellie.
Yeah. Will Daniel be going to the circus with Sarah? Will he be going there with her?
Means going to the circus.
Yeah. As mentioned, pronouns are usually used to replace nouns. However, they can also stand in for certain adverbs, adjectives, and other pronouns almost anytime you refer to a person, animal, place, or anything. You can use pronouns to add interest and make your speech or writing flow better. In nearly all cases, a pronoun must follow an expression called an antecedent.
Antecedent. So the pronoun must almost always come after the noun, right?
Right.
Hmm.
This basically means that a pronoun can only really be understood in the context of
Prior.
prior information about the noun. For example, if we use the pronoun she in a sentence, we will only be able to understand it if we know who she is. Thus, an antecedent, perhaps giving the person's name, is usually supplied first.
Wait. What does it say? For example, if we use a pronoun she in a sentence, we will only be able to understand it if we know who she is, right? Thus, an
Right.
antecedent, perhaps giving the person's name, is usually supplied. So, in the example above, Barbara drinks a cup of coffee every afternoon. If we never mentioned Barbara, huh,
Yeah.
or what she drinks, it would be unclear. If we said she drinks it every afternoon, right? We
Right.
don't know who she is. We don't know what it is that she drinks,
Yeah.
right? So,
Right.
uh, you understood, right?
Right.
Right.
I understand. In the example above, Barbara drinks a cup of coffee every afternoon. If we had never mentioned Barbara or what she drinks, it would be unclear if we said she drinks it every afternoon. Your reader would be confused and wonder who she is and what does she drink, wine, water, lemonade. Once Barbara has been mentioned, we would use the pronouns she and her later in the writing in order to stop repeating the proper noun Barbara and possessive proper noun Barbara went to the restaurant for dinner with her Barbara's friends.
Now, wait. Here we have the possessive proper noun. You know what a proper noun is, right?
Right.
Proper noun is a name of a person or a place. So Barbara is a person, right?
Yeah.
Now if
Right.
we add apostrophe S to Barbara, right? As in
Right.
Barbara's, right? That would
Right.
form the possessive. Say for example, Barbara went to the restaurant for dinner with her. Her means Barbara's friends. Whose friends?
Yes.
Whose friends?
Barbara's friends.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Possessive proper noun Barbara's, right?
Right.
Hmm.
So Barbara's friends would not stop chatting. Barbara 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 would not stop chat Eventually, Barbara decided to make matter into her Barbara's own hand, and Barbara demanded that they Barbara friends stop talking. Imagine how the sentence would read if it kept repeating Barbara and Barbara's. Pronouns have acted to make the writing tighter and arguably much more elegant. This is just a basic example of the use of pronouns. They act in many ways to help make speech and writing more liquid and dynamic types of
Lucid
pronouns.
means clear.
Yeah. Pronouns can be divided into numerous categories, including indefinite pronouns, those refer to one or more unspecified objects, being or places such as someone, anybody, nothing. Notice in the examples below that
1 minute.
there is
Indefinite pronouns, I told you. Someone in a group, if there is a group of people, has someone done the assignment. So it's indefinite, who we mean.
yeah,
So someone, anyone, no one, everyone, something, everything, no one, nothing, anything, and somebody, anybody, everybody, nobody. Those are called the indefinite pronouns. Okay?
okay.
Mm.
Notice in the examples below that there is no set position for where an independent pronoun will appear in the sentence. In a sentence, indefinite pronoun example 1, anyone 2, nobody 3, whichever 4, whoever 5, other 6, something 7, nobody, indefinite pronoun. Examples in the following sentences are in bold for easy. In
Identification.
identification, would anyone like coffee? Take whatever you like. Jamie took one cookie and Ben took the other.
So whatever
Whoever.
other is also a pronoun. Okay?
Okay.
Because it stands for cookie.
Yeah.
Mm.
Whoever owns this is in big trouble. I want someone to move this now. Indefinite pronouns can also be used to create sentences that are almost abstract. Example could include this all, such, and something. All was not lost, such is life. Something tells me this won't end well.
So here,
Personal.
1 minute, 1 minute. So all is a pronoun, right? All
Right.
means like everything. It's an indefinite pronoun. So it's an abstract sentence. All was not lost. What do you mean by all? Right?
Right.
So such is life. So what is life? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it in between? Okay, is it made up of people, things? So such is life. Such is also a pronoun, right?
Right.
Hmm. So indefinite pronouns can be used to create sentences that are almost abstract. Okay?
Okay.
Abstract means it's quite, wide. It's got a wide meaning, not a specific meaning, not a clear meaning. It's got a wide, general meaning.
General names. Yeah. So,
Next, personal
would
pronoun.
anyone like a coffee?
No. Personal pronoun.
Personal. Those associated with a certain person, thing, or group, all except you have distinct forms that indicate singular or plural number. Personal pronouns are always specific and are often used to replace a proper noun.
1 minute.
Someone's
1
name.
minute. 1 minute. Personal pronouns, right? These are associated with a certain person. I am a certain person, you are a certain person, he, she, it is a certain person, right?
Right.
We are certain persons, all of you are certain persons, they are also certain persons, right? It is
Right.
a thing So it can be a group. We, all of you, they, right? These are all personal pronouns, right? All
Right.
except you have distinct forms that indicate singular or plural number. So if I say he, it means it's singular number, right?
Right.
But if I say they, it indicates plural number, right?
Right.
If I say I, it indicates singular, but we is plural, right?
Right.
So all except you, the second person. See, you is both singular and plural, subjective and objective, right?
Right.
So all the personal pronouns except you have distinct forms that indicate singular or plural number, right?
Right.
Right.
Um, Someone's name
No,
or
no,
a collective group of
Personal pronouns are always
or a
specific.
specific
Hmm.
and are often used to replace the proper noun. Someone's name or a collective group of people or things, personal nouns, have two main groups, one referring to the subject of the sentence and one of the object. The
No,
first
one
is
to
used
the
to
object.
replace.
See, personal pronouns have two main groups, one referring to the subject. So I refers
Yeah.
to the subject,
Yeah.
he refers to the subject, she refers to the subject, we refers to the subject, you refers to the subject, and they refers to the subject, right?
Right.
And the personal pronouns, me refers to the object, and him refers to the object, her refers to the object, us refers to the object, and them refers to the object, right?
Right.
The first is used to replace the subject of the sentence. I, you, he, she, it, we, you, they, right?
Right.
Notice that you is repeated as you can be singular addressing one person or plural addressing a group of people, right?
Right.
Personal pronoun examples in the following sentences are in bold for easy identification, right? Read it.
Right. The first is used to replace the subject of those sentences. I, you, he, she, it, we, you, and they. Notice that you is repeated as you can be singular, addressing one person or plural, addressing a group of people, personal pronoun. Examples in the following sentences are in bold for easy identification. Identification. Jack and David are friends. They play basketball together. I have more money than he. We will be late if you don't hurry up. The second group of pronouns replaces the object of the sentence me, you, him, her, it, us, you, them. Consider the sentence again. We will be late if you don't hurry up. In the above example, we is the subject of the sentence, but you is the object. Other examples of pronouns replacing the object. Replacing the object.
Other examples of pronouns replacing the object. Peter sang the song to me. So instead of using my
Yes.
name, I'll be using me.
Yeah. Mm. Missing the train will cause us to be late.
So instead of using all our names, we'll say us, right?
Yeah. Correct. She packed them tightly in the suitcase.
Next.
Reflexive pronouns. Those preceded by the adverb, adjective, pronoun, noun to which they refer and ending in self or
Self.
self.
So reflexive pronouns end in self or selves, right?
Right. Reflexive pronouns are used to refer back to the subject or clause of a sentence.
So
The list of reflexive pronouns.
Right? Reflexive pronouns are used to refer back to the subject, right? So remember that example, Rama the captain himself went into bat. Rama the captain himself went into bat himself,
So himself reflects back on the subject of the sentence.
Yeah.
I'll repeat, right? We have the
Right.
sentence, okay?
Okay.
Rama, the captain, went into bat himself. Himself reflects back onto the subject. It refers back to the subject.
Yes.
We'll see what clause is later, okay?
Okay.
Hmm.
So the
So
list
this
of
clause,
reflexive pronouns includes myself, yourself, himself, herself, itself, ourselves, yourselves, themselves. Reflective pronoun example if in the following sentences are in bold for easy in identification. Count yourself, Annie only had herself to blame. Peter and Paul had baked themselves cakes. Demonstrative pronouns, those used to point to someone specific. Within a sentence, there are only four demonstrative pronouns. This is that, these, those, but the usage can be a bit tricky at times. This and that are singular, whereas this and those are plural. As you may have noticed, there can be some crossover with identified demonstrative indefinite pronouns when using in and that. Demonstrative pronoun examples in the following sentences are bold for easy identification. I prefer this. These are beautiful, but those belong to Danny. Did you see that? While it can be confusing, this, that, these, and those can sometimes be used as demonstrative adjectives.
one
The
minute,
difference between
one minute. If I say this is a table, right?
right,
This refers, demonstrates the table, right?
right,
This is a demonstrative pronoun, okay?
okay,
But if I say this table is brown, okay?
okay,
Now, the word table is being described by the word this. Any word which describes a noun is an adjective. So this table is brown. In that sentence, this table is brown. This is acting as a demonstrative adjective. Okay?
okay,
This is a table, it's a demonstrative pronoun. This table is brown, it's a demonstrative adjective.
okay.
So read the while it can be confusing.
The difference between the two is that a demonstrative pronoun replaces the noun and a demonstrative adjective qualifies the noun. I prefer this photo. These flowers are beautiful, but those vases belongs to Danny. Did you see that rainbow? It should be clear that is this, that these and those in the examples above are not pronouns because they are being used to qualify the noun, but not replace it.
No,
A
one minute,
good
one
trick,
minute, one minute, one minute. Look at that sentence. I prefer this photo. Photo is a noun, right?
right?
This is qualifying or describing the photo. So this is being used as a demonstrative adjective.
Oh,
Okay?
oh,
These flowers are beautiful. So flowers is the noun. These is being used to describe the flowers. So these is a demonstrative adjective. Okay?
yeah.
Those vases. Vase is a bowl which holds flowers. Those vases, those is used to describe the common noun vases. So it's a demonstrative adjective. Okay?
Oh,
Did you see that rainbow? That is being used to modify rainbow, the noun. So that is a demonstrative adjective, right?
right.
Next.
A good trick for remembering the difference is that a demonstrative pronoun would still make sense if the word one or ones followed it in the sentence. I prefer this one. These ones are beautiful. Did you see that one? Those ones belong to Danny.
So if you replace the noun with one or ones, okay, one is also an indefinite pronoun, okay? someone,
Okay.
anyone, no one, everyone, one also. One should do one's duty. Is it me? Is it you? It's indefinite, right?
Right. See.
So one is also an indefinite pronoun. Okay, so one and one. If you replace the word nouns in the above sentences, see, I prefer this photo. I prefer this one.
This.
So if I say
Uh,
this one, it is a demonstrative adjective. Okay?
okay.
Hmm. These ones are
But
beautiful means these flowers are beautiful. Okay?
okay.
Those ones belong to Danny. Ones refers to the vases. Okay?
Okay.
Hmm.
Possessive pronouns. Those designing
Designating,
possession,
designating.
designating possession or ownership.
Hmm.
Examples include mine, its, her, his, yours, ours, theirs. Whose? Consider the example. This cat is mine. Mine is indicating possession, that the cat belongs to me. Incidentally, this is the sentence
This
is
in the
not a
sentence.
pronoun.
This in the sentence. This cat is mine. This in the sentence. This cat is mine is not a pronoun, but a demonstrative adjective because it's modifying the word cat. Okay?
As it qualifies, yes. Okay. As it qualifies the noun cat, you will find that possessive pronouns often follow phrases that contain demonstrative adjectives. Possessive pronoun examples in the following sentences are involved for easy identification. Are these bananas yours?
One
This
minute, 1 minute,
money is yours.
1 minute, 1 minute. You will find that possessive pronouns also follow phrases that contain demonstrative adjectives. So are these bananas yours? These bananas, these is a demonstrative adjective because it qualifies the word bananas, right?
Right.
So you have a phrase containing a demonstrative adjective and the possessive pronoun follows that.
Okay.
Hmm.
This money, sir, is the fault theirs of or yours. So can we end the class?
Hmm?
Because I have Kannada class.
Okay, we'll stop. Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank
Okay,
you.
lesson.
Mm. Oh, it's left. Mm. Mm.
You think your tiger comes down?
Yes. I think we have finished that.
But not revision.
Okay.
We'll start with that.
Yes.
Okay. Tiger comes to town, part 1.
Correct.
Okay. Read it.
The jungle is a nature home for most wild animals. Where else can you see them? Yes, in a zoo or sometimes in a circus. Are you afraid of them when you are at the circus? No, you are not afraid because you know that they have been trained to listen to their master. A tiger comes to a town is a story, but a runaway circus tiger, the story is told by the tiger, who is the central character of the story. Read the story to find out what happened. Let us read the text. When I entered the market road, people ran for their lives at the sign of me. As I passed through, shelters were pulled down and people hid themselves in drains, on trees, and behind pillars. The population was melting out of sight at the circus. I had no chance to study human beings. They had sat in their seats peacefully, while I covered before Captain's whip.
Who is
I
captain?
got a total
Who is captain?
captain's Captain is the trainer of tiger.
No, he's a ringmaster, in the circus. Have you been to the circus?
No.
Okay, there will be a ringmaster. That is, he will have the whip, and he will, control the tigers and lions and elephants with the whip.
Okay.
So the tigers will have been trained to, obey the commands of the ringmaster or the captain.
Okay.
You can continue. I got a totally wrong idea.
The wrong idea of human beings at that angle. I thought that they were strong and fearless, but
1 minute. Wrong idea of human beings at that angle. What angle is that?
what angle is that? Like uh, they are in fear.
The crew.
The
Wrong idea of human beings, because these stories narrated by the tiger.
okay.
So when I entered the market road, it means when the tiger entered the market road. It's not when a person, not the narrator of the story.
Yes.
So I got a totally wrong idea of human beings at that angle means the tiger got a wrong idea of human beings as being cruel from the angle of seeing them with the whip, like he did the captain.
Okay.
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 Continue.
I had thought that they were strong and fearless, but now I found them running from me like a herd of deer. Although I had no intentions of attacking them, when I paused in front of a tailor shop, he abandoned his machine and
Abandoned.
abandoned his machine and shut himself in a cupboard. Wailing
Wailing
last
means crying, or like howling, like the dog howls,
yes,
wailing. Alas, continue.
wailing, alas, I'm undone. Won't someone shoot that tiger? A prisoner between two constables got his chance to escape when the constables fled,
Abandoning. That word. Abandoning.
abandoning him with his handcuffs.
You understood?
Handcuffs. I tore a horse from its jutka and enjoyed the sight of passengers spilling out of it and running for their lives.
Jatka is, in the old days, there was a horse and the horse used to pull a sort of carriage behind it.
Okay.
That's called the Jatka. And, when the tiger goes near the horse,
Yes.
the horse runs for its life, and all the people in the Jatka spilled out, like, like water would spill out of a container, and ran for their lives. So
Okay.
the sight.
Okay. So, sheer hopelessness seemed to have seized the townspeople. They withdrew into their homes, and even they remained nervous. All doors and windows everywhere were shut, bolted, and sealed. Some even thought that I was some extraordinary creature who might pass through the walls and lie in wait on the roof or in the basement. Why should an ordinary simple tiger?
Are you following that? See, they all go into the house or shut the doors and windows, bolt them and seal them. Okay?
Okay.
Some of the people thought that the tiger could pass through brick walls
Okay.
lying wait on the roof or in the basement of the house. So that's because of the fear, they have they're scared of the tiger, so scared that they fear for their lives actually.
Okay. So simple tiger has any interest?
Why should
Why should an ordinary simple tiger have any interest in them, either to destroy or to safeguard? I rested for a moment at the door of a restaurant. The coffee drinkers and tiffin eaters sat still at their tables, uttering low moans on seeing me,
Sorry.
uttering low moans on seeing me. I wanted to assure them, don't fear. I'm not out to trouble you. Eat your tiffin in peace. Don't mind me. You nearest to me. Hugging the cash box, you are covered, afraid even to breathe. Go on, count the cash if that's what you want. I just want to watch, that's all. If my tail trails down to the street, if I'm blocking your threshold,
Threshold, you know what threshold is?
threshold,
You have a door in a house.
okay,
In front of the front door, you have a wooden block, right?
right,
That's called a threshold. Threshold means it's the entrance, the beginning.
okay, like that.
If I'm blocking your threshold means if the tiger is sitting at the entrance of the restaurant, blocking threshold, it is.
It is because I'm even feet tip to tail. I can't help it. I'm not out to kill. I'm not too full. I found a green pasture.
I'm too full. Means it's just eaten. So it's not out to kill. Once the tiger or lion eats, it won't usually kill or attack.
Okay.
It says I'm too full. I found the green pasture full of food on my way. So green pasture means it's a field.
Okay.
Where there were cows or sheep or something. The tiger killed one of them, ate it. So I found a green pasture full of food on my way. What is the food? Is cows or the sheep or the goat or something.
Okay.
I won't need any food for several days to come. So once it eats its food, 4 or 5 days it won't eat.
Okay.
I won't attack until I feel hungry again. So once it begins to feel the pangs, in the stomach, when it's hungry, only then will it attack.
Okay.
Continue.
So I won't attack until I feel hungry again. Tigers attack only when they feel hungry. Unlike human beings who kill another without purpose of hunger or hunger.
So that's the comment, right? Human beings kill each other without purpose.
Yes.
Because, okay, anyway, continue.
To the great delight of children, schools were being hurriedly closed. Children of all ages and sizes were running helter-skelter, screaming.
Not shelter, helter-skelter means here and there.
Okay, helter-skelter, screaming joyously, no school, no school. Tiger, tiger. They were shouting and laughing and even enjoyed being scared. I followed them through the school gate while they ran up and shut themselves in the school hall. I climbed up the steps of the school, saw an open door at the far end of a veranda.
Veranda is like, like in some houses, if you enter the front door, there'll be a small room where people can wait, like in the doctor's shop.
Okay.
There's a waiting room. It's like the veranda of a house.
Okay.
Saw an open door at the far end of a veranda and walked in. So it walked into through an open door of a house. Huh.
Okay. And walked in. It happened to be the headmaster's room. I noticed a very dignified man jumping on his table and having himself up into an attic. I walked in.
I noticed a very dignified man jumping on his table and heaving himself up into an attic. Means, there is a small room above his room. Okay?
Okay.
So you have to, there's no steps to that room. You have to, you go to the gym. It's called pull-ups.
Okay.
Pull himself up into the attic. Okay?
Okay.
So heaving is like really exerting yourself, really exerting a person really exerting himself physically. So he does a pull up and then goes into the attic, probably the headmaster himself, because he's a dignified man.
Okay. So I walked in and flung myself on the cool floor, having a special liking of cool stones floors with my head under the large desk. I was in no mood to bother about anything. All I wanted was a little moment to sleep. While I slept, I had been properly locked up and was being watched. After I woke
What has happened now? He's gone.
up, that
The tiger's gone into the room. He's resting on the floor,
yes,
and then from the other side, when he's at the door which he entered through, it's been locked.
okay,
So now he wants a moment of sleep, and he was being watched.
okay. So after I woke up, I heard a teacher saying, "Now that this brute is safely locked up, you must decide." At this moment, my master pushed his way through the crowds and scolded, "Never use the words beast or brute. They are ugly words coined by man in his arrogance. The human being thinks all other creatures."
Tell me what the word beast or brute. Never use the words beast or brute. They're ugly words coined by man in his arrogance. So apparently, man is a crown of creation. Of all the creatures on earth, man is a crown.
Okay,
He thinks himself, like very handsome or like that. And all the other creatures, by comparison, they are ugly and they're cruel and they're brutal, right?
right.
So, in the master, that is the person who trained the tiger,
Okay,
he pushed his way through the crowds and said, never use the words beast or brute. So the master likes the tiger. Okay? So never use the words beast or brute. They're ugly words coined by man in his own. So man thinks he's very attractive and also coined by man in his arrogance. All the other creatures are ugly or brutal, right?
is this the time to discuss problems of vocabulary? Why not?
I'm asking, are you following?
Yes.
Okay, then continue. If you have any doubts, you ask.
Okay. Retold my master, at which they looked extremely upset and angry. Someone said, "What a reckless man." What does mean reckless?
Reckless means one who doesn't think before acting.
Okay.
So the master, is about to go into the room with the tiger. So he's not thinking before.
Okay. So, a reckless man you are. Who are you? You are asking a profound question. I have no idea who I am. All my life have been trying to find the answer. Are you sure you know who you are?
So that means, you know what that means?
No.
See, in philosophy and religion, there's this idea. You may
Okay.
conquer the world. You may conquer the world with an army.
Yes.
But who you are, you're aware of your strength. You're aware of your cruelty. You're aware of your heroism. But
Yes.
why did you do it? What is the reason? What made you do it? All the others are quiet. Why did you conquer the world? So, to know ourselves, right? Who
Right.
we are, ourselves. It is a philosophical or religious question. Such questions come in religion and philosophy. So Ringmaster says, I have no idea who I am,
Okay.
what my motives are, why do I think like this, why do I act like this. And so all my life I've been trying to find the answer. So it's a long, drawn-out process.
Okay.
Take more than half life, like that, half a life. All my life I've been trying to find the answer. Are you sure you know who you are? Do you know why you do what you do, why you act like you do, why you think like you do, why you are in that situation, what brought you into that situation? So he asks him, do you know who you are?
Okay.
And moreover, what are you going to do about that? And suppose you're in some difficulty and difficulties keep coming, how are you going to deal? What are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, who you are? Okay?
Okay.
Like that. Okay. So, now, okay. Now see, uh, answer the following questions by choosing the correct option from those given below. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll read, at the circus, I did not have any chance to study human beings. They had sat peacefully while I covered before Captain Phillips. So, I got a totally wrong idea of human beings at that angle. Who does I in the vowel lines? So it's a tiger, right?
Right.
Okay. The tiger says he did not have any chance to study human beings, right?
Right.
Because he was so engrossed in his act that he did not look up at the audience. Engrossed means he has to stand on his hind legs and he has to jump through a ring of fire. When the captain whips, raises his whip, he has to the tigers have to go in a circle, one behind the other. They have to catch hold of their tails and walk behind each other like that. So that is act they're putting up, right?
Right.
He was so engrossed in his act that he did not look up at the audience. So he's so caught up in the act, he did not even look. No, he doesn't. He did not have any chance to study. He had a chance. He did not have a chance because his captain had always kept him locked up in a cage. He was not always locked up in a cage. He was moving around within a larger cage, actually. Having only seen people at the circus show, he did not realize that they were scared of the tiger. So the answer is C. So if he had a chance to study human beings, right?
Yes. Right.
If he had gone and met them in a field, for example, then they would have run away and he would have realized they were scared of him, right?
Right.
Then, uh, so he did not have a chance to study human beings because having seen people at the circus, in the circus, the people sat in the audience, they were eating popcorn and drinking cool drinks, soft drinks, and watching him do his act, right?
Right.
Sitting peacefully. So he did
Okay.
not have a chance to study human beings, okay?
Okay.
At that angle means, from the captain's angle of the captain's whip. He thinks the people are cruel, right?
Right.
That angle refers to the tiger's opinion about the people from his performing ring in the circus. No, it's not about people, the spectators' opinion about the tiger at the circus. No. Okay, what is it? At that angle. So, see.
Yes.
Okay, so he got it. He did not have a chance to study human beings. They sat peacefully. So he thought they were peaceful, and he cowered before the captain's whip. So he was afraid of the captain. He was afraid of people. And the totally wrong idea of human beings is that he thinks they're not scared of him. So the tiger's opinion about people from his performing ring. So angle is from his performing ring,
Okay.
So it's a, why not be spectator's opinion about the tiger? It's not the spectator's opinion. He's talking about the tiger's opinion.
Okay.
It's not the captain's opinion either, right? So it's not,
Right.
it's the tiger's opinion.
Yeah.
Because it says, I got a totally wrong idea. Okay?
Right. Mm.
Okay. Then they withdrew into their homes and even there remained nervous. All doors and windows everywhere were shut, bolted and sealed. What do they refer to in the above lines? It refers to the people, the general public in the town. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, then the tiger and his captain, the people. So it's all, it's all sea.
Okay.
Why did they withdraw to their homes? They were scared of the tiger. They were given an alert. They were not warned. They were advised by the captain to go inside us. No, that is not B and C. It is A. They refers to the people, the general public. They withdrew into their homes because they were scared of the tiger. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. By saying some even thought, oh, that I was an extraordinary creature. What might pass through the walls? No. Who might pass through the walls and lie in wait on the roof or in the basement? Okay.
Okay.
Author means to convey that he was unable to pass through walls. People thought that the tiger could emerge from anywhere, and so it is B.
Okay.
If he did not wait for his prey, he would. Okay. And then seventh, at the circus, the people would usually uh, sit quietly and watch the tiger's antics. Yes, A is possible. Run away on seeing the tiger? No, at the circus, people would not run away on seeing the tiger. Then throw stones and to chase. At the circus, people would not throw stones. So it is A, right?
Right.
Okay. Then the tiger got a chance to go out into the town because his master wanted him to graze in the park. See, graze means
The cows eating grass in the fields. There is the grazing in the pastures. Tigers
Okay.
don't graze. Tigers, they're carnivores. They're meat eating, right?
Right.
So he's not grazing, right? His
Right.
master was cruel and he wanted to run out of his. Maybe it's B. He found an unguarded passage and stepped out unnoticed. Is C mentioned in the story? He found an unguarded passage. Okay, and stepped out.
Okay.
Wait. It doesn't say. So probably uh, C. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Next, third main, when did the tiger realize that he was totally wrong about the opinion he had formed about human beings? The tiger realized that he was totally wrong about the opinion he had formed about human beings. The opinion which was that they were peaceful, right?
Right.
Tiger's opinion was that they were peaceful because they watched him at the circus peacefully. He realized that he was wrong when he went into town and everyone ran helter-skelter. Okay.
Okay.
And they fled at the sight of him. So that's when he realized that they were wrong. So you can write a few more points for third main means. You'll have to write about 4, 5 sentences, 6 sentences. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, then fourth one, give at least 3 reasons why you think people at the circus were not scared of the tiger. One has been done for you. The circus ring had an iron railing around it and the tiger could not. Okay, so two other reasons is, second reason is that the tigers, when they perform their act, they're usually enclosed in a cage.
Okay.
So the people of the circus were not scared of the tiger because he was enclosed in a cage. And next one is they were controlled by the ringmaster, captain, right?
Right.
Yeah. So that's there are many ways in which each of us can contribute. Okay. So no need to do. Let us do 5.1. Let us learn new words. Okay.
Okay.
Given below some expressions which you read in the story, what do they mean? Choose the right answer from the choices given below each expression, right?
Right.
The population was melting out of sight. So you can guess, right? Well, see, you have a crowded place like a market, okay?
Okay.
You imagine it's full, like you think of a jug full of some liquid, okay?
Okay.
Now when you pour out the liquid, it's almost like it's melting out of sight. It's not being heated, but if you pour it out, it's like it'll come out of sight. It'll get onto the table, onto the floor and run out, right? It'll
All
go
right.
out of sight. So once a tiger goes into the market, okay,
Okay.
the population melted out of sight.
Okay.
Means it was very hot and people rushed indoors to escape there. It's not A. Very few people could be seen on the streets. Most of them decided to hide in ditches or their home, right? So that's B. B's answer. The government sent out. The government has not yet heard of it. Okay. Government sent out orders for people to remain indoors during certain hours. Hmm?
Okay.
It's not C. It's not A. It's B. I tore a horse from his jatka. Means the horse got scared, escaped from, what is called the harness. Harness means it's a thing that ties the horse to the carriage.
Okay.
You have two poles on each side of the horse, and there's one part that goes on the neck of the horse,
Okay.
and then you have two leather straps from the mouth of the horse, which the driver of the carriage holds, driver of the jatka. All that is called the harness. Harness, okay?
Okay.
Now, when the tiger goes near that jatka, that horse, it rears up, it jumps up, all the people spill out.
Okay.
So when it jumps up and runs away, the horse became out of control, okay?
Okay.
The horse ran so fast that the reins by which he was secured to the carriage broke. That is also possible. B is also possible. On seeing the tiger, the horse became frightened and jumped with such force that the reins broke. C is also possible, right?
Right.
So here you see what you notice is all three are possible, okay?
Okay.
But this is called a textbook question. Textbook MCQ. Textbook MCQ means you learn about this question in three different ways. Okay?
Okay.
But in the exam, it's called a testing. This is called a teaching question. Teaching question, you learn about it in three ways. Testing question means you only have one answer in the exam.
Okay.
Okay. Next, second main. Now I found them running like a herd of deer, although I had no intention of attacking them. Herd of deer, like they're jumping and okay.
Okay.
Expression like a herd of deer compare the timid quality of a deer that run to the. So like a herd of deer means running like a herd of deer means it compares a timid quality. Timid means not brave. It's opposite of brave.
Okay.
A deer are not brave. They run at the sight of danger, right?
Right.
And the same quality, that is timidness of people on the streets and in the shops who tried to run away or hide at the sight. So I found them running like a herd of deer. So like or as means it's a comparison.
Okay.
The simile. So the people are being compared to deer.
Okay.
So when the tiger goes in, just as the deer run away at the sight of the tiger, the people run away at the sight of the tiger. So what is that? Timidness of the people is compared to the timidness of the deer. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, such expressions which are used for comparing two different things are called similes. Okay?
Okay.
Read the similes given below. As black as coal. You understand?
Yes.
As beautiful as a rose. Okay? So rose, like it's okay, beautiful as a rose. That's another simile. So simile is used. Simile is written with the words like or as.
Okay.
As black as coal, as beautiful as a rose, swift like an eagle, like or as. Strong like a lion. Okay?
Okay.
Words as and like are used for comparison. Okay. Next,
Okay.
compare the following similes by using words from the box given below. You may use your own comparison. See, as clear as wait, we'll do the second one. As heavy as lead. Lead is a metal, right?
Right.
As dark as the night. Okay?
Okay.
As bright as
As a star.
star. Okay. Then as cold
Ice.
as wise as an owl.
Stream.
Um,
Owl.
owl is supposed to be a wise bird.
Okay.
So that leaves one as clear as a stream. Okay?
Okay.
So that's the way you can also, if you get questions like this, you, you match the ones you know, then any ones you don't know, you can take a guess. If there's only one, that the one remaining choice will be the answer. See, what we did, we're not clear as a star or as clear as a stream, right?
Right.
So, as bright as a star. So, star is, all the others are in the stream is left. So, as clear as a stream.
Okay.
So, you match the ones you can, then, if this question comes, you match the ones you can, then if there's one left, that will be the answer for the remaining one. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, compare the following sentences by using words from the box. You may also refer to dictionary to meaning of words. Okay, abandoned, spilled, nervous, covered, handcuffed, seized. Spilled, like you spilled milk, right?
Right.
Nervous, I think you know, like before the exam. Okay?
Okay.
And covered, can you guess the meaning of covered from the lesson C? In the circus, the tiger, okay, it covers at the sight of the captain's whip. What do you think cover means? If someone raises a whip,
Okay.
how will the person be? He'll bend low, right? He'll raise his hand, say, "Don't hit me." That is like covered.
Okay.
It's not VER, it's WER. Okay.
Okay.
So, see, uh, you can look at the word in context. Okay.
Okay.
So covered comes in, covered at the sight of the captain's whip. Okay.
Okay.
Then handcuffed, right? Like police, they handcuff thieves or criminals like that, right? Then seized, right?
Right.
Seized means held fast, like, seized in by the arm, seized. Okay, seized. Seized means held. Okay.
Okay.
Hmm. Okay. Then the dog at the sound of crackers on Diwali day. The dog covered, right? Dogs are usually afraid of bursting noises. Okay?
Okay.
The police handcuffed the dangerous criminal. Okay?
Okay.
People living on the banks of the river abandoned their homes and fled to safer places. Right?
Okay.
When they realized that the water level in the river was soon going to cross the danger limit. Okay.
Okay.
Then excitement seemed to have ceased. The soldiers posted on the border when they heard their favorite film stars were going to visit them. Seized means held their minds,
Okay.
Then here's a sentence that you can use. If we have studied well, there is no reason to feel nervous during examinations.
Okay.
Then the bowl of soup fell from his hands and all the soup spilled onto the floor. Okay?
Okay.
Read this, do you know? Are you from Bangalore, Ryan?
Yes, I'm from Bangalore.
Okay, okay. Which you live in here also, right?
Yes, I live near Ulsur, Jayanagar.
Okay, Alsur and Jayanagar are very far.
Yes, so like
And,
not that far.
by metro it's not far. But I actually, I worked in a college in Jayanagar for
Okay,
21 years. Then there was an office of multinational. I was a work from home, right?
okay,
And the office of that multinational was in Alsur.
okay,
So once or twice I came to Alsur, that police station near. There's one. There's a big building there. It's called something. Now that writing corrections team has been dissolved. It's been dissolved because all the writing corrections went over to AI writing correctors.
okay,
But I worked there for 16 years. I used to come once and every now and then.
okay. So you are not working now?
No, I am working. I am a professor, associate professor now.
Okay.
You watch those videos I sent the link?
Yes,
Um,
I watched.
those videos were made in a college. My post was professor.
Okay,
Now I am associate professor now in the college.
okay.
And this college is near Hebal.
Hebbal, it's quite far.
Yeah, and I mean, one road is like driving, riding bike and things like that.
Yes,
Right, okay.
okay,
Oh, it's a relief actually. Okay, now, so I asked because this one, do you know Gujarat? So I asked, are you from Bangalore? That's why I asked.
okay.
Oh, read that Gujarat.
So Gujarat has become the first state in India to ban the decision
Detection.
of rocks, dissection of rocks in schools in biology classes. Japan has passed a law according to which person can face 1 year imprisonment and a fine of up to 1 million yen for killing or injuring an animal without reason. It is also levies a fine up to 500,000 yen for abandoning an animal.
No, 1 minute, 1 minute. Do you get an idea of how valuable the Japanese currency, which is the Japanese currency? Look at what it says about Japan. Can you guess what the name of the Japanese currency is?
Yen.
Yen, yes. So see, 500,000, that is 5 lakh yen for
Yes.
abandoning an animal. If you abandon a dog,
Okay.
5 lakh yen. Do you get the idea of the value of the yen? Like
Yen.
it's lower than much lower than the rupee.
Okay.
Like it would be 10,000 yen or something to some large number to 1 rupee.
Okay.
Oh, so they do that intentionally actually. The Japanese government,
Yes.
they do that intentionally because it gives them an advantage in import-export, in the trade, in the world market.
Right.
So, anyway. Okay, so this, why is it mentioned? Because, see, the tiger has been treated cruelly. So, this dissection of frogs, they catch the frog, they put it in some the chemical, the frog dies, and they cut the legs and they cut the stomach, and
They study. It's the first step towards becoming a doctor.
Okay.
Dissection of frogs in schools.
Okay.
They do all that. So Gujarat has become the first state in India to ban the dissection of frogs. Okay.
Okay.
So we'll continue tomorrow.
Yes, sure.
Okay. Thank you. I'll send the recording to your mother.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Bye.
So which lesson shall we do now?
Um, I think we have to do.
Which one?
We have to do the eighth chapter. Birthday letter.
Birthday letter. Do you have that? Can you check if you have that?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So, okay, we can start.
Okay. How do you feel when you receive a gift? You feel happy and loved when you receive a gift from your parents on your birthday. But what if the parents are in another city and send a letter instead? A letter of blessing is more valuable than a gift. In 1930, India was not free. Many of our leaders were imprisoned by the British. While in Naini prison, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru wrote this letter to his daughter Indira on her 13th birthday. Let's find out what he wrote to her. My dear Indira, on her birthday you have been in the habit of receiving presents and good wishes. Good wishes you will still have in full measure, but what present can I send you from any prison? My presents cannot be very material or solid. They can be of the mind and spirit, things that even the high walls of prison cannot stop. You know, sweetheart, how I dislike sermonizing and doling out good
Sermonizing.
advice.
Sermonizing means
Mm.
a sermon is something that is spoken in a church by the priest.
Okay,
So when he says he dislikes sermonizing, it means advising. Do this, do that.
okay,
So he dislikes sermonizing.
sermonizing and doling out good advice.
Rolling out means dishing out good advice. That's very easy actually. Giving
Okay,
advice is very easy.
okay. I have always thought that the best way to find out what is right and what is not right, what should be done and what should not be done, is not by giving a sermon, but by talking and discussing, and out of discussion sometimes a little bit of truth comes out. I have liked my talks with you and we have discussed many things, but the world is wide and beyond our world lie other wonderful and mysterious worlds. None of us need ever be bored or imagine that we have learned everything worth learning and become very wise. But what am I doing to do then? A letter can hardly take the place of a talk. At best, it is a one-sided affair. Imagine that I have made a suggestion to you for your for you to think over, as if we really were having a talk. In history, we read of great periods in the life of nations, of great men and women. Do you remember how fascinated you were when you have first read the story of Jenny D. Arc
No,
and
not Jenny. It's Jean of Arc. Joan,
Jean
not Jean. Not even Jean. It's Joan of Arc. Joan of
Joan
Arc
of Arc.
was a woman who gave up her life for the sake of her beliefs, religious beliefs, right?
Okay,
So
right.
said something about God, and they said, you better take it back and not talk like that again. She said, no,
Okay,
I believe what I'm saying. So they tied her to a stake, pole, wooden pole, and burnt her. She was burnt at the stake.
okay,
That is about Joan of Arc. When you first read the story of Joan of Arc, how fascinated she was. So, Indira Gandhi, that is Jawaharlal Nehru's daughter, okay, she became the
okay,
Prime Minister of India. So this is how
okay.
the father molded the daughter's mind, you know.
Yes.
He fashioned the daughter's mind to become the next Prime Minister. He told us stories.
Okay.
Uh,
And then and and how your ambition was to be something like her. Ordinary men and women are not usually heroic. They think of their bread and butter, of the children, of their household, worries and dislike. But a time comes when whole people become interested in a great cause. Then history helps even simple ordinary men and women to become heroes. Great leaders have something in them which inspires a whole people and makes them do great. Leaders have something in them which inspires a whole people and makes them do great deeds. In India, a great leader, full of love for all who suffer and eager to help them, has inspired our people to great actions and noble sacrifice. He has helped to make the starving, the poor, and the oppressed free and happy. Uh, Bapuji is in prison, but the magic of his message has stolen the hearts of India's millions. Men and women and even little children come out of their little shells and become India's soldiers of freedom. But today we are making history, and you and I are fortunate to see this happening before our eyes and to take some part ourselves in this great drama. What part shall we play in it? If we are to be India's soldiers, we have to respect India's honor, and that honor is a scared, sacred trust. It is not easy matter to decide what is right and what is not. One little test I shall ask you to apply whenever you are in doubt. Never do anything in secret or anything that you would wish to hide. For the desire to hide anything means that you are afraid, and fear is a bad thing and unworthy of you. Be brave, and all the rest follows you. Know that in our great freedom movement under Bapuji's leadership, there is no room for secrecy or hiding. We have nothing to hide. We are not afraid of what we do or what we say. We work in the sun and in the light. Even so, in our private
the sunlight in the light means we're not secretive.
okay,
Yeah. So they're doing things openly.
Okay. Even so, in our private lives, let us make friends with the sun and work in the light and do nothing secretly. And if you do so, my dear, you will grow up a child of the light, unafraid and serene and
Serene means calm
calm. Okay.
and unruffled. Unruffled means like it's not like stormy. It's calm. Unruffled surface of the pond means the wind was very calm, so the surface of the pond was unruffled. So
Okay.
he works openly and not secretly in the sun and the light. He'll grow up serene and unruffled.
Right.
Uh, I,
Whatever. Yes.
uh, yes.
Whatever may happen, I have written a very long letter to you, and yet there is so much I would like to tell you. How can the letter contain it? Goodbye, little one, and may you grow up into a brave soldier in India's service. With all my love and good wishes.
The loving father, Jawaharlal Nehru, right? So
Right.
here you have to answer the questions. Why don't you answer? And what is more, Ayan, you have to write, okay?
Okay.
Don't write in WhatsApp, write on a sheet of paper all the answers to these questions, okay?
Okay, I will.
Then
Okay.
send me a photo of the answers so I'll be able to check, okay?
Okay.
Now you answer the question, or just tell me the answers. In which jail was Pandit Nehru imprisoned by the British?
Mm, which child? Mm,
In the beginning of the lesson.
okay. Beginning of the lesson.
The first paragraph, third sentence, second sentence.
Nanny prison.
So how will you answer this? Pandit Nehru was imprisoned by the British in Naini prison.
Yes.
Okay. Second, why was Pandit Nehru not able to send a gift to his daughter on her birthday?
Mm, because a letter of blessing is more valuable than gift.
Ah, yes, okay. But also he cannot give any gifts, He's not allowed to keep anything while he's in.
Yes. Because he is in prison.
Yes. What did Pandit Nehru not like to do?
Pandit
Second
Nehru.
second paragraph, first line.
Second paragraph. Oh, I dislike sermonizing,
Harmonizing.
sermon, sermonizing and doling out good advice.
Hmm. So like that you answer the questions, okay?
Okay.
You write down answers and you send me. Hmm?
Okay.
Now, next part, let us learn new words. Homophones, right? Will you come to that? It's on page 132. Okay.
Okay.
Now, homophones, there are various words. Homophones, homonyms, homographs. Homo means same.
Okay.
Phone means sound. Okay.
Sound.
So
Okay.
they have the same sound, like right, RIGHT, WRIT. Right, they are homophones. Okay?
Okay.
No, NOKNOW. Right? So
Right.
they are homophones. Homonyms are the same word with different meaning. Bark, bark. Bark is the outer covering of a tree. Bark is the sound made by a dog. Okay?
Okay.
So bark, bark. So those are homonyms. Okay. So homophones and homonyms. Now, phone means sound. Let us look at pairs of words given below. Read them aloud. Notice that they sound similar but are spelled differently. Break, break. Cheap, check, check. Dear, dear. Fair, fair. Heel, heel. Night, right, right. Okay.
Okay.
So write words to complete the similar sounding pairs. Lose, lose. L-O-S-C, L-O-O-S-C. Okay? So L-O-O-S-C is the opposite of tight. If you tie something loosely, shoelaces, means they're not tied tightly. L-O-O-S-C. L-O-S-T is the past tense of lose. You lost something, you lose something. Okay? Hello?
Hello.
So lose, lose, right?
Yes.
Peace, peace. P-A-C-P-I-E-C. Okay?
Okay.
Week, week. W-E-E-K, W-E-A-K.
Okay. Waste.
Waste, waste. W-A-I-S-T.
Okay.
Cast, cast. C-A-S,
Cast.
C-A-S-T-E.
T.
Okay, C-A-S-T-E means the, class of people. If you
Okay.
cast something into a mold, you're shaping it. C-A-S-T. Also,
Waste.
C-A-S-T, film cast. C-A-S-T, film cast. The number of actors. Group of actors is called a film cast.
Okay.
Okay. So, choose the correct word from each pair and exercise one and complete the following sentence. Do not waste your time. W-A-S-T-E. Right?
Right.
This pair of jeans is tight at the waist. W-A-I-S-T. Okay?
Okay.
The people were eager to cast their vote. C-A-S-T. Okay?
Okay.
You should not discriminate on the basis of caste. C-A-S-T. Okay?
Okay.
Gandhiji believed in peace. P-E-A-C.
Piece.
Okay?
Okay. Give me a piece of cake.
P-I-E. Right?
Right.
Please don't waste. No, please don't lose. L-O-S-C. Okay?
Loose.
Okay. Samir always wears a loose shirt. That is L-O-O-S-C. So we can remember that L-O-O-S-C is opposite of not tight. L-O-O-S-C is opposite of tight. T-I-G-H-T.
Right.
Tightly tied.
Right.
L-O-S-C is the present tense of L-O-S-T. Okay. Weak. Weak is W-E-E-K. Okay.
Okay.
Rani is weak. W-E-A-K. Okay.
Okay.